Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 108, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 114 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 114 placed in worded folder. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Four 9875970.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Name X-ray Adam Victor Ida Ocean Robert. Date of birth 11/27/2008.
Linux voice control restarted.
New York City has skyscrapers of all shapes and sizes. But why does this 500-foot-tall, 29-story building have no windows, no lights, and no markings at all? Well, because it's a top-secret NSA spy station built to withstand nuclear war. Whoa! Let's find out why. A style emerged called brutalism, and brutalist architecture is known for focusing on function over form and minimalism. But there's one brutalist building in New York that's so minimalist that it's been called the most mysterious building in New York. It's 33 Thomas Street, and it's a 500-foot-tall skyscraper with no exterior lighting and has no windows. What 33 Thomas Street does have is secrets. Officially, this is an AT&T telecommunications building, but thanks to leaked documents, we now know that 33 Thomas Street is actually a top-secret NSA mass surveillance hub. Its code name is Titan Point. And right now, as we speak, Titan Point is listening. The 1960s was the height of the Cold War. Everyone thought nuclear war was imminent, so the U.S., desperate to protect its infrastructure, launched a secret project called Project X.
Project X. You kidding, right?
No, that's what it was called.
They're usually more creative.
The goal of Project X was to build a skyscraper in the middle of New York City capable of withstanding a nuclear blast.
You identified 20 individuals in that list. You put me on that list, the top of the list. Thank you. I find it flattering. 20 of those individuals have been investigated and had adverse actions. Director, considering that you've identified these people as government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making...
People stole exams, hid research materials from the library, and lied to the professor.
We'll bring that up. You'll see we have the layouts already. And the first layout is what they call Windows Library. We've got here, we've also got Windows listed in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is a install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Or download into the app, or download into the app, tuning in, a White House official, I was told, look, White House official, I was told, look, the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. There could be an 11th hour deal. Realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal? News. Our top story tonight, NTV are high in Minneapolis. Tonight, ICE are high in Minneapolis. An ICE officer facing possible security.
The building would be 29 floors, have no windows, 3 basement levels, and enough food to last 1,500 people 2 weeks. But its primary purpose was not to protect humans. This would be a fortress designed to protect computers and telecommunications equipment, operated by AT&T.
I'll take care of that. Just come over. Say hello to the community. You'd be surprised. You'd probably recognize some of the people on the other side of the table. You're like, you're here? And they're going to be like, I need help. You know, I've got an 84-year-old.
64 Martinez out of Houston, eligible, no 29.
Linux voice controls stopped.
99, go ahead.
Show me the route to 2913 Morgan Avenue.
For 2 years, secret documents leaked by former national security contractor Edward Snowden have yielded a steady stream of news reports about U.S. government spying on terrorism suspects, foreign leaders, and American citizens. Now another chapter has been revealed, how telecommunications giant AT&T demonstrated a, quote, extreme willingness to help the NSA.
The building was designed by John Carl Warnke, and construction began in 1969 and was completed in 1974.
Processed 24. The grade quarantined 0.
Granite Tower is located at 33 Thomas Street in Lower Manhattan. The locals know the building as the Long Lines Building, and it's been a source of mystery for years. What jumps out is that the building has no windows and no exterior lighting. So during the day, it kind of fades into the background of the New York City skyline. And at night, it becomes an invisible shadow. Now, thanks to NSA documents leaked by Edward Snowden, we now know that creating an invisible building wasn't an accident. It was absolutely by design.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
It's not unusual to keep locations containing vital telecommunications equipment a secret. Hundreds of millions of phone calls and faxes go through 33 Thomas Street every day. But 33 Thomas Street has another level of secrecy. It also appears to be one of the most important national security agency surveillance sites on U.S. soil. A secret monitoring hub that is used to tap into phone calls, faxes, and internet data. 33 Thomas Street operates under NSA codename Titan Point. And Titan Point is a core location used for controversial and possibly illegal NSA-sponsored mass surveillance. Now, according to leaked documents, this program has targeted the communications of the UN, the World Bank, the IMF. It's been used to spy on at least 38 countries, including U.S. allies like France, Germany, and Japan. Now, it's common knowledge that AT&T is very cooperative with the NSA. If you're using an AT&T cell phone, you might want to rethink that.
The depth of cooperation between the agency and telecommunications company AT&T. The documents reveal the company allowed the NSA access to billions of client emails as well as phone calls.
Or legal pictures for Mr. Epstein was Stacey Plaskett, the Democrat delegate to Congress from the Virgin Islands. So perhaps for those on the other side who are interested in talking to Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys, they can visit with one of their own colleagues. I want to focus on something that I think is very important that has not been addressed enough today, and that is related to
phone call metadata. The emails were accessible to analysts on a keyword search basis.
Which is actually how I keep track of videos that I'm working on for this channel. Another great thing about this app is that it's cross-platform, so you could use it on just about everything. Windows, Mac OS, smartphones, and of course Linux. And since your account syncs between devices, you can use Todoist as your central place for keeping track of what you need to do. The downside of Todoist, though, is that it's not free. Well, there is a free account, but it's a bit...
System is secure.
Getting recordings for silent.
Gotcha. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 20. If you'd like to make public comment, come on down.
Those are rural blind spots. Despite that, 5G reaches about half the country. Preserves most urban areas. AT&T expect widespread light coverage across most cities and the country. They cover around 68% of the U.S. in 4G LTE, just a couple percent behind Verizon. For 5G, AT&T uses low band for deep coverage and MM wave in
But because of the Snowden documents, we can now see just how much the NSA and AT&T have been integrated. Any phone call, fax, or piece of data that comes through the network, the NSA can easily capture it. The government knows who you're calling and when. They know how long you talk and what keywords you say. Now, legally, the NSA can only target the communications of foreign nationals. But all the equipment is there. It's already working. So do you think the NSA really stops listening when it determines that you're a U.S. citizen? Exactly.
Go ahead and plug it in.
If you could give me... You can see it lights up all different kinds of fluorescent tubes. But you can see it has a rather...
Now watch the width of the illuminated part on the tube. As they get farther and farther away, it's diverging, it's almost getting a hand. So there's a pretty broad divergence of the beam. You can see it lights up all different kinds of fluorescent.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth.
Me a yes or no answer to the question, does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
The codename Titan Point is all over the NSA documents.
Airport 16 days is
going to be 38.
Hey, Frank?
I guess so.
Medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges.
Usually found in classified reports about surveillance ops. NSA uses code names to conceal information that it considers especially sensitive. And there are secret NSA travel guides that reveal that Titan Point is actually 33 Thomas Street. But you have to kind of piece it together. And one guide was written to help NSA employees visiting facilities around the country. And this guide discloses that Titan Point is in New York City. Another travel guide, written a little later, states that an NSA corporate partner codenamed Lithium supervises the site. And Lithium, we know now, is NSA's codename for AT&T. Another document reveals that Titan Point is a short walk away from the FBI field office. In fact, from the front steps of 33 Thomas, you can see the FBI building. It's about 2 blocks away. So, yeah, this is the place. Now, when visiting Titan Point, protocol is to arrange your visit through the FBI field office. You should then hire a cover vehicle through the FBI, especially if you're bringing in equipment. The NSA would like you to remain in cover during your visit, so please do not display any NSA badge or insignia. Simply ring the buzzer, sign in, have a seat, and wait. Someone will be right down. But what's actually going on inside? Well, if you're a fan of privacy, freedom, and the Constitution, you're not going to like it.
No. Oh no.
Tony, can you deny that vote?
Silver Cadillac CTS 181 northbound leaving Portland. Boy Tom Paul 275.
Linux voice control stopped.
In 1975, just a year after 33 Thomas Street was completed, the NSA found themselves in hot water. A congressional inquiry showed that the NSA was spying on anti-Vietnam War activists.
That's not legal, is it?
It's not. According to the Fourth Amendment, the government can't gather data on you without a warrant, signed by a judge. A judge isn't going to sign a warrant without the suspicion of a crime. Being against a war isn't a crime. So rather than bother a judge, they just started collecting data on all kinds of people, like prominent leaders of the civil rights movement, like Dr. King. Muhammad Ali was targeted. Anti-war journalists and columnists working at the Washington Post and New York Times were targeted, surveilled, spied on. After the scandal, Congress created the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which you might have heard referred to as FISA. Now, FISA limits surveillance to foreign nationals and agents of foreign powers. And under FISA, the executive branch must request warrants from a newly formed FISA court.
I bet the NSA hated these new rules.
Trim complete.
They did.
Did they at least follow the rules? Oh, man.
Well, it didn't seem to have stopped the NSA, according to an annual report released recently, despite having FISA warrants to spy on only 42 specific terrorism suspects. Last year, the National Security Agency managed to collect 151 million American phone call records. What is the NSA doing, and does it justify the massive violation of your privacy?
The leaked NSA documents exposed an NSA surveillance program codenamed Blarney. Blarney was established in the early 1970s, and as far as we know, it's still operating. Blarney specifically leverages commercial partnerships, like the one with AT&T, that allows the NSA to gain access to global networks. Blarney is what's called a full-take surveillance program, meaning it collects not just metadata, like who you're calling and when, but full content, like what you're saying and what you're doing online. Now, as of the time of the leak, the NSA had obtained at least 40 FISA court orders for spying under Project Blarney. The targets were major banks around the world, all kinds of companies, and 38 countries. They also targeted the United Nations.
Did the UN find out?
Of course they did. And they weren't pleased about it, but what's the US going to say? The data coming from Blarney was landing in the president's daily briefing, both Republicans and Democrats.
Well, there's not much of a difference between those two.
There's not. But if there's one thing all presidents can agree on, is that they love spying on their enemies, both foreign and domestic.
No more illegal wiretapping of American citizens. No more national security letters to spy on citizens who are not suspected of a crime. No more tracking citizens who do nothing more than protest a misguided war. So instead, let's track every citizen?
The Project Blarney, running out of Titan Point in New York, is one of 3 key NSA locations that actually captures data from software like Skype and Zoom. And 33 Thomas Street is one of only a few AT&T buildings with an FCC satellite license. So the NSA not only captures data coming through landlines, but also vacuums up data from space. This type of expansive surveillance creates a ton of data that has to go somewhere. So enter Project Skid Row. Skid Row is a program that allows NSA employees to search through huge quantities of user data, like actual emails, online chat, message boards, texts, passwords, even people's browser history. This data is all being collected right now. And how much of that data is legally collected? Well, there's no way to know for sure. There's really not a lot of oversight. But an agency like the NSA needs to be watched. I mean, remember how the NSA hacked Google and Yahoo and were secretly capturing all the data inside those private clouds?
Wait, what?
Oh, you don't know that one? Well, that's another video. But always assume that if you're online, you're being watched.
Any intelligence service in the world can own that phone. The minute it connects to their network, as soon as you turn it on, it can be there. They can turn it into a microphone, they can take pictures from it, they can take the data off.
Now, AT&T is far from the only corporate relationship the NSA has. The agency has established at least 80 corporate partnerships that we're aware of, but some companies are more cooperative than others. AT&T is notorious for being on very friendly terms with the government. The New York Times and others have reported that AT&T has given billions of emails to the NSA.
A range of evidence, including technical terms specific to AT&T, points to the company being the NSA's partner. The documents refer to the company being highly collaborative and commend its extreme willingness to help.
And this has been corroborated by a whistleblower who's part of a class action lawsuit against the NSA.
But George Bush simply disregarded the facts of the law and approved it all on his own signature, which was totally illegal. I might add that while there are a few dissidents in both parties, like Rand Paul in the Republican side and Ron Wyden on the Democratic side, is that both parties approved this when they passed the immunity bill for the phone companies in 2008 with the help of Barack Obama, I might add, and that killed the lawsuit.
The case is Jewel v. NSA, which was filed almost 15 years ago, and it's still going on. In 2017, a judge ordered the NSA to provide evidence proving or denying that it spied on AT&T customers.
Did they provide it?
Nah, they appealed. It's still in court.
Still, what's taking so long?
COVID.
I'm getting tired of that as an excuse.
Titan Point is just one location. According
very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
You can do the right. How about under the Christi? What have you done tonight? I got on a chair for you.
Oh, that's very good, thank you.
Finally tonight here are Made in America Christmas. I'll be one quick.
Don't worry, I'm the military. I'm all proud. I'm still don't work.
According to the Snowden documents, AT&T has installed surveillance equipment in at least 59 U.S. locations. And on any given day, NSA employees are on site gathering data. Now what's crazy is that until this week, most
just look at the stats, and you talk about cover-ups, man. You talk about cover-ups.
I will take as much time as
Where were you during the Obama and Biden administrations when these so-called cover-ups were going on? Why didn't anyone in those administrations talk to any of these purported witnesses? I have some regular order, every single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm going to take another
you accuse the witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works.
By the mid-20 times, UPS had a problem.
What 16 day was answer?
What actually makes 20?
They could have had to deal with, nobody would have died, no buildings would have been down, nothing would have happened. We would have blown up their nuclear, that would have been it. They could have had a great deal. Nobody would have died, no buildings would have been down, but they would like to make a deal
stopped.
Would like to make a deal with me.
Go off a 10-block radius. Give me the SWAT team and an ambulance double quick. We're going up.
AT&T employees probably weren't aware of the NSA's presence.
Director's line. Dr. Huffnagel here. I'm sorry to call again, but I'm here with Linda, and she's wondering if the air is on the way. What do you mean? The director got your office 2 minutes ago now.
NSA operatives are instructed to blend in with other workers. They would simply show up, go into an office or a server room, and go to work, just like everybody else. All of this should be pretty chilling. America's secret agencies firmly subscribe to it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. And the NSA, CIA, the FBI, and others are very willing to bend the rules, interpret, and even break laws to suit their purposes. All in the
And yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 4 years. I mean, these are
you're generally speaking about
because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did
name of national security. That's
we know that the documents that
location of certain dash
that former Director Coney used
location of certain dash
conduit to the classified information. We move on to
location of certain dash 20.
The FISA process was bypassed already. Prior to your confirmation, you raised concerns about government misuse of FISA.
Location of certain
paraphrase Ben Franklin, when you trade liberty for security, you end up with neither. And there are many other companies like AT&T, Google, Facebook that cooperate with the government with such a lack of friction that any American citizen should be concerned. Those long agreements that you sign online without reading them, every once in a while, read one. Take note of how many of your rights you're surrendering for the convenience of being able to post pictures of your cat or leave a mean comment on a video. As we willingly surrender more of our privacy to digital conglomerates, we're also surrendering freedoms, like the freedom from illegal searches and spying, like the freedom to criticize the government, the freedom to publicly disagree with popular ideas. We are guilty of being complicit in this erosion of our freedoms. And once freedoms are fully eroded, well, that's called slavery. I can't promise we're not already there. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Heckle.
Trevino.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0.
It's coming back clear. Was to show insurance.
Naming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Just around the block, his vehicle's engine is turning off and on. I'm going to follow him home.
New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
All this week is Herb Lechner of SRI. Herb, we think of chess as the ultimate game of skill, a game that requires mental agility, intelligence, if you will. Yet here I am playing a game of chess with a computer, which is analyzing board positions and applying a certain kind of intelligence to figure out what its next move should be. That's the subject of our program today, artificial intelligence. And in some people's minds, AI suggests attempting to duplicate the way a human brain...
going to need a way to reach the general public.
Yeah, but he didn't leave himself a ton of options.
And it should make our job easier, right? So when's this being deployed?
Right now, the only way someone can broadcast a message to the general public is through an emergency messaging service.
Well, FEMA has a wireless emergency alert solution at the staff.
Okay, so we're going to trigger one of these alerts.
The National Weather Service's dispatch control centers in Brooklyn, their satellites can transmit a priority message over the
Anyway, you're worried about that too. I'll give you all the other information. I'm dying to know. Just desperate. That's just about it. So, yeah, man, post-Christmas, I hope Santa was good to you. And, yeah.
brain works. Is that what AI is, in fact?
Not in most modern AI research, Stuart. Early research in AI looked at duplicating human thought processes, but current AI research is more concerned with duplicating the end result of intelligence. And
You're restoring trust in these agencies that so many of us have lost trust in. So thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know we appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. California for the American people. You're restoring trust in these agencies
coming here today, and actually thank you for your
Thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know we appreciate it. Thank you.
14.
Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress. Negative flight in progress.
East of, or just west of the police department.
Negative flight in progress.
And computers that act as experts in expert systems, and computers that can communicate with us in our language, understanding some of the context of that language, are two areas that are receiving a lot of attention in
Make sure that your internet access provider cannot really see what you're doing. How do you feel protected when
artificial intelligence research today?
Okay, we're going to meet two of the world's foremost experts on artificial intelligence, and we'll take a look at two fascinating examples of expert systems. One of the leading experts on expert systems is Dr. Edward Feigenbaum of Stanford University. We asked Professor Feigenbaum about the evolution of artificial intelligence.
The computers, as you know, are general symbol processing devices capable of manipulating any kinds of symbols, of which numbers constitute one important class, but computers are much more general than that. We've known about the generality of computation since at least the time of Turing in the 1930s, and actually I've tracked it back to intuitions that Babbage had that were reported by Ada Lovelace, after whom the Ada programming language is named. In 1842, Ada Lovelace wrote that
there are some serious problems with opening and closing apps, not short
Forbes magazine released its 22nd annual list of the world's 100 most powerful women. 13 billionaires appear on the list, including Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian, and Lauren Powell Jobs, the widow of Apple founder Steve Jobs. All politicians, government officials, including
the postal inspectors love getting thrown onto the 3 a.m. shift, nor can I imagine it's much fun to turn up at the club and end up getting arrested by the Mail. And this mass reallocation of resources means other crimes are going less policed. At the FBI, for instance, agents have been told to scale up immigration enforcement and deprioritize white-collar cases. And even within ICE, their Homeland Security investigation unit, which usually focuses on major offenses like cybercrime and drug trafficking, has been redeployed.
No, you put me and those hostages at risk. That's what you did. And that's not how I work. First we talk.
It was my call. We don't feel dismayed.
the analytical engine of Babbage's constituted the link between the mechanical world and the world of the most abstract concepts.
Linux voice control.
That currently, in the modern terminology, is called the physical symbol system hypothesis and is the basis for artificial intelligence work. In artificial intelligence as a science, we talk about the use of computers to process symbolic knowledge using logical inference methods, symbolic inference methods. In other words, we're talking about inference and not calculation in the traditional sense. We're talking about knowledge and not numbers in the traditional sense.
A current application of inferential knowledge engineering is in the field of expert systems. Programs like this Oil Exploration Advisor. Developed to assist drilling rigs in remote areas, the program behaves much like a qualified specialist. It asks questions of its user and then gives advice on how to avoid or correct accidents so common in drilling operations. If at some point in the line of questioning the user becomes confused by the query, he can ask the program to explain itself, simply by entering why. The advisor responds with a specific source behind the question and explains its reasoning up to that point. The symbolic processing behind the human-like talents of this program found applications in a broad range of fields, from medicine to robotics. Perhaps the most difficult area for AI to master has been natural language, a talent that results in very friendly computers, but that requires enormous processing capacity. The ambiguities of syntax and context have restricted present systems to very limited applications. A simple geographic question, depending on the phrasing, can lead to multiple interpretations. The program will determine the question's most likely meaning only after an exhaustive deconstruction of the sentence, and might even reject an unusual phrasing of the same query.
Quarantine 0 empty.
In a parallel development, investing AI programs with linguistic ability has led to an interactive study of graphic communication. In this experiment, the visual dynamics of communication form the foundation for a linguistic expert advisor capable not only of discerning visual patterns, but also acting as a kind of tutor. One interactive application has given persons without normal speech the ability to adapt or construct alternative symbolic languages, a remarkable instance of using a computer program's intelligence to help interpret human intelligence.
Intelligence Center at SRI International. Herb. Nils, could you kind of help us scope the field of artificial intelligence as it exists today?
Well, I'll try, Herb. It's a broad field. If you ask many of different people what constitutes artificial intelligence, I think you get a lot of different answers. For me, I think it concerns mainly the putting of knowledge into computer programs so that the programs then can solve certain problems which humans find somewhat easy or perhaps intellectual challenges sometimes. And the knowledge that one puts in is knowledge that's represented in a particular sort of way.
So the idea is that it's just not smarter programs that do artificial intelligence programming. It is some difference in techniques that they use relative to what ordinary programmers do.
Well, there's a part of computer science that artificial intelligence is concerned with that does in fact involve a certain body of techniques that are a little different perhaps than what goes on in the rest of computer science.
Jeffrey, Niels is involved in the research end of AI, and you're involved in some of the applications. Are we at the point today where we can apply AI?
Absolutely, Stuart.
In what ways?
Well, I feel that artificial intelligence, and specifically expert systems or knowledge-based systems, now are applicable any place that specialized knowledge is used routinely to reach decisions, troubleshooting strategies, diagnoses, those areas. So I kind of think of it as something where we've reached a watershed where it's no longer very expensive or very difficult for individuals with no technical background to build systems and apply them usefully.
And you distribute a system which is an expert system and also helps one build expert systems, is that correct?
Right. Well, actually it's a tool for generating particular expert systems applications in virtually any area where there is that routine use of special knowledge.
And it runs on microcomputers?
Right, it runs on the IBM personal computer and a number of other compatible microcomputers.
Do you use the same techniques in this system that Nils was referring to are used in systems that might run on larger equipment?
It uses some of the same ideas, and it has its own unique approach as well. One of the specific areas where this is a different sort of program is that instead of requiring explicit statement of rules to build a system, it only requires examples of previous decisions, previous tasks, previous diagnoses to build the systems. And that's going to break through, I believe, the knowledge engineering bottleneck mentioned by people like Edward Feigenbaum in building these systems.
Jeffrey, you have Expert Ease, your system up here, and show us the demonstration.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is a particular application generated with this system, and it was generated by an anesthesiologist, Hilary Don, and myself. And what it does is it makes diagnoses for breathing or airway problems. The first question here that it asks the naive user is, when was the onset of the problem? And I'll answer days.
It has been eligible. It has been for the 20 years. An eligible experience. Normal
normally it's partnered with a reconstruction.
More reason not to, because
So the
we're going to
action
do it
today
anyway. So
allows
it's not like
just for demolition because the county doesn't have a redevelopment plan right now. So it's consistent with what the TERS has been used for in the past.
Was a trim off line?
And you can do it can be a government building.
economic
with
Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that. You brought your cake today? Negative. It's in the water.
I'm so sorry, I don't think I called out that I was not 5201 Crystores, but I have arrived.
Do some incredible things for sound waves. Look at your configuration. It is an ultrasonic levitation. It does the same thing as an acoustic engine where it produces standing waves. And these standing waves have nodes and nodes with different pressures.
You probably know this
Niliwaambia wajaweza kucheza board. Niliwaambia wajaweza kucheza board. Ufunika kupanish, pisi nimefanya ufunika kupanish hadi kuchagua.
Then we'll ask, what's the quality of the stridor, which is a rasping sound made when one's breathing kind of sort of sound. And
Bring her back home. Yeah, she's got a brown purse. It came right. Brown purse. Yeah. Pretty big? No, it's small. It's probably about 12 by 12 inches. It's just my supporting finger. Okay, and blue jeans? Yeah. Red hair.
When we do transition the Garcia library, it will be to a brand new library. Okay, so it's going to, once we design and build the brand new library, we'll move the library to the new location. The Hart Library is not closing. It's been a partnership since it's been built. And so space today, as it has been for decades, is used by the school, and then space is used by the city. And it's partition without a partition.
But in P25, they're often really because what actually makes these trackable?
Okay, it is not find clone git, so we need to install git first. So here, let's install git Okay, that's perfect. Now let's read other people's application.
So we could, for example, here put in CP for copy and *docs, and then we'll just type it in and explain it.
Here we're going to do a search for fonts Ubuntu, click that, and I'm now going to click on fonts Ubuntu Classic and go to package and lock version. And oh look, it turns red,
click the link in the description
just to be safe, I'm also going to do the same thing to fonts Ubuntu.
To save up to 20% off during this holiday season.
And there we are. We should now have permanently installed the thicker Ubuntu fonts.
Closer towards the post office, but it's around that vicinity.
On to section E, that is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes, Mayor, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have one item on the city manager's report. It's an update on our water supply, but we're going to focus mostly on the Evangeline groundwater project. We know that some aren't 100% supportive of this project, but we being the staff, and we're advancing the project. I wanted Nick to speak to the council about it today because a lot is being done.
CCTV vacuum cleaning. 107. Noise complaint across from 626 Reynolds. 626 Reynolds could be possibly 620. Barking dog.
We don't have a team of 100 people that are dedicated to running a shelter or emergency refuge center. We're pulling people from their jobs, and those things are stopped. And so we try to have something, and we're using the National Weather Service as our base, and we put those recommendations, or we put when we're going to open up, like when we hit the cold extremes, and we're opening it up. That is going to be a challenge we face every time. Is what is what.
001.
Okay, and we're running.
Trevor, do you know somebody just left his vehicle on North Charleston?
And that is certainly peaking the utilization at 100% and holding it there. Okay, so it is 3 hours later, but we do have the finished riggering here. I can only say I hope it's not something weird. It's a very slow motion pan of a cat. Okay. Now I can't
Here's my photo. Charles.
Charles, and right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it.
Shield suspended.
Dipoles at 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequency. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, so that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wooden posts. They're dual polarization, and this is all steered by electronic phasing.
Launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Times 2.
Seahawkers.
Alright.
69676 1476 9676.
And let's say that the quality is moderate.
Who would use this system, a doctor or?
This might be used by a physician's assistant to screen patients for perhaps further fine-tuning by someone with more expertise. Is the patient drowsy? Let's say no. Are there any predisposing factors to developing stridor? Prior events that might lead to this condition? Let's say yes. And it comes up with, consider the diagnosis of intrathoracic tracheal stenosis. Now, I'm not a physician, so I don't know exactly what that means, but that gives you an idea of how it might lead to a particular diagnosis. Now, what I'd like to do is
Ms. Paxson,
$132. 27, clear, catch.
$3 billion on 2 new sites, one of which is now in production. As for international sales, about 60% of revenue actually comes from customers based outside the U.S. China alone accounts for 20%, which exposes TI to geopolitical tensions and tariffs China is imposing on U.S. goods.
We have some wafer fab capacity actually in China, so they can offset some of that.
Tariffs is a dynamic situation right now. Our global footprint and our manufacturing.
37.
Be less than or equal to at least 15 degrees for at least 2 hours, again, across the area. The watch is usually issued within 24 to 48 hours, and remember, a watch is not the warning. The watch is less. They believe it's going to happen. The warning is they're pretty sure it's going to kick in. So when that hits, that is when we recommend opening up the emergency refuge center. Based on what we've seen in the past, that's when people in shelters are usually full at that point. So we can usually anticipate we're going to
service. Most people know of that as PBS, and the National Public Radio, which most people know is NPR. And I'm not going to repeat everything I said last week, but I do want to revise and extend my remarks. The United States Congress created the Corporation for Public.
That warm up back to the campus is
We're going to go ahead and send out those applications for applying for boring. And then they will choose the 2 bidders that are coming in.
26 Julie West Charles.
Have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll...
10-4. We attempted to make contact with the mail
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that one there. And I want to install Windows 11 on the phone, and I also want to install the offline and do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, I'm going to disconnect.
Children, aging parents, and a demanding career. We watch Julia try to hold everyone and everything together. Let's take a look.
So many responsibilities. Have to pay for our life. Mum and Dad's mortgage, and then your mortgage when you can't, which I know we're not supposed to talk about. Helen's therapy. Connor's next.
We will certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where we might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. There's our video. Hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Analytics Flashback series. I know I don't have the fun producing it for you guys. If you like this video, then hit the like button or
but everything else is not going to grab your followers, it's not going to theme things, it's not going to change your icons either. So this is not really working in terms of integration with the system, but it's not disastrous. Like it doesn't look at home, but it doesn't look
I'd like to show you a trivial example called Sunday, which actually comes with the manual for the program as a tutorial, essentially. Now, Sunday is a model of deciding what to do on a Sunday afternoon. How are you going to spend your time?
Hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs, and every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it, and that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as, as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the atomic energy.
Hold on a second.
I'm in contact with the residents. They're going to bring the dogs outside. I'll be turning.
It consists of a couple of questions, multiple choice questions like you've just seen, and those would be answered. So now what I'm going to do is run the query system. And it asks, do you have your family with you? Is the weather like? Is it raining or sunny? Let's say sunny. So it says, why don't you take the family to the beach? Now, the way that you would build one of these models...
Having done this in some other places, I think individuals want to pick up and move to cold weather emergency refuge center. They want to rest. There's stuff going on.
There are some performance problems with recruiting and closing apps. There are shortages.
A lot of factors that go into place. But as someone, you just said that we have...
Expenditure systems online.
is by starting on something called the attribute screen. The attribute screen is where you sketch out the dimensions of the particular problem or situation. Now here the attributes are weather and family, and there's the advice column.
You change your entire life in 1 hour because you have no one to consult. You don't need a board of directors. You need a mirror. Stop viewing your isolation as a punishment. It is a filter. It is filtering out the weak people who would have slowed you down. It is filtering out the fake allies who would have stabbed you in the back the moment you got a taste of gold. You are alone because you are being protected from the weight of other people's mediocrity. So, how...
324 Saki. We have image 1 safe. This 27.
Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas, because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com/.
I'm moving
which would be the result of a particular decision.
What size matrix can you do on that?
Okay, you can actually do, in any particular problem, 31 attributes and up to 255 values per attribute. And those can then be chained together, so you can do very large models, just limited by the size of your disk storage, essentially. The values, such as raining and sunny, could be thought of as answers to the question represented by the attribute. Once you've done a preliminary sketch of this sort, you then go to something called the example screen. And on the example screen, you enter in examples of previous decisions.
28,600 arrests of violent criminals in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the
I know that they were also going through a drought, but I don't know what they're looking at now, but it's like Councilman Evans said, y'all have been forward thinkers, and I just wanted to make assure the people that we are looking out for the whole region, and I'm glad that y'all are doing your part, so appreciate that.
Taking a very complex problem, dividing it into pieces.
Thank you, Mr. Sparson. Gentlemen, would you like to...
Placement scan complete.
This was developed by Dr. Donald Mickey in Edinburgh based on the idea that information is communicated by experts or masters to their apprentices in the form of examples or cases. So here you see horizontally running across the screen answers to those questions. Raining, yes, we're with the family. The advice would be go to the museum. And the next case would be if it's sunny and I was with the family, then I would go to the beach. And the third case there consists of an I don't care what the weather is like. If there's no family with me, then I'm going to go fishing. Jeffrey.
Cards been on that workspace frozen in time for quite a while. By default, Emily Martinez, who is since then, she's been occupied and over the grades. And I started carefully appreciate how much she's the last times I know.
Tasks. In addition to that, you can also set up Kanban boards, which is actually how I keep track of the videos that I'm working on for this channel. Another great thing about this app is that it's cross-platform, so you could use it on just about everything. Windows, Mac OS, smartphones, and of course Linux. And since your account syncs between devices, you can use Todoist as your central place for keeping track of what you need to do. The downside of Todoist, though, is that it's not free. Well, there is a free account, but it's
never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartel? Are you considering
Starting JSON security scan.
You described this obviously as a trivial example, the Sunday one, but in general, do you have the capacity within a PC to seriously approach this kind of problem solving?
Yes, you can do quite significant things. As a matter of fact, I've recently been speaking with the Whole Earth software review people about doing some systems to recommend software such as word processing programs or communications hardware modems, that sort of thing.
Niels, I want to ask you what I hope doesn't...
Are you making a commitment right now to follow where the evidence goes in investigating whether it's violence on the left or the right? Because over the last 10 years, when you look at the ideology, I want to follow up on what my colleague from California said. When you look at the data, you look at the Anti-Defamation League data, 96% of ideological motivated killings were committed by the right wing. When you look at the Institute of Justice report,
so on one hand, you got a witness who was there who said he refused to remove it even though he knew it was garbage. And then he's on the other hand telling me, no, we didn't want anything to do with
it. We've never done anything so effectively. We've had a lot of victims.
Doesn't sound like a dumb question, but kind of what's the point? Why do we develop something like this kind of system? Is it to replace the doctor, say in the diagnosis situation? What is the end result of this?
Well, I think that
be a lot of uses of systems like this. I think the present ones actually do have a lot of brittle features that perhaps might limit their utility at the present time. But in the long run, that is 10 years, 20
You can
years.
also set up Kanban boards, which is actually how I keep track of the videos that I'm working on for this channel. Another great thing about this app is that it's cross-platform, so you could use it on just about everything. Windows, Mac OS, smartphones, and of course Linux. And since your account syncs between devices, you could use Todoist as your central place for keeping track of what you need to do. The downside of Todoist, though, is that it's not free. Well, there is a free account, but it's a bit...
We have a motion in a second.
We need to launch the
The top of my memory, sir, I believe the FBI was in possession of verified copies of that laptop, and it was improperly publicized that they did not
An organization. It was food. But I mean, I think all those things need to be known right now. We know the organizations and we assume, but in the moment, how many people are there? And I know y'all coordinate with them to see, okay, well, how many people do you have? But in the case of an emergency, right? Just like at home, you're going to take someone in. It doesn't matter if there's a bed. You're going to figure it out. And so.
Or something like that. These kinds of systems, I think, will be quite generally useful in a wide range of settings. First of all, the knowledge that these systems contain, at least we hope to put in the knowledge of world-class experts, people who know so much about the field that there might only be 5 or 6 of them in the whole world who know that. That much. Now, there can be some pretty good practicing people who nevertheless aren't quite as good as the world.
Defense protocols synchronized. Monitoring for password attack.
This was actually a field site for MIT Lincoln Laboratory, which, if you don't know, was created in 1950 as the place where classified or DoD research would happen in the MIT system. This was actually a field site which looks like this.
Be completely
On a
hot
nice fall day,
442 Waverly
you'll
Drive.
notice that the
One patrol, 3 located. Contact RP 100K.
So.
Sorry, I just cut the 932 is the, I just cut the 932 is the one that $1.
Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows Lite. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows on this 64-bit CPU.
The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should.
Well. Yes, up there you are. Yes, you said I. Up there you are. Okay, you said I, right? Okay. Thank you. And the motion carries. And the motion.
Updates while installing Zorin OS and install third-party software for graphics, Wi-Fi hardware, etc. Always a good idea to do that. And again, I'll click on Continue, and we now get to a screen headed Installation Type, as you can see, and on this computer Zorin OS 16 is already pre-installed. And there will be a method available to upgrade from Zorin OS 16 to 17 made available, but here I'm going to select Erase This and install Zorin OS 17.
361-232-1579, repeating 361-232-1579. He was like his roommate moved out 4 months ago, left an aggressive dog. 2 feet 6 inches tall, 3 feet long, 90 pounds, Great Dane, Black German Shepherd mix. Wants it picked up.
Right across the street from the Star Financial Bank on Highway.
Experts in a particular subject. So it helps us spread the knowledge of an expert around a good deal in a way which can be copied quite easily.
Okay, in just a moment we're going to meet the man who invented the term artificial intelligence, and we'll see a demonstration of knowledge engineering. That's coming up next.
Buddy, get back to work.
This is ready, 1022. 1022.
Hello.
Sign in. Now it's a subscription service. Yeah,
Microsoft is basically
milking you for every single dollar.
But I don't have any choice.
Continue to ensure that we do what we need to do to bring the social justice. And I think the mayor for this will.
You copy the traffic. We're having EMS 10.8F, unknown reason at this time.
Okay, yeah, I'll start heading up there.
Parking location?
4400 Old Brownsville.
28CV7, David Victor. 8888.
It's difficult place let alone a railway. Which is why 92% of all freight movement between Italy and France is done by truck. Now, I probably don't need to tell you that road transportation is both worse for the environment and slower than going by train. So something is finally being done about it.
And once again, we're arriving in the next minute.
Now, as I said earlier, there already is a way to get from Lyon to Turin by
And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard.
At IntelliGenetics. Tom, you've got a complex system here. First of all, tell me how this would be different from the system we saw in the first part of the program.
Well, one way is that it's different is that we can develop a graphics environment which connects to the underlying knowledge bases so that the user really is just fooling around with meters and valves and objects that they're used to. Here, for example, if we look at this levelometer, we can just point to it.
Before you get to that, what's the environment we're looking at here?
Oh, this is the key system, the knowledge engineering environment, and we have knowledge bases hooked up to a control panel right here at the moment, and it's just a little example to show you how we can hear...
A control panel of what?
This could be a control panel, say, to a nuclear reactor, or to an instrument, or any other kind of operational device that you would want to work with. And here, for example, we're just changing the value of a meter, and notice that it's generating a strip chart showing the time course behavior. Another thing we can do with these kinds of panels is we can go in and look at valves, and we can affect the valve whether it's open or shut. Now, what's important about this is affecting an underlying knowledge base which will then apply heuristics and decision-making procedures to the system.
Can you show us that, how you can go to the part? There you go. We solve a problem.
Well, what we see underneath here now is a knowledge base for a nuclear reactor. And we can have a representation of the components of the nuclear reactor, as well as a representation of the decision-making behavior that would be carried out by the expert. And what you will see here is that it's both possible to use rule-based reasoning as well as representation of the underlying knowledge. One of the first things we'll do here is just take a look at how we could test the hypotheses of a particular accident situation. And we just point to test hypotheses and activate it here. And what we see the system doing is going through a decision-making process where it's accessing the underlying knowledge base, looking at the various states of the components. And by the way, the states of these particular components can be accessed directly into the instrument or into the nuclear reactor.
Now, you can actually interrogate the system and ask it what course of logic is it following. Is that correct?
That's right. Right now, it's come up and asked the operator a question. Is it true that the steam generator level is decreasing? So we can say, why is this being asked? And it will explain to us that it's doing it in order to prove that the steam generator inventory is inadequate. We will then give it an answer, and it goes on to reach a conclusion.
Okay, Tom, this system runs in Lisp. Why is Lisp the right language for an AI application?
Well, one of the reasons that Lisp is so important is that you need to have very powerful symbol manipulating capabilities. Decision-making is primarily a symbolic activity. Knowledge representation is primarily symbolic, and you need that kind of capability.
Okay, thank you. Herb.
John McCarthy has joined us. John is a professor of computer science at Stanford University and one of the pioneers in the field of artificial intelligence. Among his other accomplishments, he invented Lisp, the language that Stuart just referred to. John, why did you invent Lisp?
Well, for artificial intelligence work, the kind of thing that they are doing here.
What are its characteristics that make it different than some other language as applied to artificial intelligence?
Complete.
Besides the ones that Tom mentioned, one of its important characteristics is that its programs and data are in the same format as its data, so that it is easy to make programs that produce programs and look at programs.
So it allows us to deal with facts and logic more than numbers.
That's correct.
I I guess it's on everyone's mind when we talk about smart machines. How smart can machines become? What are the limits of artificial intelligence?
Well, I see no limit short of human intelligence, and then with faster machines one could do the equivalent that a human could do in a short time in a very long time.
Niels, what's your thought on that? How far can we go with this?
Well, I'd separate some of the problems that we're facing in order to make machines more intelligent into about three different varieties. We've heard a lot about how important knowledge is. And one of the important things about knowledge is what knowledge should be represented in a program. And some of the difficulties that we're having in making programs smarter is that we're not sure exactly what it is we want to tell those programs about certain subjects. Another category is once we figure that out, how do we represent the knowledge in the computer itself? And certain kinds of knowledge is proving a little difficult for us to represent it. The third category has to do with how that knowledge is used. And certainly there's various activities there that have been rather successful, but other things that really have to be done yet.
Is there a frustration level in this field in that there's a lot of hope of what you can do with something like AI, but yet, as you've pointed out, Niels, it seems harder perhaps than one thought to really put this into a practical application? John?
Well, there is a certain level of technology in artificial intelligence today, and many people are making applications based on this technology. On the other hand, something that Niels said earlier rouses a thought in me. He said that we can put in the knowledge of a world-class expert. And that's indeed true. We can put in the knowledge of a world-class expert, provided it fits into the format that the present programs allow, namely of the kind, if this is true, then do that. But more general kinds of knowledge that are used in a sort of vaguer way are sometimes harder to put in.
Say, in the medical diagnosis area, at the beginning of the program, we had a simple example of medical diagnosis.
This year, we don't have that capability in-house. For this program, what they're doing is preventive maintenance on specifics of the 500 kilowatt generator. In addition to that, there's an additional number of generators. This contract is for a total of 25. In addition to that, we're on call repairs in case we have an emergency.
Response. Again, inside, I walked by the front door of that building, FBI agents inside. Now, I just actually spoke again with a...
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say there. I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, we have...
Score 2025121 10238.
Bluetooth audio on? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Bluetooth on?
I got access on it. I had it every line.
Wild.
And what that's going to do program is to install a virtual machine. And here I am virtual box, which is running down here. And this allows us to create an operating system inside the host, the main operating system.
I'm going to leave the call working.
Once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine.
Hello?
Transmission retrograded. Headed to GPS division. Cloud and hotspot.
Control 1 to 11, Sherif.
Go for it. $10.99. $10.56. Shield suspended.
Just take a look at who today's qualified in our 38.
That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay? You'll go to the tariff case? Did you have one? Yes, please.
I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several
There were several systems developed, and yet there were problems, in fact, in using that. What were those problems?
Well, I'm not sure what were the problems of those specific systems. However, to take a medical example, one can make a definition that a container is sterile if all the bacteria in it are dead. However, this piece of knowledge is not used in a special way to determine whether a container is sterile by examining each of the bacteria. It's used as part of more general facts, like if you heat the container enough, then the bacteria will be all killed.
For multi-turn conversations, to better understand and distillate users' intent and goal, it engaged in iterative planning and self-reflection to plan, reason, and self-reflect on outcomes. And finally, it offers customization and scalability to meet diverse business needs of all kinds. If you are interested in learning more about Macaw, please watch our next video, where we talk about how we are continuously optimizing
You'll have a newer base. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to upgrade in place from 24.04. So this will no longer be a problem, and I don't think it really...
1,432 phase dipoles at 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequency. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, so that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wooden posts. They're dual polarization, and this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one knew that you could do this.
I was gaining 70 pounds of weight.
In Europe, you have another...
Beware of aspartame, beware of sucralose. Green tea. So green tea has a little bit of caffeine. Caffeine is actually a metabolism booster. That also helps burn calories. That's just pure sugar. That's orange juice. It's the same amount of sugar as a regular soda. Before the 1920s, nobody drank orange.
For the FBI to combat violent criminal gangs, foreign intelligence services, and drug traffickers in
Negative 5 in progress.
To do two things at one time. How would we be seizing record amounts of fentanyl?
23,000
violent felons have been arrested.
belongs to the
More than twice as many as last.
belongs
to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you very much. And this request basically is, it is an article from Reuters which quotes law enforcement officers.
On this computer there is the NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Hello? At the time I didn't know how to suck. I do now.
They suck eggs. Things that work.
And I said to them,
one of them is moving. Why is it moving? Wow! A baby bird is coming out of the egg. Oh, the other egg is moving too. Here comes the other baby bird. Hi, baby birds.
To get a free gold IRAs from Birch Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text PROTECT to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Where you go? 76.
quick up we want to put on this committee and what we request from City Council.
Sure, so it's another advisory committee we're putting together to update the water conservation plan. We've requested in a memo 3 nominations from each of you and the city manager that are due by the end of this week, by the end of business day, December 19th. The plan is for meetings to take place over a 3-month period starting
If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being nothing. We would have no guts. You know, they've used tariffs.
She's helping me. She has no idea who you are. Me? My mother. I never know.
And the fact that if the container is not sterile and you empty it out onto a culture medium, then you'll get colonies of bacteria. And the still further fact is important that if you leave the bacteria in food, then they will spoil it.
Niels, where do you see the future practically going in AI? What's the biggest potential market, if you will, for these kinds of applications?
Well, it seems to me that expert systems, as they have been going along, probably represents a rather large market, and we'll continue to develop systems that are less brittle over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Another very important application is...
Message to the prisoner in custody.
programs that are able to converse with humans in English, everyday ordinary language, and that's going to make computers accessible to a much wider variety of people.
We have just about a minute. I like your phrase brittle. Explain more what you mean by a brittle system.
Well, it has to do with being able to reason about the context, I think, in which...
I found her testimony to be sincere, painful, and compelling. I believe that she is a survivor of a sexual assault and that this trauma has upended her life. Nevertheless, the 4 witnesses she named could not corroborate
One 845 3 John Victor 0185.
They know what it costs to pay for it. My understanding is that the White House wants to see it.
To require general public comment to begin at 12 noon.
Number 1.
Frank. 2081, 1044.
Yo 1.
Usually arriving working at the 63 River Roll Call.
Oh boy.
Contact GTO.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro.
What would that sound like?
I mean, it would admit that the NSA somehow lost control of their secret hacking tools, and that might make the U.S. look bad. So, it's a complicated issue. Oh, and I should also mention Harold Martin III somewhere in here too. There's this theory that Harold is somehow behind this. Harold was a government contractor working for Booz Allen Hamilton, and while he was there, he was doing some work for the NSA, and got
having one bill.
District manager Andy Jocelyn. The last time I saw him, he was wearing his burnt orange tie as well. So I think that, of course, I think that makes sense for the trophy.
Location for searching cache 2. Oil brushes. And yes, that is this spot.
That is amazing!
File 42 with the upside down pigeon. Looks like a sandwich with something spilling out.
A particular discussion or conversation with the expert system is taking place.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live.
Prioritize individuals that have nothing on the agenda and they can speak during that lunch hour, whereas the other individual will still have the availability to speak during
Undoubtedly, you win in all kinds of ways. You get a operating system I personally find nicer to use, and you're not
Maybe more possible, depending on how this first round of sales goes. It could be looking at yet another black Monday next week. I'll let you know.
We haven't had a Secretary of State money. We haven't had a Secretary
Yeah, you know, I mean, they really just keep going. They really just keep going. It could be Miami. Who knows at this point? Who knows at this point?
Check his bill validator, please. 932, 10-4.
18 for dispatch. No, for go ahead.
abiertamente
You can show me right control of the
There's a question that you might have as well. When it comes to what's happening in the single most serious threat to the United States and the Western Hemisphere is from transnational terrorist criminal groups, primarily focused on narco trafficking, but there are outside businesses as well. So the good news is we have a lot of countries in the region that openly cooperate and work.
Information that's needed to reach a certain conclusion is there and is there explicitly, then the system is usually able to come up with some reasonable answer. If it has to have what you might call common sense knowledge that all of us learn by the time we're 10 or 15, then it has a good deal more difficulty and, as a matter of fact, fails in many of those cases.
So I run Ironically, common sense is the most difficult thing.
There's very few people who are willing to pay for putting common sense knowledge into a computer, whereas it is interesting and commercially important to put knowledge.
'Didn't know he was going to be able to do it. And he wrote the script. And immediately, God possibly knew that it was going to be the film, but he did.
About a nuclear reactor into a computer.
Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thanks very much for being here. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
American people taken for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street,
Elon always said it was 50 years. It's like a contagion. No, I got it. Anything, you're good.
What's today?
It's all Stardust.
Back here. Stand for.
Charles,
in light of China's research on rare earths, do you view India as a...
Yeah, with two suspicious vehicles, having a 11044.
It's going to be this computer, an Odyssey x86, J4105, so insert the flash drive, and the panel 3 end of support, and the
back at Park House.
It is indeed a little oil container. Oh, and this is set up so you can set it like on the edge. Click on the edge of the gas. All this is amazing.
Their satellite can transmit a prior to
Well, thank you, Uri. This is amazing. Definitely go check out his videos. This is just a small taste of the kind of stuff he does.
Yeah, man, post-Christmas, I hope Santa was good to you, and, yeah.
I just think that they should come forward and they should explain to us. It was not economic development. I think they should have waited till the lawsuit was over because you're assuming someone's guilty pursuant to come forward and they should explain to the Senate. But I think they should have waited until the lawsuit was over because you're assuming someone's guilty pursuant to before they even had a chance to present it. So I think that was bad judgment. And that's the thing I do want to ask you that we said we wait until we get the final outcome. Nothing. The thing I do want to ask.
Work on, sorry to switch over. Back at Park House.
Resembling a good quality print or a scan.
I guess
Here we're going to do a search for fonts Ubuntu, that, all of which have been on fonts include Classic, Popular, Happy, the Cinnamon Edition, and the version. And all of it turns red, and just to be safe, I'm also going to
Nation of economic development is the bar is not
Negative light in progress. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress.
Okay, the motion carries. What was the language? Do you know what that was? What was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
We're going to pick back up where we left off, which is section L, individual consideration items, numbers 19 through 26. We took care of item 19, so now we're going to go to item 20.
NATO, as you know, they distribute those weapons probably to Ukraine for the most part.
Linux voice control stopped.
Involved in the war, other than the fact that we are involved in a negotiation because people want us there. Ukraine wants us involved very much. Europe wants us involved. Great relationship with the countries of Europe. As you know, I took p25, I took what they're spending as a percent.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 89. Quarantined 1. Moved 95 files to processing zone. Renaming complete. 95 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 95 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Here's a question. How many emails did you deal with today? 10, 20, maybe more? Now multiply your answer times every American who's online. It's estimated that people in this country send billions of emails each day. True, a lot of emails are junk, but others hold our innermost thoughts. They share intimacies, our complaints, or maybe our political opinions. And if you think your emails are private, prepare to watch and learn about a number of cases that each raise questions about how the government may be going through electronic mail. There is evidence the government has been intercepting most emails as part of its terrorist surveillance program. That program has been criticized as illegal because it's missing an important ingredient: search warrants.
Your emails and my emails and everybody else's emails were evidently going to a government room. The issue...
James Brosnahan is an attorney. He represents this man, Mark Klein. For 22 years, Klein worked as a technician for the largest telecommunications company in America, AT&T. Several years ago, Klein says he came to suspect that AT&T had installed secret computer gear designed to spy on internet traffic at the request of the National Security Agency, or NSA. AT&T handles tens of millions of emails a day, not just for its own subscribers, but for other internet companies too. Upset by what he saw, Klein decided to blow the whistle.
I've been struggling for some months now to bring it out into the light of day, and that's all really that I want to do, is bring it out there so that people can examine it and decide for themselves.
This press conference took place last spring. Afterwards, Klein dropped out of sight, but not before he had taken an extraordinary step. A few months earlier, he showed up unannounced at the offices of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, located in San Francisco. The foundation fights to protect people's privacy. Kevin Bankston is one of their lawyers.
Based on Mr. Klein's statements, we have reason to believe that AT&T is assisting the NSA in collecting the communications and communications records of all or practically all of its customers.
Klein gave Bankston a treasure trove of documents to support that allegation. Bankston isn't allowed to talk about the documents in detail. The government has since had them sealed, but he says what is in there boggles the mind.
Would you describe what's going on at the AT&T facility as limited and focused or vast and broad?
We are talking about a substantial portion of all the communications traffic in the United States.
As a result, Bankston and his group are suing AT&T for violating the privacy laws which govern the big telecommunications companies. Now has obtained copies of what are believed to be Klein's documents. In them, Klein describes the construction of a room in the AT&T building in which he worked, located in downtown San Francisco. He even took a picture. According to Klein, only employees cleared by the National Security Agency were allowed to enter. Several work orders instruct employees to split AT&T's transmission lines and feed them into the secret room. One of them shows they were interested in a facility called May West. May West handles internet traffic for most of the west coast of the United States.
What we're talking about is the wholesale diversion of millions upon millions of communications from AT&T's backbone network.
Now, just so I'm clear, are we talking about eavesdropping on only electronic communication, email and so forth, that's from the United States to a foreign country?
No, that infrastructure actually sweeps in an enormous amount of domestic communications as well. The same switches that carry our international traffic carry our domestic traffic. At first blush, that might seem a bit crazy. Who could ever manage to collect and perhaps even analyze that amount of data? But the fact is, that's exactly what the NSA has been doing for decades outside of the United States.
And now Bankston says inside the United States as well. According to Mark Klein, the secret room at AT&T contains gear which enables the government to look at every individual message on the internet and analyze exactly what people are doing. Here's another document. It mentions a company called Narus. Narus makes computer software that can swallow and analyze 10 gigabytes of information every second. That means it could go through all the information in all the books in the Library of Congress in a little over 15 minutes. The government has repeatedly denied that it's intercepting communications that are purely domestic. General Michael Hayden, the Director of Central Intelligence, has said, "This program isn't a drift net. This is focused." Kevin Bankston isn't buying it. But what exactly would the government be looking for? Bankston has a theory.
The NSA has developed automated computer systems that will scan those communications, whether voice or text, for key bits of intelligence, key names or words or phrases that are of interest to their analysts.
The government does not publicly discuss details of its terrorist surveillance program or what's going on at AT&T. So we contacted the company. They declined to be interviewed, saying only AT&T is fully committed to protecting our customers' privacy. We did not comment on matters of national security.
Files renamed.
Following 9/11, the government was criticized for failing to do enough to keep tabs on the terrorists. And after all, that is what we pay our spies to do. But what if that spying violates our constitutional protections? That's what Nancy Hollander fears.
I've personally never been afraid of my government until now. And now I feel personally afraid that I could be locked up tomorrow.
New files sorted.
Hollander is a criminal defense attorney from Albuquerque, New Mexico. She represents several Muslim Americans, including a group called the Holy Land Foundation. You may remember that in 2004, the foundation made headlines when the government accused it of aiding the Palestinian group Hamas. To prepare her defense, Hollander spends a lot of time researching Hamas and in turn sharing that information with colleagues via email. In other words, Hollander is engaged in exactly the kind of activity that might draw the attention of government spies. In fact, her office sends hundreds of emails a day. Odds are, some of them travel over the AT&T network.
I have every reason to believe the government has listened to my conversations. And I don't think it's just paranoia. I have every reason to believe that it's happening to me because of the clients I'm representing at this time.
Government lawyers had already told Hollander that her clients had been spied on, and she believes that even her confidential attorney-client communications were intercepted.
What did they say? I don't believe they're trailing me all the time. I don't believe that anyone is listening to all my phone calls or all my emails, but I don't know which ones. And because we have these secret programs in this country now, we can't protect what we do as lawyers. And we can't guarantee our clients, our experts, our consultants that our conversations are privileged.
The Bush administration isn't especially concerned about this. In this letter to Congress, dated March 2006, it told members, although the terrorist surveillance program, quote, does not specifically target the communications of attorneys, calls involving such persons would not be categorically excluded from interception. It's important to note the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution guarantees defendants the right to an attorney, and federal law dictates that conversations between them be private. That confidential relationship is considered paramount to effective representation. For the better part of 20 years, the government has been ordering email companies to fork over to investigators copies of people's emails without getting search warrants. Officials justify their actions under a law written before most folks even had email. In court documents, the government has argued that federal law treats emails like a postcard. They say since the content of your email is visible to employees of your internet service provider, emails are, quote, not like a sealed letter. Attorney Weinberg calls that outrageous and unconstitutional.
However, we don't have from the video that I've seen so far, we don't have the suspect depicted in a
on network just 1 to 2.
We are also joined by Mark Klein, a technician with AT&T for 22 years, who in 2006 blew the whistle on AT&T's cooperation with the National Security Agency. He's also author of Wiring Up the Big Brother Machine and Fighting It. Mark, with these revelations, what do you think is most surprised you and is most important for us to understand?
Well, of course, I feel very vindicated. The documents reveal what I was saying back in 2003. Well, actually, I came forward in 2006. But what I discovered in 2003 was that they were tying into the main internet data stream. So these documents confirm that. There's actually a paragraph in there that talks about in September 2003, the NSA went live on the internet because of the installations at AT&T. And so I was right about that. They tried to dismiss me back then. NSA. I was a little surprised I didn't know about that the program with AT&T went back to 1985. It's mentioned in the New York Times article. I'm not sure what that's about, but I assume that might be phone calls because there wasn't very much internet back in 1985. But it indicates the very close family relationship between AT&T and the NSA.
Mark, can you go back? I mean, we talked to you, when was it, in 2008 on Democracy Now! Can you go back and talk about how you found what you found? What exactly was your job at AT&T?
Well, I was a communications technician. I took care of the data lines and equipment in the central office. And in late 2002, we heard there was an installation going in at a nearby office, which turned out was an NSA installation because the NSA actually showed up at my office to interview the one guy who was not one of us, not one of the union technicians, only that one guy who was NSA cleared to work in this room. So that told us right there that this was an NSA installation. The following year, in 2003, I was transferred to that office, 611 Folsom Street. And I was in charge of the internet room. So I got, as part of my job, I got engineering documents to show what they were doing. And I actually had to hook up fiber optic cables to a cabinet, which were connected down to the secret room. The documents I got hold of showed very clearly that they were blindly sweeping up everything going across those key internet peering links, they're called, which connected AT&T's network to other companies like Quest and what have you.
So they were all collaborating, this idea of peering.
Peering is when you connect different networks together. That's how you get the internet, basically. So that meant that they were sweeping up everybody's communications, not just AT&T customers, but anybody and other companies who were not aware of this arrangement back then. They were sweeping up all that stuff without any selection because the apparatus they were using to sweep it up with had no intelligence. It was just a blind sweep of everything, which told me right then and there that was unconstitutional.
And so what did you do?
Well, at that moment, I did nothing because I was too scared, and I didn't know if I could find anyone to believe me, because who was I? I didn't work for the NSA, I worked for AT&T. What I had were these engineering documents which showed an intrusion into the AT&T network by somebody. But I came forward later after I retired.
And how did you release the information?
Well, I retired in 2004, and then after the New York Times came out with a revelation article in December 2005 revealing that this kind of collaboration with phone companies was going on for surveillance, I came forward in 2006, went to the Electronic Frontier Foundation with my documents, and I wanted to point out, because the government line at that time was they're just looking at foreign-to-foreign communications or domestic-to-foreign communications. They're not looking at the domestic, population. Their privacy is safe. But I knew from the apparatus they were using, they were sweeping out domestic-to-domestic communications. It was obvious from the way it was set up. So I went to the EFF. They filed a lawsuit against AT&T in March 2006. And then we had a big fight for several years after that.
Jeff Larson, is this a violation of the Constitution?
Well, so what's weird about the documents that we've published is that AT&T is doing the filtering on behalf of the NSA. The telecoms is part of an act passed in 2008 in response to the article that Mark Klein is talking about, got an exemption, but that doesn't seem. But that's still, the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution against unreasonable search and seizure still seems to apply to the NSA. In fact, in one court case, at the end of the court case, the government shut down, it was Clapper versus the NSA, the Clapper court case, they denied standing to the to the plaintiffs by saying that even if there was a Fourth Amendment violation, it would only happen on the order of milliseconds. And it would be such a minor infraction against the Fourth Amendment that possible intelligence value would outweigh Fourth Amendment concerns.
They each go on their own.
Clearly, this is an issue people care about in this country. I wanted to turn to the first Republican primary debate that took place earlier this month. Presidential hopefuls New Jersey Governor Christi and Kentucky Senator Rand Paul got into a heated argument over NSA domestic surveillance.
And I'm proud of standing for the Bill of Rights, and I will continue to stand for the Bill of Rights.
And Megan, that's a completely ridiculous answer. I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from other people. How are you supposed to know, Megan?
Use the Fourth Amendment.
How are you supposed
Use
to?
the Fourth
No, I'll tell you how you
get a warrant.
Let me tell you something.
Get a judge to sign a warrant.
That's Christi versus Rand Paul. Mark Klein first, your response.
Well, of course, you should get a warrant.
Scan complete.
They could have done that back then. They could have used the FISA law, but George Bush simply disregarded the FISA law and approved it all on his own signature, which was totally illegal. I might add that while there are a few dissidents in both parties, like Rand Paul in the Republican side and Ron Wyden on the Democratic side,
Process 21,
quarantine 0. Here is that both parties approved this when they passed the immunity bill for the phone companies in 2008 with the help of Barack Obama,
complete.
I might add.
24 files renamed.
Well, I mean, that's a very significant moment. I remember back then, this was right before that,
complete.
It was, I think, in December of 2007 that Barack Obama had said that he would not, as senator, be approving retroactive immunity for the phone companies. Then he turned around. He not only supported it, he voted for it. We went to the Democratic convention in Denver, and everyone got those swag bags, and right on the cover, right on the bags, it said AT&T on both sides. And one of the first major parties was a huge thank you party for AT&T, Jeff Larson.
Well, I wasn't at the Democratic National Convention, but I do want to say, they do get warrants. There is an apparatus for them to get, they call them certifications, so they have a bunch of certifications, foreign government certifications. They also get warrants under the 215 program for purely domestic communications, but we don't know the size of these warrants. They seem very, very
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-road groups.
It's hard to imagine that millions of emails, everybody gets a warrant for every single one of those millions of emails. And in the past, we have seen that these certifications are particularly bulky.
I wanted to go to former Florida Governor, Republican presidential hopeful Jeb Bush, who's been calling for the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, saying there's no proof the metadata program violates civil liberties. This is Bush speaking to Face the Nation earlier this summer.
There's no evidence, not a shred of evidence, that the metadata program has violated anybody's civil liberties. The first duty of our national government is to protect the homeland, and this has been an effective tool, along with many others. And the
Linux voice control restarted.
Authorized, as is.
That was Jeb Bush speaking earlier this summer. Jeff Larson.
Well, I also want to point out that, going back to my previous point about warrants, that the 215 orders are particularly bulky in that they're every domestic phone call, right? And what happened was, when this first came out, there was a Verizon order that was released in 2013 And the federal government said that this was largely landline. Part of the news in our story that we published was that AT&T is also handing over stuff.
You're getting a finals material. You guys are Konya, the best dental material that we have.
And that's an example of this sort of really bulky
within
type of
24 hours after surgery.
Get from the
People are always asking, are those permanent? Are they going to last
I wanted to go to President Obama,
yeah, they are. 2.5 years later.
President Obama addressing the issue of the USA Freedom Act that was passed earlier this summer that requires the NSA to get a warrant in order to obtain records from phone companies. Obama was speaking earlier this summer explaining what the act will succeed in doing.
The USA Freedom Act also accomplishes something I called for a year and a half ago. It ends the bulk metadata program, the bulk collection of phone records, as it currently exists, and puts in place new reforms. The government will no longer hold these records. Telephone providers will. The Act also includes other changes to our surveillance laws, including more transparency, to help build confidence among the American people that civil liberties are being protected.
That's President Obama, Jeff Larson. So he's saying, don't worry, we won't hold your information. Companies like AT&T will.
So what's also surprising about these new documents is that AT&T is already doing the filtering for the 702 program, which is internet. So the bulk records, they're just moving bulk records from NSA-controlled full dump of every bulk record back to AT&T. But they already have this relationship with these telecom companies who are doing, in essence, the filtering and the selecting on behalf of the NSA. So it's kind of a weird law under these regulations because half of the NSA's programs, the bulkier part, is already done, already operating.
Is there a difference between telecom companies and the NSA?
You know, I don't know. The NSA, I think, sees the telecom companies as important intelligence tools, but the telecom companies also have a very long history of complying with the law. Since 1985, we're talking about a program that has lasted for decades. So it's sort of...
So I want to go back to that AT&T quote that they gave us when we asked them to come on the show. We do not provide information to any investigating authorities without a court order or other mandatory process other than if a person's life is in danger and time is of the essence. For example, kidnapping situation, we provide help tracking down call numbers to assist law enforcement. Are they lying?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Again, the secret court orders are
what we have is a comparison to surrounding property
sorts of court orders they got.
But they try and kill it, so you can never really have the kind of rally you should have.
Is extreme willingness to help, highly collaborative, really important.
And Mark Klein, when President Obama says, don't worry, the reauthorization of the USA Patriot Act means the companies like yours that you worked for, AT&T, will hold the information, not us.
And what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great
everything they collect.
I want the market
and they
to
collect
go up.
anything that they can get their hands on.
Unbelievable numbers, and the market goes down because
there's no need for that. They should rip out the secret rooms. If they have some individual that they suspect, they can get a warrant for that individual. They don't have to collect billions and billions of communications, which is what they're doing, and that's all too tempting for the government to use when they want to go after someone. And by the way, they didn't stop a lot of the attacks that happened. They had all this in place, and they didn't stop the Boston bombing, for instance, even though they knew the perpetrators beforehand. So this is all just an excuse to collect information on everybody, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I want to thank you both for being with us. We'll continue to follow the story. Mark Klein, AT&T whistleblower, and Jeff Larson of ProPublica. And of course, we'll link to the major piece done in the New York Times. AT&T helped U.S. spy on internet on a vast scale. This is Democracy Now! We'll be back in a minute with an update on Chelsea Manning. Stay with us. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Juan Gonzalez. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world.
Bradley Manning, the U.S. Army private accused of leaking hundreds of thousands of classified documents to the whistleblowing website WikiLeaks, may testify today at a pretrial proceeding for the first time since he was arrested in May 2010. Manning could face life in prison if convicted of the most serious of 22 counts against him. His trial is expected to begin in February. Meanwhile, the founder of WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, remains holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, where he sought refuge nearly 6 months ago to avoid being extradited to Sweden to be questioned over sexual assault claims. Earlier this week, Assange vowed WikiLeaks would persevere despite attacks against it. On Tuesday, the European Commission announced that the credit card company Visa did not break the European Union's antitrust rules by blocking donations to WikiLeaks. Shortly after the ruling, Assange addressed reporters in Brussels via video stream from inside the Ecuadorian embassy.
Popular and private support means that we continue. There is no danger that WikiLeaks will cease to exist as an organization. Rather, its natural and rightful growth has been compromised, and that is wrong and must change. It would set a very bad precedent. It is not only wrong for WikiLeaks, it sets an extremely bad precedent for all other European organizations and all media organizations worldwide. That monopolies can simply exercise financial death penalties over organizations and companies as a result of political controversy.
That was Julian Assange speaking on Tuesday. He now joins us in a rare interview from inside the Ecuadorian embassy in London. He has been granted political asylum in Ecuador, but can't leave the embassy because the British government promises to arrest him if he steps foot on British soil. He's just co-authored a new book called Cypherpunks: Freedom and the Future of the Internet. The book examines how the Internet can be used as both an instrument of freedom and oppression. We want to welcome you, Julian Assange, back to Democracy Now! And first get your reaction to the European Commission's decision around the issue of Visa, saying it wasn't breaking antitrust laws when it blocked donations to you. The significance of the credit card company's blockade of donations to WikiLeaks, what it's meant for your website.
Well, it's good to be with you, Amy and Juan. The decision is disgraceful, but it is only a preliminary decision. We have another submission that the Commission has asked for, so hopefully they will turn around before the end of the year or the beginning of next year. The Commission had been investigating our complaint for 16 months. The normal turnaround time is 4 months. The European Parliament last week voted through
we have business section on restaurants. Now we have small businesses
passed a resolution saying that these sorts of arbitrary blockades on WikiLeaks should not continue. So
Linux voice control stopped.
See the playoff in the political wills in Europe between, on the one hand, the Council of Europe and the Parliament, and on the other hand, the Commission. But it's been known for a long time that the Commission is closer to big business, and it is often successfully lobbied. Hopefully the Commission will do the right thing and turn around in this case.
And how devastating has it been for WikiLeaks?
Since the blockade was erected in December 2010, WikiLeaks has lost 95% of the donations that were attempted
Placement scan complete
to us over that period. So that is over $50 million. Now, fortunately, 5% of $50 million is still not nothing, and so the organisation can continue. But as I said in that press conference, our rightful and natural growth, our ability to publish as much as we would like, our ability to defend ourselves and our sources has been diminished by that blockade. Now, the United States government
24 files renamed.
In January 2011 and formally found that there
Album
is no
art
lawful
complete.
reason
Found
to
0
erect
local
a
artworks.
US financial embargo against WikiLeaks. So what has happened here is that, and this came out in the commission documents that we published yesterday, is that Senator Lieberman and Congressman Peter T. King pressured,
New files sorted.
at the very least, MasterCard
24
and
placed in
Amazon,
worded folders.
but perhaps others, including Visa as well, pressured those organizations to erect
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
that they were not able to successfully erect through the legislature or through a formal administrative process.
Well, Julian, turning to your new book, Cypherpunks, those around the world who have been amazed at your ability to advocate transparency in government and in the corporate world through the internet might be surprised that in your book you now say the internet is a danger.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Human civilization has merged with the internet. Every society has gone onto the internet. The communications between all of us as individuals, but also communications between businesses, economic transfers, and even the internal communications and external communications of states. So there is no barrier anymore between the internet and global civilization. That means that when the internet develops a sickness, global civilization also runs the risk of suffering the same sickness. And the sickness that the internet has
Linux
developed
voice
over
control
the past 10
restarted.
years is that nation states and their corporate pals have ganged up together to engage in strategic interception of all communications flowing over the internet across national borders, and in many countries even within its national confines, such as the United States. We know that
First time that it actually come out of the classified world and was being talked about as a device that was being developed to push radio from where it was up into the microwave, in this case for a particular application. This is, in fact, one of the first descriptions of the centimeter wave background, again, all work that occurred in the 30s and 40s by both British and the US. And this was actually amateur magazines, the US publication.
Trying to figure out what everyone does over the internet is recorded and intercepted all the time. And that is a shift a shift between tactical and strategic and the quality of the base. We expose documents to major issues that I saw with it, but we do need to quantify it and do an assumption. For example, we need quantitative analysis. Company so a while back I started digging into TCEQ's nationwide. It's its own word system. And in fact, lawyers connected to WikiLeaks and the Bureau of Investigative Journalism were in the manual that Amasis shipped to Gaddafi as an example of how the interception system worked.
In this video, we're going to be working here on
in terms of corporate surveillance as well, you often find now in the media a huge push to get people to use social networks. The degree to which private surveillance or corporate surveillance is going on as well as government surveillance.
There's not a barrier anymore between corporate surveillance on the one hand and government surveillance on the other. You know, Facebook has its servers based in the United States. Gmail, as General Petraeus found out, has its servers based in the United States. And the interplay between US intelligence agencies and other Western intelligence agencies and any intelligence agencies that can hack this is fluid. So we're in a, if we look back to what's an earlier example of the worst penetration by an intelligence apparatus of a society, which is perhaps East Germany, up to 10% of people over their lifetime had been an informer at one stage or another. In Iceland, We have 88% penetration of Iceland by Facebook. 88% of people are there on Facebook informing on their friends and their movements and the nature of their relationships for free. They're not even being paid money. They're not even being directly coerced to do it. They're doing it for social credits to avoid the feeling of exclusion. But people should understand what is really going on. I don't believe people are doing this or would do it if they truly understood what was going on. That they are doing hundreds of billions of hours of free work for the Central Intelligence Agency, for the FBI, and for all allied agencies in all countries that can ask for favors to get hold of them. William Binney, the former Chief of Research at the National Security Agency and Civil Intelligence Division, describes this situation that we are in now as turnkey totalitarianism. The whole system of totalitarianism has been built, the car, the engine has been built, and it's just a matter of turning the key. And actually, when we look to see some of the crackdowns on WikiLeaks and the grand jury process and targeted assassinations and so on, actually it's arguable that key has already been partly turned. The assassinations that occur extrajudicially, the renditions that occur, they don't occur in isolation. They occur as a result of information that has been sucked in through this giant signals interception machinery.
Julian Assange, we can't ignore the fact that we're speaking to you inside the Ecuadorian embassy where you've taken refuge, where you're really there as a kind of refugee. You've gotten political asylum from Ecuador but can't leave the embassy. What are your plans right now? Are you negotiating with the Swedish government if you were to be extradited there, that they would not extradite you to the United States?
Well, Amy, Ecuador has really stepped up to the plate and must be congratulated. I have been found to be, through a reform process of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a political refugee, being granted political asylum in relation to what has been happening in the United States and allied countries and their behaviours.
Even though Microsoft itself was not broken up in the way Standard Oil was,
the situation for me now is that I have been here for 5 months.
After the antitrust proceedings,
prior to that, 18 months under house arrest. Prior to that, being chased around the world for about 6 months.
Week with STWA and their design engineers, which is ICE engineering.
I must correct
that concludes the update of the information we have from the South Texas Water Authority.
In the press,
thank you, Nick. Thank you for the presentation.
That I was here in relation to Sweden.
So we have an agreement with the South Texas Water Authority. We have a contract. And you're saying that South Texas,
in such a situation, I will be able to. Now, the Ecuadorian government has asked the Swedish government to give a guarantee that I would not be extradited tonight. We have asked a long time. All the regular processes have been refused in the States. You know, it's an extremely odd and bizarre case, and I encourage everyone to go and look at that aspect of the case at justiceforassange.com. You can see report after report. You can see all the material that the police claim to be true and other things that have occurred in the Cambridge International Comparative Law Journal condemning the decisions that were made here in the British courts.
Are you saying, Julian, that you would go to Sweden if they assured you that you wouldn't be extradited to the United States to answer questions about these two women who have made charges on sex abuse in your
quite a long time?
Let's do it. Julian, I'd like to get back to your book for a second and talk about, at this crossroads as you see it in terms of the future of the Internet, the importance that you see of cryptography as a weapon of the people on the Internet.
Well, the development of cryptography is absolutely fascinating. So we're not just talking anymore about people being able to write in a secret code that other people can't read except their intended recipient. Cryptography as a science in the last 30 years has developed a basic techniques that we normally associate with democratic civilization and moved it into digital realm. So that includes things like anonymous electronic cash and digital voting signatures and proofs of agreements between people. So when we look at what happens when civilization moves on to the internet, how is it controlled? At the moment, a lot of the problems we face on the internet and the independence of the internet is by governments any internet server and tell people their behavior in certain ways.
Linux voice control start.
As an international new civilization, a forum where people are intellectually expressing themselves, where we deposit our history and our political ideals and ambitions, but the internet is suffering on the one hand from mass interception, and on the other hand that it is still in many ways subservient to the physical force in the various states that its infrastructure is located in. Cryptography provides a way to abstract away from the physical world to create a sort of mathematical barrier between the physical world and the intellectual world, and in that way slowly declare independence from nation states. So our intellectual world cannot simply be censored or deleted or taxed.
Trim complete.
In a manner
Processed 21, quarantine 0.
Nation states. Now, on the internet, there's no direct physical force that needs to be policed in that manner. So we don't
renaming
need
complete.
Armies on the
24
internet. We
files
don't need
renamed.
Policemen on the internet in the way that we may need them in our regular nation
Album
states.
art complete.
So
Found
we do
0
have this
local
opportunity,
artworks.
With careful use of cryptography and a movement behind it to achieve some forms of independence for the intellectual record and for our communications with one another. And those aspects of cryptography we have used
24 placed in
with
folders.
success in WikiLeaks to publish material that no other publisher
Quarantine 0 empty music folders
because they were constrained by physical threats within particular nation states.
Julian Assange, we are talking to you on the day that Bradley Manning is expected to testify, be heard publicly for the first time in over 2 years at Fort Meade. His lawyer has said he would plead guilty to certain charges, and that is releasing documents that he got on
generation
the computer
complete with
to
multi-word
your organization, WikiLeaks, but refused to plead to others, like aiding the enemy. Talk about Bradley Manning, and then talk also, if you could weave that into why you're so concerned about being extradited to the United States.
Amy, what is happening this week is not the trial of Bradley Manning. What is happening this week is the trial of the US military. This is Bradley Manning's abuse case. Bradley Manning was arrested in Baghdad, shipped over and held for 2 months in
Linux voice control restarted.
Shipped over to Quantico, Virginia, which is near the center of the US intelligence complex, and held there for 9 months, longer than any other prisoner in Quantico's modern history. And there he was subject to conditions that the UN Special Rapporteur Juan Mendez, Special Rapporteur for Torture, formally found amounted to torture. There's a question about who authorized that treatment, why was that treatment placed on him for so long when so many people, independent psychiatrists, military psychiatrists, complained about what was going on in extremely strong terms. His lawyer and support team say that he was being treated in that manner in order to coerce some kind of statement or false confession from him that would implicate WikiLeaks as an organisation and me personally. So this is a matter that I am personally have been embroiled in. This young man's treatment, regardless of whether he was our source or not, is directly as a result of an attempt to attack this organisation by the United States military, to coerce this young man into providing evidence that could be used to more effectively attack us and also serve as some kind of terrible disincentive for other potential whistleblowers from stepping forward.
Julian, the Ecuadorian ambassador to the UK, to Britain, Anna Alban, was quoted in The Independent saying that you're suffering from a chronic lung infection from being in captivity for so long in London in the embassy. Can you talk about your health?
Amy, being in prison, house arrest, and now held captive in an embassy with a bunch of cops outside, of course is a difficult circumstance, but it is not more difficult than the circumstance that is faced by Bradley Manning in Fort Leavenworth or by Jeremy Hammond, the source of Stratford files in New York, or by many other prisoners around the world. So yes, it's hard, but it is, and people should direct their attention on these other cases.
Can you talk more about Jeremy Hammond, who is in prison here in New York City? Explain what Stratfor is, if you can, how you got the documents, just explain what has taken place.
Stratfor is an organization based in Texas that has tried to model itself after some weird combination between doing private intelligence work on the one hand and coupling that with an illusion of journalism by creating this thing called the Stratfor Report, which has become very influential within the military and within government. It has a particular worldview, which the head of Stratfor, Friedman, admits to being a Kissinger-esque realpolitik. And through stealing, bribing, gathering information in various ways, they're able to influence US policy and more broadly Western policy. Now it's also it's done all the usual nasty stuff like working for Coca-Cola, making reports on PETA, making reports on Bhopal activists and so on. But
you can't say no. Never use no in a hostage situation.
Greatest importance is its private influence into the decision making of different people throughout government.
Now, are you going to tell me no again? No.
We have found in Stratfor files which those young we have found that actually the information the source of is used to feed private capital investment company which takes the information that they're paying and uses it to make investments in, say, gold futures and so on. So, you can see from the Stratfor material that this is a company that where the boss, Friedman, has gone, how can I be as evil as possible? How can I be some kind of stereotype cross between Kissinger and James Bond and tell everyone else to do it? And that's what is done in that company. So whoever the source is, of the Stratfor material deserves enormous credit. Story after story has come out from all around the world about material that Stratfor collected or gave to their private clients.
And Julian, one of the emails that WikiLeaks released of Stratfor, of the vice president, said that there was a secret indictment against you by this secret grand jury that we believe is convened in Alexandria, Virginia, that is going after you and other WikiLeaks volunteers. Do you know any more about this information or any confirmation that there is this sealed indictment against you?
There's some 3,000 emails in the Stratfor collection about me personally, and many more thousands about WikiLeaks. The latest on the grand jury front is that the U.S. Department of Justice admits, as of about 2 weeks ago, that the investigation is ongoing. On September 28th this year, the Pentagon renewed its formal threats against us in relation to ongoing publishing, but also extremely seriously in relation to ongoing what they call solicitation. So that is asking sources send us important material and we will publish it. They say that itself is a crime.
To figure out the far field model.
This is not simply a case about
I think that's
we received some information back in 2010 and have been publishing.
There's 3 consultants actually,
and they say
you get
that
one to help us draft what is the scope of work.
The Pentagon is maintaining
on retainer through the whole project.
WikiLeaks inherently
as an owner's agent,
as an institution
that
tells military and governmental whistleblowers to step forward with information is a crime. So they allege we are criminal moving forward. Now the new interpretation of the Espionage Act that the Pentagon is trying to hammer in to the legal system, and which the Department of Justice is complicit in, would mean the end of national security journalism in the United States, and not only the United States, because the Pentagon is trying to apply this extraterritorially. Why would it be the end of national security journalism? Because the interpretation is that if any document that the US government claims to be classified is given to a journalist who then makes any part of it public, that journalist has committed espionage, and the person who gave them the material has
Linux voice control stopped.
Communicating with the enemy. And we released other material about a young Air Force woman who was suspected of communicating with us, and they went to internally prosecute her under 104D, which is communications with the enemy. So who's the enemy? Well, the enemy is either WikiLeaks, formerly an enemy of the United States, or the interpretation is that any time that there is a communication to the public, and we saw this in the Bradley Manning case,
scan complete.
There is a chance for Al-Qaeda or the Russians or Iran to read it. Therefore, any communication to a journalist is communication to the public, is communication to Al-Qaeda, which means that any communication to a journalist is communicating to the enemy. It's an absurd overreach. But it is an overreach now, which has been put into practice, not at the conviction level yet, but certainly at the investigative and prosecution level. Barack Obama brags publicly
24 files renamed
of having prosecuted more people under the Espionage Act than all previous presidents combined. In fact, more than twice that of all previous presidents combined.
Julian, on that particular note, I'd like to ask you to if you can, talk about what you consider to be the long-term impact WikiLeaks.
24
As
placed in worded
governments continually centralize through the digital revolution their information, it makes it more possible
0 empty
for
music folders.
dissidents or whistleblowers within the structures of these governments to make that information available to broader sectors of the public. And if WikiLeaks, if the governments are able to squash WikiLeaks, how do you see that movement developing in terms of other organizations that are arising that continue the kind of work that you've been doing?
The attempts to squash WikiLeaks are there to set a general deterrent.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
That's been the case. We released a classified US intelligence report, in fact, showing in 2008 the concern that the US military had about WikiLeaks and the ways in which it could be crushed. Other material came out showing that the Bank of America had hired lawyers who had looked into hiring people to make all sorts of attacks and smears on us, massively funded, millions of dollars per month. And you can look that up.
Linux voice control started.
Report. I think this tension between power and knowledge is extremely important. So we've all heard the saying that knowledge is power. Well, it's true. And the mass surveillance and witness perception that is occurring to all of us now who use the internet is also a mass transfer of power from individuals into extremely sophisticated state and private intelligence organizations and their now, if that is to be resisted, we must have a transfer of information that is going that way. Fortunately, the system is in part eating itself. When it sets up these huge databases designed to be extremely efficient, brings in 5 million people, the state of the United States, who have security clearances, to work out how to best use it in order to maximize the power of that sector. It also leaves itself open to people extracting some of that information and reversing the flow and giving it back to the public, putting it into our common intellectual record. But it's not by any means an easy battle. I would say that the transfer of power that has occurred as a result of the NSA's admitted 1.6 billion interceptions per day is much greater than the transfer that has happened the other way. The successes of WikiLeaks, yes, to some degree, reflect our vigor and the vigor of activists on the internet. But I think they more fairly represent the vast treasure of global information that has been accumulated by these otherwise unaccountable intelligence organizations.
Your reaction, you mentioned Petraeus, General Petraeus before, and how he's been taken down as his email was gone through. What do you think about that? Here he was.
I think it's fascinating. Now, we can look into, if you've been involved in this business for a while, you can start to smell when there must be something more to the situation. So I assume in those emails that the FBI got hold of, there's additional information that would be embarrassing to Petraeus, above and beyond an extramarital affair, which is why he's resigned. But that someone in the position has been the ultimate insider, the head of the CIA, has fallen victim to the surveillance state, really shows you how massively out of control the thing has become, where it is like a vicious dog that has suddenly spotted its own tail and has gone after it and is lashing out irrationally, and now it's affected an insider, and people have started to take note. But of course, it's been doing that through activists, and in fact, most of us, it has been doing that, although we can't see the result for years.
Julian Assange, as we wrap up, your final thoughts as you speak to us from political exile inside the Ecuadorian embassy.
All of you in my previous job,
This is
extremely rare.
How long do you plan to be holed up there? Could you see yourself being there for years?
I don't misconstrue things, and I just have to come up and say that this is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste. It's been type B work because we didn't even know they were voting on it.
Minneapolis declaring the snow emergency cars off highways. A 47-year-old
There's an
man.
Ecuadorian national election in February next year, and it seems to be that there's a bit of a diplomatic waiting game on as far as the US and the UK are
not designed with sprinkler systems and everything else, and we have a catastrophe. It only takes that.
But I don't think I'm going to interrupt you because what I'm saying is, are you opening your doors so that you have a list? And you say, in December of 25, we called and you said, absolutely, we are going to. How many we can? Right? We maybe they can tell.
Most of them, I think, understand where their capacity is. They do everything they can to even increase that.
I suspect even if there is a switch to another leader, it's now a matter of sort of national pride for Ecuador, so they'll stick the course.
And as to you feel how people should use the internet today and protect themselves as we wrap up with your book, Cypherpunks, Freedom and the Future of the Internet.
First, they have to. It is not always possible to protect oneself. You know, if you walk over the edge of a cliff, it's not really that possible to protect yourself. But it's important to know the cliff is there, so you can simply avoid doing certain things that would put you at risk. Now, the first thing they should do is go out and buy the book. It's not easy to protect yourself. That is part of the problem. It really is not easy. It is, in fact, with some exceptions, something that is presently only open to extremely knowledgeable people. So we must push forward to empower the greater development of this technology, preventing moves to which have been done before to prevent the outpouring of cryptography, and additionally,
Molly, tonight here, our
preventing
Christmas this December, we have been all over
the backdoor of cryptographic technology. There are moves to try and do that. I'm sorry, I'm getting the
Made in America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands.
Well, I want to thank you very much for being with us, Julian. Julian Assange spread that 10 minutes to about 40, and we thank you so much for being there. Julian Assange is the founder and editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, now under political asylum in Ecuador's London Embassy, happens to have co-authored this new book, Cypherpunks, Freedom and the Future of the Internet, which can make it outside of the embassy, which he can't do right now. Thanks so much for being with us. And folks, if you want a copy of today's show, you can go to our website at democracynow.org, but we'll be back in a minute. Thanks so much for watching this report from Democracy Now!, your daily independent global news hour. We don't accept advertising or corporate funding, but rather rely on donations from viewers like you. Please make your contribution by visiting democracynow.org. We need your support today to keep bringing you this hard-hitting, in-depth
whatever you think. Matter of fact, let's do a
Negative fight in progress.
When you guys are done watching this video, go to the community page and you pick. What do you think is a good name? An NGU or a DAP? I don't know. You pick it. Now, before I explain how this would work, let me just tell you how the boosters would work. Because people say, oh, why don't you do a booster? Well, let's look at this one. If we have a booster at the top
nice to see a full house.
and we have a booster
Here for this very special event. It's my great pleasure to introduce Stephen Kinzer. I'm Peter Andreas, the Associate Director here at the Watson Institute. This is part of
there's something happening. This will be fun to hang out with the people that I chat with online.
Is based here at the Institute. In fact, is one of his on his book tour. He didn't have to travel to come. The book is one of the many books. This is the latest. The brothers, John Foster Dulles, Alan Dulles, and the Secret World War. I just checked before coming down on Amazon. It is the #1 selling book under the category Intelligence and Espionage. So very timely in that regard. It's also number 272 overall.
Linux voice control stopped.
Academic, that's an enviable number. Only journalists and public figures, such as Stephen Kinzer, get into the hundreds rather than the thousands in terms of the Amazon rankings. Anyway, let me give you a little bit more background on Stephen. Actually, dating myself a bit, probably his best known book is called Bitter Fruit. It's about the U.S. support for the military coup in Guatemala in 1953, and I read it as an undergraduate, not in 1953. And I knew his name ever since then.
Placement scan complete.
He is an award-winning journalist who worked for more than 20 years for the New York Times, most of it as a foreign correspondent. He was the Times bureau chief in Nicaragua during the 80s, in Germany during the 1990s. In 1996, he was named chief of the newly opened Times bureau in Istanbul, and later was appointed national culture correspondent.
Process 21, quarantine
Chicago. Today, he is no longer at the Times. He teaches, including here at Brown University in the International Relations Program.
Renaming complete.
Journalism, political science,
24 files
relations
renamed.
at Northwestern and BU, as well as here at Brown. And his many books have been included in Central America. I mentioned Bitter Fruit.
Found 0 local artworks.
A book on Rwanda, book on Turkey, Iran, as well as others that trace the history of American foreign policy. He's a contributor to the New York Review of Books, and he writes a world affairs column for the
New
Guardian.
files sorted.
So, without further
24
ado,
placed in wooded folders.
Kinzer, but last but not least, I want to tell you there are in fact books outside and a small reception that we'll have immediately after.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Thanks for that gracious introduction. It's wonderful to be here. I'm seeing some old friends and some new friends, and at least one Brown freshman who I've known since she was a small baby, which is, I guess, the only kind there is. And it's especially rewarding for me to be here giving this talk at Watson. This is a wonderful institution, but I think for those of us affiliated with it, it's
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word
groups. It's not
groups.
just an interesting institution, but a very interesting moment, I think, in the history of this institution. So it's great to be a part of that. I've been traveling around, as Peter mentioned, talking about this book, and I've already had at least one very rewarding experience, although it's kind of nice to be up on the Amazon list, and my book will be reviewed in the New York Times next Sunday. I've already seen that review, so that's nice. But I did have a problem in all my previous books that always bothered me, and that is in many bookstores, in the days when there used to be bookstores, my books were in
Linux
something
voice
like
control
public affairs
restarted.
or current events section, and they'd be filed alphabetically. So I would always wind up being next to Henry Kissinger. And I didn't like that. But I didn't know any way to escape it. But now with the fading away of bookstores and everybody buying their books on Amazon, I have a different neighbor. If you type into Amazon, The Brothers, the first book that comes up is mine, and right next to it, right next to me, is The Brothers Karamazov. So I've gone from Kissinger to Dostoevsky as a companion, which is a big, big step up as far as I'm concerned. When I started researching the Dulles brothers, I'd already knew a little bit about them because they had been characters who wandered across the pages of some of my previous books. I always felt that they deserved something more than just the bit character roles that I was able to assign to them. In fact, that's part of my mission, I guess. I like to rearrange the perspectives of history. I sometimes look at footnotes in history books and think that that footnote is actually more important than the entire chapter. One thing I've really come to understand as I've read a lot and traveled a lot and worked in many countries is that the way we understand history is not necessarily the way it was. some events are very important and others are less important, but which events go into which category is quite subjective. Many of the episodes that I've written about, it's a dark moment for us here. So I won't say anything bad about the CIA anymore, I promise. Many of the episodes that I've written about really are, or I like to think were, forgotten. If you read a history of the 20th century that's 1,000 pages long, you'd be lucky to find, for example, one sentence about the U.S. overthrow of the government of Iran in 1953, despite the huge effects that had. I think there's a reason for that, and that is that all governments in all countries, just like all individuals, like to think of ourselves in a positive way. We like to accept narratives that show us the way we believe that we are. This might be one of the many reasons why there's such an unending interest in World War II, and there's always new videos and new movies and new books. They could fill up this entire building in just 1 year's worth. Of course, World War II was a hugely important episode, but I think there's another reason why it's so fascinating. It shows us the way we live. We fought evil dictators. And when we left, there was democracy and freedom. Other episodes of our history don't show us that way, so we like to forget them or overlook them or see them as minor factors. The Dulles brothers are really an example of this. It's remarkable to me that these brothers, who were so hugely powerful, they were able to make and break government, are now so forgotten. Probably when they were in power, there was hardly a literate human being on Earth that did not know the name Dulles. And now, when I was writing this book, periodically friends of mine would ask, what do you want to do now? What are you writing about? And I said, I'm writing about Dulles. And they say, the airport? Actually, as you know, Dulles Airport outside Washington is named after John Foster Dulles. This was Eisenhower's idea. Immediately after Foster Dulles died, he announced that this new super airport was going to be named after his beloved Secretary of State. By the time the airport was ready to be opened, however, John F. Kennedy was president. He didn't like the idea of naming it after Dulles, and announced through his FAA chairman that they would find another name. There was a lot of pushback, including from Allen Dulles and from ex-President Eisenhower. Kennedy finally relented. And I've seen the little video clip of President Kennedy opening Dulles Airport. So there's Eisenhower, and Foster Dulles' widow is there, Allen Dulles is there, Kennedy gives a nice little speech, and then he pulls back the curtain to reveal this big bust of John Foster Dulles that stands in the center of Dulles Airport in front of the big reflecting pool. So as I was starting out on this project, I decided that I needed to go stand in front of that bus, which for some reason I had missed, even though I'd gone through the airport a number of times. So I made a trip and passed through the Dulles Airport, and when I got off the plane, I asked one of the security guards, so where's the bust? And he looked at me blankly, and I said, well, the bust of John Foster Dulles. Still blank. I asked, well, who do you think this airport was named for? Doesn't know. Well, I said, but there's a bust in the middle of the airport, right? Never heard of it. Well, I left him, and I went on to another, more knowledgeable security guard, but I got the same answer. And finally, I realized I should ask for the reflecting pool, because I had read that it's in front of the reflecting pool. No, there's no reflecting pool in this airport either. I had to get on another flight, and I was quite puzzled by all of this. That's a long story, but finally, the ending was that with the help of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, I discovered that in the late 1990s there was a renovation at Dulles Airport, and when the renovation was finished, the reflecting pool had been filled in, and the Dulles bust was gone. Nobody has ever been able to tell me who ordered that or why that happened. However, I did manage to get the lady from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority to open up a closed conference room opposite baggage claim number 3, and there is the bust of John Foster Dulles. This is a wonderful metaphor to me about how we have airbrushed Dulles and his legacy out of our history. Maybe the reason is that his approach to the world really didn't pay off very well for us. It didn't work out. Rather than confront that fact and try to draw some lessons from the Dulles brothers and their experience during the 1950s. It's easier to forget them and pretend they never existed. And I think we've moved on from them in ways that are dangerous and unpleasant and threatening for us. I want to bring them back to life and give them the importance in history that I think they deserve. They reflect forces that still shape the United States. The forces that shaped them shaped us, shaped our nation, shaped many of us as individuals. They did then, and they still do. So, as many of you know, during the 1950s, we had this situation that occurred only once in history, and that was that brothers controlled the overt and covert sides of American foreign policy. It was a dangerous arrangement because these brothers had been raised quite intimately together, and they came to view the world in exactly the same way. The experiences that shaped them were the same. And once they were in these high positions of power, because they were so close and so identical in their worldviews, they never felt the need to consult anyone else when carrying out these hugely important and earth-shattering operations. They converted the foreign policy process into a kind of reverberating echo chamber for the certainties that they had grown up sharing. They came from a privileged background, and I think never confronted the reality that for most people in life, sometimes things go badly wrong. You can't control everything. You have terrible reverses. But those things never happened to the Dulles brothers, and they never happened to anybody that the Dulles brothers knew. They had a very small and closed circle. That's the circle that shaped American foreign policy for at least the first half of the 20th century, all the same kinds of people. And I think they were also victims of something that we still suffer from, and that is this supra-rational view that since we're the United States, everything is going to work out for us in the end. We are going to be able to control the course of history. In a sense, we're above history. History doesn't apply to us. This is a view that the Dulles brothers had, although I think they had it subconsciously. It was an assumption they worked on, and I think it still cripples us a little bit. The can-do mentality is a wonderful thing. The can-do mentality tells you that
Linux voice control
if
start.
you work hard enough, you're going to get it. And this is what allowed Americans to
Canada
build our
offline.
country and to cross the prairies and invent the light bulb and the airplane. It led us to triumph over obstacles that are posed by technology and by the environment and by other people. But there's a negative side to the can-do mentality, because there are some things in life and some things in this world that if you really want to accomplish and you work really hard to accomplish, you still can't accomplish. And that includes overcoming obstacles that are rooted in deep-seated cultures, including cultures that have existed far longer than the United States. So let me talk a little bit about the Dulles brothers and the forces that shaped them, and then take us through into their period in office. I can think of three forces that were particularly important, I think, in shaping the Dulles brothers' mentality and the way they saw themselves, their country, and the world.
Trim complete.
The first
Process
was
23,
that the Dulles
quarantine
brothers
0.
truly were vessels of American history. They were in a transition period, and they were maybe the most effective bridges between the 19th
Renaming
and the 20th
complete.
centuries.
24 files
when they were
renamed.
kids, they grew up on the shores of Lake Ontario, and they had two famous
Album art
relatives who were
complete.
their two favorite relatives.
Found
Their
0
grandfather,
local artworks.
John Watson Foster, had been Secretary of State, and their uncle was also Secretary of State. Every morning during the summers, the two little boys would get up. They lived in a parsonage, so they had to say their prayers. They sang some hymns.
New files
They took
sorted.
a cold shower, which was the only
24
time their
placed
father,
in
Reverend
wooded
Dulles,
folders.
allowed. And then they ran down to Lakeshore, where Grandfather Foster, this extravagantly bewhiskered
Quarantine
patriarch
0
of the
empty
Republican
music
Party,
folders.
and Uncle Bert, known to the rest of us as Secretary of State Lansing, were waiting for them. And the four of them, these two boys and their two older relatives who doted on them, would spend every summer day stalking the wily small-mouthed bass in the eddies along the shores of Lake Ontario. And those were not just fishing trips. They were a cascade of lessons in American history. John Watson Foster had lived the
LDCJ Son generation complete with multi-road
in
groups.
the age of manifest destiny. He had traveled westward in the middle of the 19th century, fought the savages, tamed the wilderness, ingratiated himself to important people, built himself a business, bought a newspaper, became active in politics, finally managed to help swing votes in a couple of elections, got himself a diplomatic posting, rose to this high position of being Secretary of State, and actually set the family off into the regime change business. Because John Watson Foster was the first Secretary of State in American history to preside over the U.S. overthrow of a foreign government. He was the Secretary of State who was in power and oversaw the overthrow of the government of Hawaii in 1893. So he set a pattern, I guess, for the family. But think about this, that John Watson Foster, the grandfather, had campaigned for Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, they found the bitch.
And the two boys who spent their youth and adolescence under his influence went on to protect American power throughout the world in the nuclear age. So the span of American history is short, sometimes a little bit misleading, but the Dulles brothers truly were vessels of this history. So I think their upbringing in this elite environment.
What I can tell you is that police just released it. Now we want to watch it. This is video surveillance of the suspect. They believe the suspect dressed in black and exiting the building where he had shot
in Washington for winter
10 people inside the classroom. 10 people shot. The 11th victim had shrapnel from the shooting and was likely in the classroom. And then he walked out of that building and walked away. A couple of things that we're noticing again.
We're of the elite, but the style of the elite, and the vocabulary of the elite. Interestingly enough, young Allie, as he was then called, had an interesting way to end these evenings. He'd sit at dinner with these eminent figures. The boys, of course, were allowed to participate in the discussion. And they would go up to bed. Foster would go to bed like a normal person, but Allie Dulles would do that as a young kid of 12 years old. Before he went to bed, he would sit at his desk in his bedroom and write out a report of who had attended the dinner, what they had said, and what he himself thought they really meant by what they said. These were not reports for anybody else. He just did this for himself. This was the guy that would go on to head the CIA more than 50 years later. But he already had this bent. So their childhood was very important in this sense. And I think it was important in another way. It gave them another very important view of life. The Dulleses grew up in the environment of missionary Calvinism. Their father was a Presbyterian minister, later a professor of apologetics, which is the field of explaining and defending Christian belief. Their grandfather was a clergyman, their great-grandfather was a clergyman, their uncles were clergymen, and most of these relatives were not just Presbyterian ministers, but they were also missionaries. So they were filled with this idea that people were always coming back from India, from Syria, from China, and giving them this sense of how important it was to go out and convert the unbelievers. This religious tradition teaches you, first of all, that the world is made up of good and evil, and they're constantly at war. Many other cultures don't believe this. Many cultures are brought up, or people in many other cultures are brought up to believe that we're all composed of good and evil impulses, individuals as well as governments, and these come out in different proportion according to circumstance. The Dulles brothers did not believe this. And it's not only a belief that there's good and evil in the world, but the companion belief that the good people, that is the Christians, are not allowed to sit at home and just pray and hope that good will prevail in the world. Your obligation is to go out in the world and bring the unconverted, the heathens, the misguided to the path of righteousness. You're helping them, you're saving them from damnation. If you believe this about religion, it's a very short step to applying the same schema to politics, and you begin to believe there are good regimes in the world and there are evil regimes. and that it's the obligation of the good people, that's us, of course, to go out in the world and crush the evil and bring the evil people to the path of good. So I think this was a second force that was very important in shaping their approach to the world. And the final one certainly was the decades that the Dulles brothers spent working for this remarkable Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. This was not a normal law firm. In fact, even calling it a law firm is a little bit misleading. If you needed a contract drawn up, or maybe represented in court, they had people that could do that. But that was not what became the Sullivan and Cromwell firm.
We keep that open a little bit.
Sullivan and Cromwell had a specialty. Their specialty was pressuring small countries to give in to the demands of big American corporations. And that's why every big American multinational corporation hired Sullivan and Cromwell. Foster Dulles was the managing partner, and Alan Dulles was the partner. Both worked there for decades, and they participated, even as private lawyers, in a whole series of what I think you would now call interventions abroad. Foster Dulles' very first assignment, when he came in as a clerk, we would now call it like a junior associate, was to travel to Guyana and convince the government of Guyana that it should abolish its tariffs on imported flour, because a flour manufacturer in the U.S. had hired Sullivan and Cromwell, and he managed to do this. In 1917, this was just to pick another one out of the hat, Sullivan and Cromwell received news from some of its clients that had great interest in Cuba. Sullivan and Cromwell represented just about every big American business in Cuba, and they were sugar plantation owners, railroad owners, mining companies. An election was held in Cuba in 1917 in which the Liberal Party that had pledged a more nationalistic platform and wanted to limit the role of foreigners in Cuba won. The Conservatives were in a panic and refused to give up power. The big American corporations were in an equal panic and wanted to be sure that the Conservatives stayed in power. But the Liberals were rebelling to the election results to be respected. So these clients of Sullivan and Cromwell came to the law firm and said, "You've got to do something for us. This is why we hired you." So John Foster Dulles got the case. In fact, this is 1917. First thing he does in New York is get on the train to Washington. He goes to see the Secretary of State, who he knew as Uncle Bert, and he told Uncle Bert that the United States should send 2 warships to Cuba to crush the liberal rebellion. The next morning, 2 warships were sent to Cuba. 6,000 Marines landed. They crushed the liberal revolt. They began an occupation that lasted several years, and the American corporations were then free to operate as they wished, right up until the end of the 1950s. So the Dulles brothers were in this business long before they came into power. But their experience at Sullivan and Cromwell definitely gave them a view that the interests of the United States and the interests of big American corporations,
Linux voice control restarted.
this was a view that they carried with them into office. As they carried with them this view of American exceptionalism that they assimilated from their older relatives, and the view of the world that came from their Manichaean religious upbringing. Now, I start the second part of my book where I talk about the period when the Dulles brothers were in office with a little reference to a famous speech that John Quincy Adams gave in 1821 on Independence Day to the Congress. And he said in that speech, "America goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy, but the Dulles brothers did." One of the themes of our book is that we misunderstood the 1950s. We think of the 1950s as a time of tense peace. But actually that's not right. As a matter of fact, the United States was engaged in a constant war. We didn't see it, because most of it was waged out of view. And those times when it emerged into public view, we were led to believe that we didn't have anything to do with it, that those were just local uprisings. But we now know, as documents have been declassified and memoirs have been written and histories have been opened, that the Dulles brothers never stopped one intervention, one foreign operation, one attempt to sabotage the government without starting another one. The theater of operations in this war changed from year to year. That's another reason why I think it's been difficult for us to put it together. It moved from Iran to Guatemala to Vietnam to Indonesia to Egypt to the Congo to Cuba. But this was a constant series of operations. And Allen Dulles made this very clear to his CIA station chiefs. He imposed what my academic colleagues will recognize as a kind of publish or perish mentality. Allen Dulles didn't want any station chief writing a back note saying, we're observing the situation, things are unfolding, and we'll keep you posted. You had to have operations going all the time. We had to be active. The Dulles brothers were compulsive activists. Of course, we have to place ourselves back in the era in which the Dulles brothers lived. It was a period when many Americans lived in a form of permanent fear.
Trim complete.
We really believed that
Processed
the
24.
communist world
Quarantine
and communist
0.
influence was spreading like some kind of cancerous plague, and that it was nipping off pieces of the so-called free world, and it was kind of like a hotel burglar.
Renaming complete.
Going down the halls, checking
24
every
files
door to see
renamed.
which one was open that he could push in. And there were plenty of reasons for us to see the world this way.
Album art complete.
We had the
Found zero
Soviets
local
testing their nuclear
artworks.
bomb. The communists won the Civil War in China. You had the Berlin crisis, and followed by the Berlin airlift. The fall of countries in Eastern Europe under Soviet rule, in some cases quite brutally.
New files
so it was
sorted.
quite possible.
24
develop
placed in wooded
this narrative.
folders.
On the other hand, it's also possible to develop the counter-narrative. You can see that the United States had a number of
Quarantine
victories during this
zero
period
empty
as
music
well.
folders.
It stood up to the Soviets in Greece, in Turkey, in Iran, in Europe. And it may well, we now know that the Soviets were much weaker militarily and economically than we thought. And it may well be that the Soviets were more afraid of us than we were of them. We didn't know that at the time, however. Many CIA officers who have looked back at this period have traced the reason for this to the fact that we had no active espionage in the Soviet Union.
LVCJ
We
summer
never
generation
developed a spy
complete with
network during the
multi-road
Second World
groups.
War because the Soviets were our allies. And then it was too late. It was impenetrable. So this allowed us to develop highly exaggerated views of Soviet capabilities. In fact, our first U-2 flight came back with terrible news for Allen Dulles, because the first result at the top of the page says that the Soviets cannot possibly have the number of missiles and planes that we've been estimating that they have, based on the photos we've just taken. That didn't change our policy, however. So the Dulles brothers set out on a series of operations in which they targeted figures who they
Linux
believed
voice control
threatened the
restarted.
United States. The first two of these, the first two targets, were people against whom they had long-standing grudges. I talked about what the Dulles brothers had done for a living at Sullivan and Cromwell, and this had made John Foster Dulles the highest-paid lawyer in America. In the early 1950s, the Dulles brothers suffered two most unaccustomed defeats and humiliations. The first came in Iran, when under the leadership of Prime Minister Mossadegh, the Iranian parliament decided to nationalize the Iranian oil industry. The company that owned that industry before it was nationalized had as its bank, its financial agent, a big international bank called the Schroeder Bank. Schroeder Bank was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell, and in fact Allen Dulles was on the board of Schroeder Bank. So he effectively had to go to his friends and clients and say, we failed you. You hired us to protect your interests in Iran, and you just lost them. This was not something to which they were accustomed or something that they easily forgot. Soon afterward, the same thing happened in Guatemala. United Fruit Company was one of the major clients of Sullivan and Cromwell. Both Dulles brothers worked on the United Fruit account. Both had gone to Guatemala on behalf of United Fruit. And both held substantial amounts of United Fruit stock.
Wasn't that quicker though?
So, not only United Fruit, but the two subsidiary companies through which it owned Guatemala, the International Railroad of Central America, and the electric company
the TikTok shop for like under 40
generating
bucks.
Guatemala,
Yeah, that's actually your Father's Day gift.
were all Sullivan and Cromwell clients. The land reform that was passed by the Guatemalan Congress under the presidency of Jacobo Arbenz affected the interests of United Fruit. It required United Fruit to sell all of its unused land to the Guatemalan government at a price that the Guatemalan government set, and they set it in an odd way. In those days, United Fruit and all landowners in Guatemala paid income tax, but you could value the property yourself. You just wrote in how much your property was worth. And so the court in Guatemala then told United Fruit, well, you've told us how much your land is worth, and we're going to give you every penny. They received a complaint note back, not from United Fruit, but from the U.S. State Department, demanding 20 times more. But the Guatemalan government did not respond. As private lawyers, there wasn't anything the Dulles brothers could do. Allen Dulles entered the CIA in a secondary position during the Truman administration, and he proposed to Truman and Dean Acheson, first, that we should overthrow the government of Iran, and second, that we should overthrow the government of Guatemala. Both of these plans were summarily rejected by Truman. In fact, Dean Acheson talked about the Guatemala one by saying that there's nothing that could happen in Latin America that would justify an American intervention that would blacken our image there, because Latin America just wasn't important enough in principle. So just don't even ask me. Don't come to me if the country's in Guatemala, in Latin America. So the Dulles brothers carried the grudges against Mossadegh and against Arbenz with them into office. They didn't even wait for Eisenhower to be inaugurated before they started meeting with their British counterparts to plot the overthrow of Mossadegh. They achieved that in the summer of 1953. And then, less than a year later, they did the same thing in Guatemala. Now, I've just come back from Guatemala. This country is hardly beginning to recover from the horrific civil war that took 200,000 lives over 35 years. That was a civil war that broke out after the coup that the Dulles brothers carried out. As for Iran,
I'm going to type.
I don't have to go down the list of the terrible long-term effects. You just have to look at Iran today and what Iran has been for the 60 years since that coup and see what some of those terrible effects were. In the writing business, we have a lot of cliches, and one of them is every story is happy or sad depending on where you enter. So for the Dulles brothers, the outcome of coups like these were very happy because it seemed like the story ended right after the overthrow. So in Iran, we overthrew a guy we didn't like, Mossadegh, and we replaced him with a guy who would do everything right. It seemed like the perfect outcome. Everybody was happy. Well, from today, the perspective looks very different. And if you trace the interventions that the Dulles brothers carried out around the world, you see this pattern over and over again. Let me just mention one more in some detail, and that is Vietnam.
As well as updating
John Foster Dulles was more responsible than any single individual for beginning the American involvement. He led the American delegation to the Geneva Conference in 1954, which was to determine the future of Vietnam. He'd only been there a few days when he understood what was happening. The French had just lost their big battle at Dien Bien Phu and were throwing in the towel. They announced it very reluctantly and painfully. They concluded that Ho Chi Minh was too powerful, he was too popular, and it was just time to give it up and move on to the next battle and realize that Ho Chi Minh had won the right to control a piece of Indochina. The British agreed with this. And it was clear that the conference was going to come to this conclusion. So Foster Dulles walked out. He left. It's the only time in American history that a Secretary of State has left a major international conference in the middle. He determined that the United States would, just because the French and the British couldn't do it, and he set out a plan that Allen Dulles directed to begin American direct involvement in Vietnam. So think of it, if that one guy had not made that one decision on that one day as he was flying home from Geneva, we might have avoided the entire U.S. involvement in Vietnam with all of the trauma that brought to us and to the world. Later on, the Dulles brothers intervened in a variety of countries. One of the criteria that they used was to attack leaders who embraced an ideology that the Dulles brothers found particularly hateful. In some ways, and that was neutralism. Foster Dulles used the word immoral to describe neutralism. Neutralism was the ideology embraced by leaders of new countries that were emerging from colonialism after the Second World War. It meant that we don't want to get involved in the Cold War. We're not part of the Moscow-Washington confrontation. We're going to just concentrate on what we need to do within our country. The Dulles brothers hated this idea. And when they saw these neutralist leaders like Mossadegh and Arbenz, or like Sukarno in Indonesia, or Nehru in India, or Nasser in Egypt, or Lumumba in the Congo, what they saw was a series of patsies for the Kremlin. They saw these people as bridge figures who had been placed in power by communists in countries where it was not feasible yet to impose communism, but these people would set up popular fronts and pretend to be neutral, meanwhile doing the Kremlin's work. So, by turning these people into enemies, they turned the United States
Linux voice control stopped.
Emerging nations,
prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums,
and the reverberations
emptied out
from the rhetoric of those days is still with us.
But that's a really
in those days, we didn't use phrases like
many
red line and sanctions and options on the table, but we had similar phrases. And that kind of snarling rhetoric turned many people in the world against the United States. I found a wonderful newspaper from Indonesia during the famous Bandung Conference in 1955. The leaders of many Asian and African countries convened in this city, Bandung in Indonesia.
Placement scan complete.
Those leaders represented the majority of the population of Earth. And it was the first time that leaders of so many countries of this nature had come together. It was the beginning of what we call the non-aligned movement, or the Third World. So when this conference was announced, one congressman from Harlem, Adam Clayton Powell, went to see Foster Dulles and said to him,
Process
"This is a
21,
great opportunity for us.
quarantine 0.
Let us put together a delegation, not of white Protestant State Department diplomats, but a racially, religiously, ethnically mixed delegation, and we're going to send it to Bandung, and we're going to show the face of America as we really are." Foster Dulles completely rejected this idea.
Album
he called
art
that
complete.
conference nothing but a communist
Found 0
roadshow,
local
and it had
artworks.
nothing to do with it. So this newspaper that I found, there was only one English language newspaper in Indonesia in those days, had two banner headlines, or two big headlines on the two sides of the front page on the opening day of the conference. One said, "Soviet
New
Union
files
sends
sorted.
message of greeting for
21
opening of
placed in worded
Afro-Asian
folders.
conference." And the other one said, "United States refuses to recognize Afro-Asian conference." There was no
Quarantine
reason for
0
us to
empty
do that,
music
except
folders.
the Dulles brothers' belief that neutralism was a big fraud and a big trick. Now, Foster Dulles died in office, or resigned just before dying in the late 50s. Allen Dulles remained in office through the end of the Eisenhower administration. One of the things I find so fascinating about these two brothers is that although ideologically and politically they were twins, they saw the world in exactly the same
LDC
way,
JSON generation
their
complete with
personalities
multi-word
were
groups.
polar opposites. John Foster Dulles was a sour, arrogant, self-righteous prude. I read somewhere even his friends didn't like him. One of my favorite lines about Winston Churchill said that he said he's the only bull I know who carries his own china shop around with him. But I liked Harold Macmillan's comment better. The British are the absolute kings of insults. He said about Foster Dulles, "His speech was slow, but it easily kept pace with his thoughts."
Linux voice control restarted.
Allen Dulles was the complete opposite. He was a figure like out of the Great Gatsby, with beautiful blazers and buckled loafers, endless supply of stories, great connoisseur of wine, an inveterate adulterer who had 100 mistresses from Claire Booth Luce to the Queen of Greece, a wonderful conversationalist. And I think this was very important because Allen Dulles was not only the head of the invisible government, he was also the ambassador of the invisible government to the visible. And he went to so many Georgetown cocktail parties. He was so popular that he would have died if he led the establishment in Washington to conclude, we don't really know what the CIA is, we don't really know what it does, but if it's run by such a wonderful guy, So Alan's persona played a big role in his success. Now,
they're a big deal. They've really upended
Foster Dulles did not live to see his reputation decline, but fate was not so kind to Alan Dulles. 36 hours after John F. Kennedy was elected president, he held his first press conference. He wanted to convey this image of vigor and youth. And the first sentence that he spoke in public in his first appearance as president-elect was the announcement that he was keeping Alan Dulles on as head of the CIA. Alan Dulles, by this time, had overthrown Castro. You remember how we overthrew Castro at the Bay of Pigs? And he presented this to Kennedy. Kennedy made a series of adjustments in the plan, which everybody involved in the plan understood made it impossible for the plan to succeed. News of the plan then appeared on the front page of the New York Times after the planners had already announced to themselves that secrecy was an absolute condition for its success. They went ahead with the operation anyway. And I think the reason was that Alan Dulles had learned something from Eisenhower. Eisenhower had repeatedly told him, I have one quote from Eisenhower in my book where he says, you have to be sure you're going to succeed because once you commit the flag, you commit it to win. When they were overthrowing Arbenz, they had this bogus little Air Force, about 6 or 8 small planes that they pretended were rebel planes from the Guatemalan Air Force that were actually CIA planes flying in from Florida and Nicaragua. And a number of them suddenly fell out of the sky, one was shot down, one landed in Mexico, a couple had mechanical problems, and they were out of planes. So Alan Dulles found out about this immediately from his men in the field, and he went to Eisenhower. And he said, we need more planes. At the same meeting arrived the legal advisor of the State Department with a bunch of law books explaining why this was illegal. Eisenhower decided, we're going to send the planes. Alan Dulles later said, when I saw my rival coming in with law books, I knew I had won the argument. But Eisenhower later told Andrew Goodpaster, one of his close associates, once you have committed yourself to violence or the path of violence, it is too late to have second thoughts. You must carry it. So Alan Dulles heard this and he probably assumed that Kennedy felt bad. And there's a climactic moment in my journey
312 placed
when they come to Kennedy and say, the thing is falling apart. We need a couple of Air Force moves. And Kennedy effectively says, how many times did I tell you I'm not sending Air Force planes? And they said, yeah, but that was then, and now it's urgent. The whole thing's going to fail. And he said, you didn't hear me. We're not getting involved, not sending Air Force planes. So that episode ended, of course, as we all know, in a terrible disaster. Kennedy then fired Alan Dulles. And oddly enough, 2 years later, Alan Dulles turned up on the Warren Commission, which is food for a lot of conspiracy theories. Looking back on the Dulles brothers, we can see that they made some historic, profound misjudgments. And those are misjudgments from which we can learn. The first one was that they refused to pursue peace feelers that started coming out of the Kremlin after the death of Stalin. They'd only been in office a few months when Stalin died in 1953. At the end of 1953, there was a summit in Bermuda of what was then called the Big Three. It was the U.S., France, and Britain. They had received a message from the new Soviet leader. The informator was Malenkov. And Malenkov proposed a meeting of the Big Four. So let me come to your next three. We'll talk about how we can try to manage our conflict. Churchill thought this was a great idea, and so did the French. Foster Dulles was totally opposed. He hated the idea of any negotiation with an enemy. He thought if we sat down with the Soviets, the entire paradigm of conflict on which the Cold War was built would dissolve, because it would convey the idea that these were rational people and they had good ideas and maybe we could have a conversation and we'd come up with some agreement like normal people can. And that would destroy the image of the Soviets that the Dulles brothers felt was essential to maintain unity of purpose in the United States. Foster Dulles actually said several times that Khrushchev was worse than Stalin because he had the same mindset, but he was a nice guy and he was convincing people that he wasn't an evil monster. We're hearing that now. Watch out for the smiling enemy. Don't negotiate.
And also,
just stay firm, don't talk, and ultimately you'll get what you want. So that was their first big misjudgment.
When the fuck
They missed possible chances to shorten calm.
Those motherfuckers honestly don't know
The
what
second big misjudgment they made was that they completely misjudged the nature of third world nationalism. As I said, they saw it all as a Kremlin plot. They didn't understand the aspirations of hundreds of millions of people who were emerging from colonialism and looking for their place in a turbulent world. They saw them all as potential or real enemy fighters. And they created the United States as a kind of enemy figure to the entire rising third world. This was the biggest force rising in the world in the 1950s, and they completely misunderstood. The third big misjudgment they made was that they had no concept of what we would now call blowback. It never occurred to them that by overthrowing Mossadegh in Iran, they were setting the stage for 25 years of royal dictatorship and then 30 years of religious rule and brutally, bitterly anti-American hostility from Tehran. They never thought that by intervening in Vietnam, they would start a war in which 2 million people were going to die, including more than 50,000 Americans, or that Guatemala would be plunged into this horror. Take a look at the Congo. Here's a place where we overthrew the first and really only popular elected leader the Congo ever had, Patrice Lumumba, and with the Belgians, who greatly feared Lumumba, overthrew and executed him. We know what's happened in the Congo over the last quarter century. The number of violent deaths there are said to be in the millions. You can't say it all came from the overthrow of Lumumba, but you do have to wonder, had we allowed Congolese democracy to take root and encouraged it instead of crushing it, might we have avoided these situations? This, I think, is a great lesson for today, as are all of the Dulles brothers.
Linux voice control stopped.
Don't talk to your enemies.
Renaming and preparation complete.
See neutralists as potential enemies and insist that people either be on your side or you'll be considered hostile. And never think about the long-term consequences of the interventions that you're carrying out. These are lessons we all need to ponder today, but we're not pondering them because you have to be in the closed conference room opposite baggage claim number 3 before you can even see an image of one of the Dulles brothers. So as I was concluding my work on this book, I developed another interest in a piece of artwork that features the Dulles brothers. I must say that although I deplore the fact that the Foster Dulles bust is out of sight, we miss it only for political reasons. We don't miss it for artistic reasons. It's not a beautiful piece of work. Mrs. Dulles paid for it. I'm not sure she went out and hired the best sculptor available. But there is a work of art featuring the Dulles brothers that I consider one of the masterpieces of political art of the 20th century. It is a painting by the famous Mexican muralist Diego Rivera.
Renaming complete. 24 files
it's 16
renamed.
feet long on linen. It is a spectacular mural depicting the overthrow of Arbenz.
Album art complete.
So the
zero local
backstory
artworks.
is this. When Arbenz was overthrown in June of 1954, demonstrations and protests broke out all over Latin America. There wasn't a single embassy, a single American embassy in Latin America that did not get either attacked or was the subject of protest
24
marches.
placed in worded
of course, there were
folders.
protests in Mexico, which borders on Guatemala, and where there was a strong tradition of nationalism and anti-interventionism.
Quarantine zero empty music folders.
Diego Rivera's wife, Frida Kahlo, was very ill and was under doctor's orders not to leave her bed. She was so outraged by the overthrow of Arbenz that she told her husband, I'm getting up and we're going to participate in the protest march together. You can still find a photograph of Diego Rivera pushing Frida Kahlo in a wheelchair through the streets at the front of a huge protest rally in Mexico City.
LVC JSON generation complete
That was
with
the last time
multi-row
Frida Kahlo
groups.
ever appeared in public. She died 11 days later. And Diego Rivera went on to paint this spectacular mural, Glorious Victory. So I have to tell, when I have my students, I have to tell them, don't look it up now. But you can find this when you get home on the internet. So Foster Dulles is right in the middle with a big smirk on his face, and he's shaking hands with his Guatemalan lackey, who he has just placed in as the new dictator. Right behind him is Alan Dulles, with a big satchel around his waist from which piles of dollar bills are flowing out onto the ground.
Linux voice control restarted.
Foster Dulles has his hand on a big bomb, and on the front of the bomb is painted a face of Eisenhower. There are dead children all around it. In the background, Guatemalan laborers are bending under the weight of banana stems, which they're carrying up the gangplank to a freighter with an American flag on it. I studied this painting quite a bit for inspiration while I was writing this book. And as I drew to the end of my project, I decided I want to go see it. I want to see it in real life.
But to do so better,
so I called the Diego Rivera Foundation in Mexico
is the right man to do it.
To see if I could arrange
for
viewing. Where is it?
Structure. This is about building an innovation pipeline.
I got an odd response, quite similar to the response I got at Dulles Airport when I was looking for the bus.
Away the debris.
They barely knew what I was talking about. And this is the Diego Rivera Foundation. It's a long story, but actually I had to hire someone in Mexico to go to the various Diego Rivera groups and offices and foundations and figure out what's the story. Well, finally I got back the note, that painting is not in Mexico. If you want to find that painting, it's in Moscow. So the story is, as I later discovered it, Diego Rivera was a communist. He donated this painting, when he finished it, to the people of the Soviet Union. However, the Soviets didn't like Diego Rivera, because although he considered himself a communist, the Soviets did not consider him a good communist. He's one of those Latin American communists who changed his mind and had a lot of ideas that were not exactly what Lenin had written. Besides, Trotsky was his house guest. So the picture disappeared. And literally for 30 years, no one knew where it was. It wasn't until after the end of the Cold War, in the early 1990s, that a handful of Mexican art historians took on the project of trying to find it. And it wasn't easy. The picture had once been in Poland. It's a long story. But anyway, in the end, it turned up. It's in the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. It had been sent abroad once to be shown about 5 years ago in Mexico and in Guatemala. Now I had to consider, is it worth going all the way to Moscow for 2 hours and stand in front of that picture? Thought about it for a while and I said, yes, it is. So I got in touch with the help of a Russian woman I know, with the correct person at the Pushkin Museum, the deputy director, and I told him, I'm coming to Moscow to see your picture. And I got back a note saying, the picture to which you refer is on a rolled up in one of our basement storage rooms. If you come to Moscow, I can take you to that basement and show you the roll. But I cannot unroll it
testified
for you,
the Walsh's
because we do
marriage
not
was
have
falling
the space.
apart.
She told me how upset she was and how frustrating
this
that
picture
was.
too,
And how
maybe it's wrong to say that it's lost because it's not destroyed, but nobody's seeing it. And nobody has a chance to see it, and
never been found,
there's no indication that
Brian
anyone
Walsh
will ever be able
admitted
to
that
see
he
it. It will ever be on
in an
display
irrational
again.
panic, but insisted he
So
did
that
not
brings me
kill
to my
her.
modest
The defense
proposal.
case starts tomorrow.
Our thanks to Aaron.
The audience that needs
The
to see
University
that
of
picture is
Michigan
not in
fired
there.
the head coach of it.
In fact, it isn't even in Guatemala, since the Guatemalans have a good understanding of what happened to them. The audience that needs to see it is us. It's here in the United States. So my idea is that as part of our flowering relationship with President Putin, we should arrange to take that picture out of the basement. Let's bring it to the United States. And I have the exact place to display it. I want it to be the centerpiece at Dulles Airport. And we're going to put the bust right in front of it. Little plaques, maybe little excerpts from my book, posing questions that people might think about. This would be a way for us to recover some of our historical memory and recover from the amnesia that allows us to forget episodes that we consider unimportant because we don't want to face, but that actually were hugely important, not just in shaping the world, but in shaping the position of the United States in it. It's not right that we've forgotten the Dulles brothers. They are us. We are them. They did not hijack America or force our foreign policy in a direction that no one else wanted to force it in. By understanding them, we understand ourselves better, we confront some of the errors in our past, and maybe we can learn from them lessons that they themselves in life never learned. Thank you.
Simple. Do we have contact for the mother? Well, on the call, this is about mother calling on behalf of the mill. I guess she's mad at
we have about 35 minutes for questions, so do you want to just field your questions?
You don't want the mother's information.
Continue.
Sir.
If you want to add J. Edgar Hoover to the triumvirate, it was a very scary time. But my question would be, in all of your research, the Dulleses, did you happen to come across some things they did right?
First of all, before I answer that, let me mention, you mentioned J. Edgar Hoover. I'm going to tell you a funny story. That's a little footnote to the Allen Dulles story. J. Edgar Hoover and Allen Dulles hated each other. J. Edgar Hoover wanted to be director of the CIA. I didn't get the job.
New files sorted.
And then there were a lot of turf battles over what the FBI should do and what the CIA should do. The FBI, don't forget, had been very active in Latin America for many years, so they wanted to keep Latin America. Allen Dulles didn't want this, so there was bad blood between them. Flash forward now to the early 1960s, after Allen Dulles has now been thrown out of the CIA and he's in private life. He had two more public appearances. One is he showed up on the Corpus. But after that, an even stranger thing happened. You'll remember the death of the 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi. After that happened, Lyndon Johnson called J. Edgar Hoover to his office and essentially told him, I want you to take half the FBI and send them to Mississippi and get these guys. And Hoover didn't want to do it. Hoover felt like, he told Lyndon Johnson, the local police can take care of it. And Johnson effectively said, come on, you know the local police was involved. I want 50 FBI agents. And they had a big fight. And Hoover kept saying, no, I can't spare the people. I'm fighting real crime.
In 1 month.
So Lyndon Johnson, he was really a master maneuverer. How does he wants to light a fire under Hoover. So what does he do? He calls Allen Dulles. And he says to Allen Dulles, you're the man I need to go to Mississippi and investigate what happened to those civil rights workers. And Allen Dulles said, I've never been involved in the civil rights movement. I don't know anything about it, and I can't even tell you the name of the governor of Mississippi. And Lyndon Johnson said, oh, that doesn't matter. You got to be my guy. So Allen Dulles went there. He spent 2 days. He wrote a little report that was anodyne, didn't say anything, and nobody ever read it. And I don't think even he himself understood what he was doing there. But it worked, because the minute that Hoover saw that Allen Dulles was in Mississippi, then he really got active, and he started sending FBI agents down there, because he didn't want Allen Dulles to take any glory away from him. You ask, what did they do right? I think if the Dulles brothers were here today and asked to defend themselves against some of the comments that I've made, for example, I think they would say something very similar to what Henry Kissinger says, effectively, when people confront him, what did you do in Timor and Cambodia and Chile? I think his real answer is, why are you bothering me about these tiny little details? Those meant nothing. What about what I did with the Soviets, what I did with China? So Kissinger famously remarked, I know nothing about, nor am I interested in, the world south of the Pyrenees. And the Dulles brothers are very much the same. They deeply understood Europe because that was their whole training and that was the class they came from. That was their understanding of diplomacy. It was all European. But they had no understanding of the rest of the world. In Europe, however, I think they would argue, and maybe with some reason, that they preserved a tense peace. They were strong supporters of Adenauer. In fact, Adenauer was essentially the only world leader that ever really liked John Foster Dulles. They were very similar types.
And once again, we're arriving in the next mint, this time installed.
So I guess you could say that,
I'll just log in.
I guess what they would say is,
and here we
did
are
we have a nuclear war?
Desktop with
Did we win?
Linux voice control stopped.
Various things that can be
Maybe
done
our
here,
strategy
some
in
of
the
which I
long
will
run
return to
worked
later
out.
in the video. But the critical one is that if you have
looking
an
at the
NVIDIA
US-Soviet
graphics
relationship
card,
in Europe,
and on this computer there
you could make that argument. I think you could make a counter argument too. But you could at least make that argument. I don't think you could have an argument when it comes to the world south of the Pyrenees. They didn't do anything good there. But you could argue that in their relation with the Soviets and in their management of European affairs, they at least preserved a peace that allowed us all still to
Placement
be there
scan complete.
when the wall fell. Go ahead.
I don't know exactly how to ask this because it's not directly about the Dulles brothers, but does your understanding of the Dulles brothers and the way that the U.S. was perceived by the Third World and the Soviets were perceived by the Third World inform how
Trim complete.
how the U.S. and
Process
China
23,
today,
quarantine 0.
Sort of the dynamic between the U.S. and China in trying to, I don't want to say control, but just gain influence in the Third World.
Well, I think one thing the
Naming
Chinese
complete.
have learned from us is
24 files
it's not a
remain.
good idea to have military forces in other countries. I give you one example that I see in the
Album
world right
complete.
now, and it's the Persian
Found
Gulf.
0 local artworks.
We don't have nearly the same strategic interest in the Persian Gulf now that we had in the Cold War. You could argue that we had to be friends with Saudi Arabia and all those sheiks in the Cold War, and we needed the oil, but the Cold War's over, and the oil situation is now
New files
completely
sorted.
different.
24
Who are
placed
the
in
principal
worded
consumers
folders.
of oil from the Gulf and from Saudi Arabia? Number one is China, and number two is India. Those are the main clients for Saudi Arabia.
Quarantine
They're not
0 empty music
responsible for the
folders.
security in the Persian Gulf. We're providing the security for China's energy supply, and we're paying for it. And I think the Chinese love this. Why wouldn't they? They're saying they're getting into the trouble. They're attracting the danger. The lightning is coming down on them, and we're getting the benefit. So I guess the Chinese have learned something from being around for 50 centuries. Just like the Iranians have learned from being around for 25 centuries. And that is,
LVC JSON generation
everything
complete
doesn't
with
happen on the
multi-word groups.
schedule that any big country can dictate. I met a woman who was a school teacher in China who came on an exchange trip to the U.S. She was teaching U.S. history in China, so Chinese history in America. And I asked her, so which do you prefer to teach, Chinese history or American history? And she said, well, American history is so much easier because there hardly is any of it. And from their perspective, they're right. And I said to the same woman, in my ignorance, oh, China, I can't believe how suffering China's gone through the last 150 years. Opium wars, the country ripped apart, foreign invasions,
Linux
huge
voice control
civil
restarted.
war, the Cultural Revolution, the millions, famine, the deaths. She said, it's nothing, we had a bad century. No problem. Maybe we have another bad one, and then there'll be some good ones. Americans don't think like that. And I think that's a reason why China's been around a long time, and maybe something we could learn from them. Yes, sir.
Why the relationship between the Dulles brothers and Eisenhower? Why did Eisenhower keep them around? I mean, you had, as I remember, I think Atchison's father was a minister too, wasn't he?
Well, I can tell you this. I've given several dozen speeches on this topic in the last month, and I've never given one in which this question doesn't come up. So what about Eisenhower? I don't even feel the need to bring it up in my speech anymore because I know it's going to come up in the question period. I have a video clip of Alan Dulles during an interview saying the CIA never does anything without the full knowledge and approval of President Eisenhower. And he was right. Eisenhower was a tough guy behind the smile. He was a firm believer and a fervent supporter of covert action. In fact, when Alan Dulles gave his first pep talk to his men when he first came back from his swearing-in ceremony, he said, this administration has an intense interest in all aspects of covert action.
We had some primers.
So, all of these operations were conducted with the full cooperation and understanding and approval of President Eisenhower. In fact, he went further than the Dulles brothers. As far as we know, he's the only president that authorized and ordered the assassination of a foreign leader. In fact, he did it twice within the same summer, Castro and Lumumba. Slightly circumlocucious, but everybody got the message. Why did Eisenhower so fervently support covert action? Well, we don't know because he never wrote about it, because he never admitted that he did support it, nor that there ever was any covert action. In his memoirs, he lies blatantly about these operations. Like the Guatemala one, he says, I received a memo from an American unknown to me, but it sounded more like a dime novel than a real fact. He had a briefing in his office from the 20 CIA agents who carried out the coup, and the Vice President, the Attorney General, everybody was there. He congratulated them all, shook all their hands. Now, he would say that wasn't a lie. That was a state secret. Those things you take to your grave. That's why I wrote that memoir. In those days, you could still believe that nobody would ever know. But I think we can guess some reasons why Eisenhower was such a great supporter of covert action. One would certainly be that although nobody knew it at the time, we now understand that covert action and secret operations played a large role in World War II. We broke the German code. We had whole armies of planes and tanks that would actually just blow up balloons. Eisenhower, of course, would have been aware of all this. He must have come out of World War II with a appreciation for what covert action could do. And secondly, I think he would have seen covert action as a peace project. It's an alternative to war. I think here's a guy who had to send thousands of people to their deaths. This must have weighed on him. And then people show up and tell him, we overthrew the government of country X and 25 people were killed and none of them were Americans. He must have thought, this is amazing. This is fantastic. It's a lifesaver. So he also had no concept
at this point was cut down on stuff. I simplified the cabinet until it was just 6 boards. I threw the code switch in the bin. No need for the PCB anymore. But then I was breaking world law, so I went back for the switch.
That covert action
we had a good
play a
four-letter
very important, though
love,
secret role
hate,
in security policy.
Fear,
so Eisenhower's
pain,
security
hope,
plan was
rage,
called the New Look.
Loss.
And it essentially had
this
two
project has
pillars.
failed after all.
He was a great budget cutter. Something we
I miscalculated
don't have those
how
anymore.
long it would take to build the amp.
But
Maybe my dream.
he always wanted to cut the defense budget. So the New Look was, first pillar was cut the size of the army, and the second pillar was nuclear deterrence. But we now understand that the New Look actually had 3 pillars. It was smaller army, nuclear deterrent, and covert action. So that was his security strategy. And talking about blowback, I think that's in one sense, you anticipate a defense that they would have made. It's not a bad one. If they could use this today and come back to respond. We might say, we had no idea that covert operations could have huge effects 50 years later, because 50 years before we were in office, there were no covert operations. So we didn't have any evidence about what happened. But we can't use that argument today because we've seen the long-term effects.
That underscore is underscore 2512121093916.
Yes, sir.
Behind the air's enhanced
Foreign
durability
policy
ceramic
tend to look in the
shield,
40s and the
within the new
50s,
raised
the time when
plateau
great
that
men
houses
walked
the
the earth,
48
the wise men,
megapixel
and so on
camera,
and so
there
forth.
is
True or
room
not,
for
that's
AI.
kind of the characterization.
Apple's implemented a new
And
chip
in the
architecture
early
for
90s, I listened to a mid-level
Reintegrating
State
neural
Department official
accelerators
say,
into
everybody's
HGs.
waiting for
I
Mr.
don't know
X
exactly what that
because it was the post-Cold War era.
GPU is actually a
Can
collection
you,
of
based
tiny
on your
little
other
processors
books
all running
and
in
this
parallel.
reading of the Dulles brothers,
This year's GPU and
take a measure of the current crop, and I'm not talking about the instantaneous contemporaries, but the current crop of foreign policy establishment leaders, the Holbrooks, the whoever, compared to the people you've been studying so closely. Do you have a sense of how they stack up?
Well, giants walking the earth, it's a debatable thought. Yeah, there was George Kennan, but there was also John Foster Dulles. And maybe we're in a somewhat similar situation today, although I haven't noticed the Kennan out there. I'd say this. There's one thing that's changed much for the better since the Dulles era and since the 40s and 50s. All during the first half of the 20th century and into the 1950s, the American foreign policy establishment was a very small, homogeneous elite.
The following
They were all white, they were all male, they were all Protestant, they all went to the same colleges, they all went to work for the same investment banks and law firms, they vacationed in the same places, they went to the same parties. That was the Council on Foreign Relations, which the Dulles found in 1921, and Allen Dulles later became president of the Council on Foreign Relations. It was a very closed society. For example, William Casey was rejected for membership. didn't go to good schools, he was Catholic, out of the question. This has changed. Now the foreign policy establishment is much broader. It's much more diverse. I mean, kids grow up today thinking that women make American foreign policy. All there was Condoleezza Rice, and there was Madeleine Albright, and they're on and on. So I think in that sense it's changed for the better. Our foreign policy establishment is much more diverse, and it reflects a wider variety of currents. But I still have a complaint that I think is a hangover from the 50s. I think it's a problem we have it in a different way now. Every time I go to Washington, which is as rarely as possible, I am struck by the narrowness of the limits within which the foreign policy debate is expected to be conducted. In order to participate in this debate, you have to accept 50 different assumptions. Otherwise, you're considered kind of a wacko, and you're not invited to lunch, and you can't be in the think tank anymore. Just about every big institution in Washington shares in shaping this consensus. And it's very impressive to me how effective that group is in bringing everyone who comes to Washington into that consensus. There is a certain set of principles that we take as immutable about America. These principles are outdated, and some of them have been proven wrong. Nonetheless, there's a tremendous pressure to accept
Linux voice control stopped.
that the way the United States has traditionally acted in the world is the right way to act. We changed the vocabulary from the interventionist ideology of the George W. Bush administration to the interventionist ideology of the Obama administration. You see a different rhetoric. It's now called humanitarian intervention. There's different clothing around the same long-term ends. So I think the style has adjusted. But I still am frustrated that open debate, questioning the principles by which our foreign policy is shaped, is essentially stigmatized in Washington. And that is a real problem for the United States. We have a tremendous inertia in our foreign policy making process. And that's something that institutions like this have a role in trying to challenge.
Is it being simplistic on my part to suggest that
Trim complete.
things were simpler?
Processed 23, quarantine 0.
Now there's such a complex just intersection of opinions, and it all does get homogenized, but is this much more complex?
Malformed file moved to quarantine.
Well, I would say that it certainly is more complex today than the Dulles brothers thought it was in the 1950s.
Large JSON file detected. File placement
database
database
more complex than the Dulles brothers truly understood. They saw it as a very simple struggle, but that's not what it was. It was multifaceted. I used to know Holbrook, and one of the things he told me was,
files sorted.
I still remember, he said,
24
Henry,
placed in worded folders.
He said, Henry likes to compare diplomacy to chess. He says diplomacy is like chess, because you always have to think many moves ahead of what the other guy's going to do. But I don't like that analogy. I have a different one. He said, I think of diplomacy as like jazz, endless variations on a theme. So I think there were a lot of variations on the theme out there in the 50s that the Dulles brothers didn't pick up on. All they heard was the central melody. That said, of course, you had essentially two power centers in the world. The third
LVC
world
JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Not a unified power. So in that sense, the world was simpler then. Now, I guess we would look forward with anticipation to a world in which there was just us and one other power to deal with. So many forces have emerged in the world that make it much more complex today. You might argue, however, that some of those forces, particularly some of the most dangerous and destabilizing ones, would not have emerged, at least in their current guise, had it not been for the Dulles brothers. So if the world is much more difficult and complex and dangerous today, maybe they bear some of the blame.
Linux voice control restarted.
Is that being simplistic? Yes, go ahead.
I wonder if your story has anything to say explicitly about race. I mean, you mentioned that they're all white, and the South of the Pyrenees comment suggests that they saw you know, that could have been the main criteria by which they thought that the world had to be responded to. In other words, the differential between the way they treated the North and the success there, as you might call it, and versus the
I think that's true.
rapidness with which they approached these smaller, browner countries.
They would think that a leader like Sukarno or Lumumba would not be able to master the difficulties of a country, and the Americans would have to come in and show them what to do. Whereas in Europe, they had much more confidence in these leaders, and I think there was definitely a racial component to that. They never had any exposure to people of other races. Their social circles were all their own kind of people. I think they were, in a way, social Darwinists. You know, they believed that there was a kind of a pyramid of races. They weren't quite as explicit about it as Teddy Roosevelt and Henry Cabot Lodge, but they were heirs to that tradition. I think that's part of what they got from their
Renaming
grandfather.
complete. 21 files
He had
renamed.
come of age in the period of Reconstruction, and was an exemplar of the
New
beliefs
files
that most
sorted.
Americans held during that age.
21 placed in worded
So
folders.
I do think that,
and then RTA helps
that
us
they look
move
down on
so that
people from
that 101st
South
person
America.
goes to
and what we would probably do is, you know, instead of saying now we go send one, we probably reduce the size of Ben Garza's by 25. We hit 100. You drop that down to 75, you start moving 25 over there, and you have a little bit of space.
Not just photos of documents, but all kinds of stuff. The menu and the NATO meeting in Denmark in 1950. So, I found, going through these boxes, and I found a couple of envelopes. These are old enough to remember what snapshots are. They're family snapshots, little black and white pictures. And they're tourist pictures, they're just family pictures, any other family. So I was flipping through them, and I was struck when I suddenly saw a picture of Clover, that's Alan's wife, standing in front of a Mayan stela, which I could recognize as a stela in Guatemala that's right outside Bananera, where the United Fruit Plantation was. So obviously she and Alan were there a good amount of time. And then in that same envelope, I saw many pictures of Clover Dulles in Guatemala. She's talking with Indian ladies, she's going into marketplaces in small villages. Obviously she was quite taken with Guatemalan culture, as all of us are who discovered Guatemala. Then, in another envelope, I found some pictures of Alan Dulles' weekend house on Long Island. On the outside, it looks like every other house on the North Shore of Long Island. But there are also pictures inside. And I was shocked when I saw a picture of the living room. Now, other people, I don't know if anyone's ever looked at that photo before. It's just in a box in an envelope. But if someone else had, they might not have grasped it. It's a picture of the living room, and I noticed that all the walls in the living room are covered with fabrics from Guatemala. The mantelpiece has Guatemalan artifacts. The rug, it's from Guatemala. I recognize it right away. It means that while Alan Dulles was sitting around on weekends plotting the overthrow of democracy in Guatemala, which would lead to this horror for decades, Guatemala was a huge physical presence all around him.
There's represent us, not
something
them.
in our nature maybe that starts with fascination, then you want to help the people of that culture, then you want to guide them, then you get frustrated with them, and ultimately you end up making them the objects of your coercion.
They want to
and
go
I think
offensive.
that the Dulles brothers felt that they needed coercion because they were not able to see for themselves,
you know that.
partly because they were not as mature as
Fabulous talk. In a sense, brought the Cold War back to life. And one thing I noticed looking around the room is that you brought the Cold War back to life for people who actually remember the Cold War. In that regard, I'm struck, maybe alarmed even, at how few brown students are in the audience. What I mean by that is 18 and 22-year-olds who actually were born after the Cold War was over. So my question to you is, in the larger context here, is just a concern over declining interest in history. What your message is to your students here at Brown of how to re-engage and get energized by the subject matter even though they're not here, it's encourage them to tune in.
He was a line in that novel by Don DeLillo, Libra. He talks about history, and he says, history is the sum total of everything they don't want you to know. I'll tell you this, I think you're right. It is frustrating. Nonetheless, I think those of us that are in the history business are partly to blame for this, and it's because we've made history inaccessible, dry. In my books, I always like to tell stories. I always want people to think, I gotta read the next section so I can find out what happens next. It has to be narrative momentum. I'm not interested simply in reciting facts or historical dates. I like to bring up conflicts and personalities, things that engage people. I like to think, like fantasies, that my books would be interesting even to people who aren't particularly interested in the subject, because the story is good enough on its own. But I don't think there's enough of that going on. I can tell you that I'll tell you the comment that I get the most often about my works, and this is not just this book, but all my books. And this probably comprises 50% of all the comments that I get. Is the same comment. I get this over and over again, and it is some variation of, how come I never knew any of this? I studied history, or I read a lot of books. Why didn't I ever find out about any of these episodes? So, I tell you, many years ago, when I was the age of a Brown student, one of my professors was Howard Zinn. It's been a long time, and of course it was the 60s, so I don't remember too much. But
I do remember one thing
many years, and
it is up for renewal,
lectures.
And so we're going to begin that conversation with the council and the community.
History, the way it's written, is not necessarily
the
way
Crime
it
Control District goes back to
History
1997
one
when voters
view.
first approved it,
and each of
and
you
then it was renewed
has the
again
opportunity
in 2016.
to rewrite history and to rearrange the flower pot,
of a sales
to
tax,
take the footnotes and make
and
them
it
the
generates
headlines,
about
and tell people that the headlines are
and
really
today
not
it's for
important.
renewal.
I appreciate
And
it.
so
To me, this is a very exciting process, and I feel that students can be engaged by that. I always tell this to my students. You decide what's important. Don't just take the list of the 10 most important events of the 20th century and think those were the most important 10. That's just one person's list. So, just as I always try to engage my readers, I never hit them over the head with that point. There's no point in any of my books where I say, did you hear what I just read? Isn't that awful? So let the reader participate.
Against state law to camp on city property or
Linux goes control style.
That's state law.
Written in a wrong way in the past, or was it written in a right way? What do you think were the most important episodes? How would you rank the importance of these different people or individuals? So, and maybe one other reason why the Cold War doesn't sound so interesting is that, after all, it was cold. One of the things I'm trying to point out is that if you don't like reading about political conflicts like the Cold War, and you only like learning about real wars, the Cold War really was one. So I'm hoping that in some of these ways,
Placement scan complete.
People out of their doubts about history. Go ahead.
I was a Brown student. I'm no longer a Brown student, so maybe
You almost qualified.
I almost qualified to speak. One point that I was interested in was about the collection of the Mayan artifacts. Is that something that I've been interested in writing about for a while? Is the
Trim
Coldwater
complete.
collection of Hopi Kachina.
Process 21.
So I
Quarantine
think there's no
0.
problem. I think that people with racist beliefs or superior beliefs of the inferiority of certain races have no problem
Renaming
with the
complete.
material culture of those.
21 files renamed.
But on the point of narrative and of
Album art
history,
complete.
speaking to
Found 0
like
local
people through
artworks.
these big stories that are interesting. I think what was really fascinating about your talk was the fact that in some way, I studied history at Brown. I'm hearing this discussion of the fact that the personalities and the psychology
New
of these
files sorted.
particular two people have
21 placed in wooded
huge
folders.
impact on the course of history, which, when we're in history departments,
Music
at this point
database
now, we're supposed
reorganized.
to not think in those terms.
6.
We're not supposed to necessarily
Quarantine
think of
0
the big
Quarantine
personalities
0 empty music
of
folders.
people bestriding the world and making these huge changes based on their own sort of psychology. What's interesting to me about what you're talking about is it's sort of like a reversal of the great white men thing, whereas yes, great white men had a huge impact on what happened in history, but it was a terrible impact. So I'm maybe interested in sort of that dynamic. Many history books are drier when they talk about the sort of complicated social and political dynamics that create
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Did this thing.
Well, think about the effects that some of the enemies of the Dulles brothers have had in the world. Nobody has forgotten Ho Chi Minh. Patrice Lumumba is probably the most famous African that ever lived. Fidel Castro has had enormous influence throughout the world, and this all happened as people completely forgot the Dulles brothers. As far as the role of individuals, I think you're right. There's a tendency in the academy in some areas to think that everything should be explained by forces and
Linux voice control restarted.
Historical theories. Maybe I'm influenced by the years that I spent as a newspaper reporter working abroad. I saw so many individuals up close, from Daniel Ortega to Slobodan Milosevic. I watched them, and I came away from that experience unable to believe that individuals do not have a big influence on history. The private psychology of the individual leader is a huge factor. And I think leaders also shape the perceptions of their people, their nations, for good and for bad. I mean, it happened to me. Peter was talking about the Cold War, and I'm one of those people that's barely old enough to remember it. So I'll just give you one little story to show you about my own involvement. So I learned in Truro Central School in my 5th grade that we had to build a bomb shelter. Every American needed a bomb shelter because the Russians were going to be invading at any moment. So, like a responsible youth, I went home to my mother and I told her, we got to build a bomb shelter. My mother said, no, we don't. No reason for that. I started repeating all the reasons, so dangerous, and how we're going to do it. And she didn't take it seriously. She didn't even want to engage me. I became extremely frustrated. I still remember this moment. I said to her, what are you going to do when the Russians invade?
A nice list of things that Linux
I still remember her answer. She said,
other operating systems.
maybe I'll invite them over to tea.
And of course, it doesn't mean that
Linux was the moment I realized my mother was an idiot.
Mac OS. That's not the case. So let me know what you think and what I missed.
If you could go to my house in Truro, which I still have, and go down into the basement into the crawl space at the back, you'd still find, I'm sure, rusty old cans of tuna fish and corn and forks and knives that I put there because my parents were too irresponsible to take care of us and defend our family from the impending invasion. Multiply that by 100 million, and you get the mentality that was going on in the United States. One of the other cultural factors that I cite in my book as helping to shape this mentality is the paradigm of the Western movie, which was very big in the 50s. These masterpieces like Shane, which is my all-time favorite, or High Noon. All these films have the same trope, that there's a town or a valley where good people can't live because a bunch of thugs have taken it over. And then one good man with a gun shows up. Nobody has invited him, but he knows instinctively what has to be done. The evil here is the responsibility of just a couple of people. And if you just get rid of those couple of people, everything will be happy again. So the stranger takes on the burden of cleansing this town or this valley. He even takes on the moral burden of murder. He kills them. Then sun rises, peace is on the valley, and the hero walks away not wanting anything other than the quiet gratitude of the people that he's rescued. It's not an accident that when Nikita Khrushchev came to the United States, only after Foster Dulles had died, because that would have killed him, I can tell you. And when he came to Camp David, Eisenhower showed him that movie, Shane. It was during the Berlin crisis, and there's a line in that movie that says, "This is our valley and we ain't gonna move." This also, I think, greatly influenced Americans with this. It created this self-image of ourselves as the lone saviors who go in to places that are deeply troubled, and we realize that all trouble is only caused by a few evildoers. We'll just get rid of those and everything will be fine. So this oversimplifying of a complex world undergirded the entire 1950s.
We're out of time, but there's wine and books in the front.
Wine and books! Thank you so much. Thank you.
One layer, and for most people, it's not even the most important one. HTTPS encrypts your actual web traffic. DNS over HTTPS hides your DNS lookups. uBlock and hardened Firefox destroy trackers, and Tor, when used correctly, offers obfuscation, not invisibility. Browser
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so wonderful to see you. My name is Richard Locke. I am very happy to say that I'm a professor of International Public Affairs here at the Watson Institute and currently serve as provost. And it's really wonderful to be back here at Watson for this really great event. I'm really pleased to be able to introduce my friend and colleague, Steve Kinzer, who is a senior fellow here at the Watson Institute. Now, many of you already know this, but Steve is a renowned journalist who has had a very long and distinguished career as a reporter and editor. He spent over 20 years working for the New York Times, most of it as a foreign correspondent. He was the Times bureau chief in Nicaragua during the 1980s and in Germany during the early 1990s, so pretty critical moments in the history of those two regions. In 1996, he was named chief of the newly opened Times Bureau in Istanbul, and later he was appointed national culture correspondent based in Chicago. In addition to the work he's done as a really terrific journalist, Stephen is also a best-selling and highly celebrated author. In addition to his latest work, which will
German optics company Zeiss made specific mirrors just for ASML that are the flattest man-made surfaces in the world.
He has authored a number of other really terrific books around.
New JSON has been completed.
When the ink finally hit the photoresist chemical on the surface of the silicon wafer, it prints the minuscule
Trim complete.
Another event like
Process 21, quarantine 0.
Legislation that came out brothers.
I do not see how in the world this is an economic development, how y'all can consider that that's what it is.
Today.
I mean, let's see, I've got
One dollar.
Most of those guys do. Most expensive thing.
Steve has that rare combination of attributes that provide, I think, not only tremendous success as an author and journalist, but also as a teacher and a member of this intellectual community. He has an insatiable curiosity to understand the forces that shape the world, a commitment to find and reveal the truth.
In response to Mr. Massey's question,
and a rare storyteller's gift to make
were
all
not
of his works
credible.
both compelling,
These are survivors.
readable, but also
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you about the survivors, and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old.
These columns, and they're fantastic. Those of you who follow him, it's especially very relevant to some of the debates that we're having these days in foreign policy, but maybe even
inbound 23 on Molina Street.
I think that we're actually very blessed to have Steve as a member of the Watson and Brown communities. He joined Watson in 2013, so that was a very nice overlap, and has had a significant presence here.
Linux voice control stopped.
And our journalist in residence. In his roles, Stephen has also taught a number of courses on understanding foreign policy, this wonderful course on how to be a foreign correspondent, where last time, I guess he took students to Nicaragua, and I hear this time it's Cuba, which I wish I would be able to be a student in those classes. But given the goals and the mission of this institute, which is part of trying to promote a just and peaceful world, the kind of work that he does in his scholarship and his commentary and his teaching is absolutely central to our ability to fulfill the missions of Watson, but also the mission of Brown University. Steve, it's so wonderful to have you in our community. I wish I got to see you more often these days. And please join me in welcoming Steve Kinzer.
Term complete. Process 21, quarantine 0.
We have never had a president before who was destitute of self-respect and of respect for his high office.
Renaming complete.
We've had no
24
president
files
before
renamed.
who was not a gentleman. We've had no president before who was intended for a butcher, a dive keeper, or a
Album not
bully.
complete. Found 0 local
No,
artworks.
those words were not written this week. That's Mark Twain talking about Theodore Roosevelt. They were marvelously matched antagonists at the end of the 19th century.
New files sorted.
In some ways, they were quite different.
24 placed in worded folders.
Roosevelt believed that war was the only suitable pursuit for a man or a nation. I went through a lot
Quarantine
of his
0
letters
empty
while
music folders.
researching this book, and I came up with great lines like, "I would favor almost any war because I believe this country needs one." At one point, he actually wrote to his bosom friend, Henry Cabot Lodge, speculating on whether it would be possible to arrange for Germany to bombard and burn some cities on the east coast of the U.S. so the United States could get more actively involved in a war. Mark Twain was quite different. Mark Twain had traveled to places where European imperialism was well rooted.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
India, the South Seas, and he had a very different view of what the role of imperialism was. On the other hand, in a certain way, they were well matched and equal. They were both activists and writers as well as thinkers, and both of them created their own personas. They had great egos and they invented themselves. These were people who could never turn away from a crowd or a photographer or an interviewer. Aware of each other's popularity, they never attacked each other in public. But we know from their writings
Linux
and their
voice
comments,
control
what they
restarted.
really thought of each other. So Twain described Roosevelt as clearly insane and undoubtedly the most formidable disaster that has befallen the country since the Civil War. Roosevelt returned the favor by saying he would like to skin Mark Twain alive. Now, what were they arguing about? That is the theme of my new book. They represented two poles in an argument that consumed the United States 120 years ago and that still consumes us. All of our foreign policy choices in the United States could be reduced essentially down to one word, which is intervention. We're always trying to figure out where do we intervene in the world, when, with what tools, under what circumstances, with what goals. We imagine that we're coming up with new arguments and that this is our new debate, but actually the theme of my book is that this debate is actually quite old. It goes back more than a century. All of my books are voyages of discovery. I'm always looking for some
200
huge
different
story
ones
that had a
that
great
have
impact
almost
on
the
history,
same serial number.
but that for whatever reason
MacOS
we lost
might
or
also
forgot.
work without installing specific
The
drivers.
discovery
but
that led me to write this book has to do with the scope of the debate that shook America in the
Starting JSON security scan.
I teach about the Spanish-American War, and I'm pretty familiar with that history, but there
Shield
was a
active.
piece of it that I never understood, that I never knew, that's not in any of the books. During this period, the United States made a huge decision. When the Senate began its epochal debate, which I talked about in a moment, one senator started out by saying, "This is the greatest question that has ever been presented to the world." It was, and it still is. It's huge choice. We're not going to stop at the borders of North America. We're going to project our borders north. Soon the United States is on the front page of the newspapers every day. Every single newspapers and magazines of that era with how astonishingly current all the arguments are. Every argument we make for intervention and every argument we make against intervention starts here. As I was reading through these debates, I thought, this sounds just like what we said when we were debating Vietnam, whether to get involved in Central America, whether to be involved in Iraq. In the history of American foreign policy, this is truly the mother of all debates. Although the big difference is, of course, the senators were so much more articulate then. It's truly sobering to read through these speeches and see how beautifully crafted they are, how full of historical references they are, how insightful they are, with references to Pliny the Elder and the Catiline conspiracy and things you probably wouldn't want to discuss with very many senators today. So the fact that this debate shook the country and was so profoundly fought and was so narrowly decided is the major discovery of my book. The scope of this debate doesn't appear in history books. And so I do feel that, again, in this book, I've tried to recover an incident that was decisive in shaping American history, but that we don't know anything about. For those of you who were not in my recent lecture on the Spanish-American War, my History of American Intervention class, and might have forgotten that
coming here today.
Thank you for your response. Let me just refresh your memory and set the scene for what was happening at that moment. Cuban patriots were rising up against Spanish rule in the late 1890s. At the same time, coincidentally, in New York City, William Randolph Hearst,
and how are you going to be the you're the poster child for other we said from the outset we're not
murder, suicide, child abuse, and political corruption. And then it started. With an entrepreneur's eye, a cycle got to understand how the stories start to blend in. And as everyone in the news business knows, the way to get people to tune in every day or buy a paper every day is to have what we call a running story, a story that's going every day. So you need to buy the next day's paper to find out what's going to happen. War is the best running story of all. And William Randolph Hearst understood this. He made a point of bringing to Americans the extremes of brutality that Cuban people were suffering under Spanish oppression. I saw one story, for example, that took up an entire page with some quite graphic illustrations, truly heart-rending piece about a holding pen where suspect villagers were being held by Spanish officers. They were not given food, they were not given medical care, there were no sanitary facilities, they were starving, they were sick, they were fly covered, rodents were feeding on them, and the reporter at the peak of the story explains how he actually watched a mother and then a few minutes later her small baby die in front of his eyes in one of these holding pens. It later turned out this reporter had never even been in Cuba. But Hearst understood something that's very important to the American character. We're very compassionate people. Americans hate the idea.
Use this for entertainment. But wow, think about
our leaders understand this, and every time they want to push us into a war, all they need to do is bring out some stories about who's suffering there and how brutal conditions are, and then Americans think
it's just so nice to meet all the fans now, like 3 generations.
Americans a diet of this kind of fake news. His greatest coup of fake news,
that I'm here 25 years after the show started, and still talking to people like the show is fresh.
Sinking of the Maine was the work of an enemy. And he actually published on the front page a giant drawing showing how the Spanish sunk the Maine. You see the Maine sitting there below the water line. You can see the mine that's attached to the side of the hull, and they actually show you the cords that are attached to the detonator on shore. it took 70 years for the U.S. Navy to convene a review board under Admiral Hyman Rickover that concluded the Maine was blown up by a spark inside the furnace. But at the time, that kind of news was very effective. I fear it still is. So, armed with this outrage, the United States decided, President McKinley later said, I couldn't have told you where those darned islands were within 1,000 miles. We did send a squadron to the Philippines. We destroyed the Spanish fleet there. But then we didn't know what to do. Suddenly, there were the Philippines. We had never thought
Linux
about
voice control stopped.
It was about Cuba. Suddenly, we found ourselves in a far-off part of the world. This brought Americans to a crucial moment. In 1890, the U.S. Census Bureau famously declared the American frontier closed. That meant there's no more land to settle inside North America. This brought us to a great crisis, to a great crossroads. What do we do now? You could argue the United States has been an expansionist nation ever since the Pilgrims landed. But we'd finally reached the extent of our North American continent. Should we then be satisfied and look inward and try to devote our energies to building up our nation? Or should we continue doing what we have been doing since the Pilgrims landed, and that is pushing further? At the end of 1898, the U.S. government imposed on Spain a treaty.
Trim complete.
Paris, by
Process
which
24.
we acquired
Quarantine 0.
Spanish territories. We acquired Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, for which we paid $20 million. Spain, and also had to surrender control over Cuba.
Renaming complete.
This was the great moment for
24
us.
files
But
renamed.
that treaty, the Treaty of Paris, had to be ratified by the U.S. Senate. That was
Album art complete.
Climax.
Found 0 local artworks.
But the debate had begun even as the Americans were beginning their war in Cuba. A huge force arose in America, actually originally from Boston, during 1898. It's one that doesn't appear in your history
New
books.
files sorted.
The anti-imperialist.
24 placed in worded folders.
This organization had chapters all over America, held meetings in dozens of cities, circulated
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
of leaflets and newsletters, and attracted some of the leading figures in America. So the vice presidents included Andrew Carnegie, the richest man in America, and a few people with whom you wouldn't expect to see Andrew Carnegie sitting around a table, like Jane Addams, the great social reformer, Samuel Gompers, the principal labor leader of that era, Booker T. Washington, the most prominent African American of that period, intellectuals like William James,
LVCJ generation complete with multi-word groups.
Democrat William Jennings Bryan, Republican Benjamin Harrison, the immediate past president Grover Cleveland. All these people were involved in the anti-imperialist movement. The first meeting in American history to protest the policy of expansion abroad was held on June 15th, 1898 in Faneuil Hall in Boston. And here is a snippet from the opening speech by a Boston clergyman and theologian. The policy of imperialism threatens to change
Linux voice control restarted.
and to put us into a permanent attitude of arrogance, testiness, and defiance toward other nations. Once we enter the field of international conflict as a great military and naval power, we shall be one more bully among bullies. We shall only add one more to the list of oppressors of mankind. William Jennings Bryan, who was the leader of the Democratic Party at that time, was an even more vivid orator.
The last thing I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings. They come from good places that are very far away. But if I can stop companies that cut these bags in and everything, people started going down. At the time, I didn't know after that we had a depression. But if I can stop in South, like 30,000 young people.
The currents of destiny are flowing through the hearts of
People are
men.
being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities.
They like to blame tariffs. You ever
mission.
notice they blame tariffs? No. They
Shame
brought tariffs
upon
back
the
in
logic which
1932.
locks up the petty
They brought 'em back
offender and
to try and save the
enthrones
sucker.
grand
But it
larceny.
was in 1929 because a lot of people.
So, at the beginning of 1899, the Senate convened for its epochal 32-day debate over ratification of the Treaty of Paris. But it wasn't just about that treaty, and it wasn't just about the Philippines. It was about a much larger question.
Sorry.
It's a question we're still. That is it right for the United States, a country that was a former colony, that came to be by overthrowing the rule of an outside power, to be imposing its rule on other peoples? Is this the correct course for the United States? We debated that for several years at the turn of the century. The Senate took up the debate in these important 32 days. And although a kind of resolution was reached, we're still struggling over whether this is the right thing for America to do. Let me give you a sense of that wonderful debate. As I was reading through the congressional records of that period, I had the feeling I might be the first person in 50 years.
Album art workflow and verification complete.
And I want to share some of the fun I had with you. So here's one of the opening senators, Senator William Mason of Illinois. For over 100 years, every lover of liberty has pleaded for a sentence. This sentence has been a pillar of fire by night, a cloud by day to the downtrodden and oppressed around. No, Mr. President, we will not amend that sentence now. Not liberty, Mr. President, for your family as I prescribe.
District 1.
I
am also
your children at my
the
dictation.
founder and current CEO of the Free Store Corpus Christi. I wanted to come today. What is been passed out before you is...
And not American liberty for the Philippines.
I can't even imagine that the American people have any appetite for yet another forever war. In fact, one of the reasons why President was elected was embodying and espousing that he also was against any further incursions from the American people into other people's countries. So that he can
Listen, you okay in there?
And I can tell you that he hasn't done anything to explain to the American people why they're so important.
Applies only to those who are capable of self-government. This, of course, had a heavy racial overtone. It meant that countries populated by white people can rule themselves, but those populated by anyone else need to be ruled by white people. And that was an argument that was repeatedly made during this debate. Two of the antagonists in this great Senate debate were both Republican senators from Massachusetts. One was Henry Cabot Lodge. Lodge was a key member of the imperialist triumvirate, I would call it. So he was the Mephistopheles behind the other senators and the real conceiver of the imperial project. Hearst was the mighty megaphone, and Theodore Roosevelt, of course, was the public face of the imperial project. So here's Henry Cabot Lodge, and ask yourself if this is not an
LDC generation complete with multi-word groups.
I do not believe this issue is raised up from
we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
I believe that it can live up to that mission. Therefore, I want to see
economic development program like the TERS or the Type B. The aquarium was actually built through an economic development program like the TERS or the Type B.
You have no right at the cannon's mouth to impose on an unwilling people your Declaration of Independence and your Constitution and your notions of freedom and notions of what is good.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
So to conclude on cosmic and
During
global
this
essence,
period,
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic
on the
first.
Philippines. Rudyard Kipling wrote and published his famous poem, "The White Man's Burden."
Is valid. We compare that
Actually,
against
the
the comprehensive
full title
plan,
of
the
that
area
poem
development
is
plan,
"The
and
White
what we call the
Man's
future
Burden,
land use map.
the
That
U.S.
is,
in the
again, what I like to
Philippines."
call the crystal ball,
It's
looking
written
to the future if an
specifically
area
for this moment.
should change with zoning, like we will see
Take up the
corridors
white
that
man's
may
burden,
have some
send
residential
forth the
today.
best
If you
you
think
breed.
of
Go
the
bind
Toys R Us
your
corridor
sons
along
to
Airline
exile.
had old
Part of
residential
our
homes that had
flowering
slowly
relationship with
converted
President
into
Wait,
businesses.
heavy
Corridors,
harness.
old parts of Everhart.
Take that picture out of the
shopping center. Same thing.
Let's bring it to the United
You have
States. And I have the exact place to display it. I want it to be the
As I was doing my
centerpiece
research for
at
this
Dulles
book and going through a lot of
Airport.
old newspapers, I discovered
And we're
that
going to put the bus
during
right
this
in
period,
front
there
of
was
it.
something of a fad in the
Little
U.S. where
plaques, maybe
people
little
would write little
excerpts from my
poems or
book,
ditties about
posing
whatever
questions
struck
that
them and
people
mailed
might
them
think
to
about.
newspapers.
This would be a
Almost every
way
day's
for us to
newspapers
recover
contained
some of our...
little quatrains at the bottom as fillers at the bottom of columns. It's very interesting. You can trace the political ups and downs of the moment through these poems. Soon after the Kipling poem appeared and fighting in the Philippines began, somebody wrote one that went like this: "We have picked up the burden of ebony and brown. Now, will you tell us, Rudyard, how we could put it down?" During this period, Mark Twain emerged as a particularly vituperative critic of imperialism. He said that Americans who were fighting in foreign wars were using a bandit's musket under a polluted flag. In fact, he wanted to change the flag of the United States to replace the stars with skull and crossbones.
And we have numerous points tonight on the relationship with his parents.
At one point, he lamented it was impossible to save the Great Republic.
Finally, I got back to that painting is not
Lust of conquest had long ago
Linux
run its
voice
course.
control stopped.
Trampling upon the helpless abroad had taught her by a natural process to endure with apathy.
Diego Rivera was a communist. He donated this painting when he finished it to the people of the Soviet
became leading figures.
However, the Soviets didn't like Diego.
And it's
because, although he considered himself a communist, the Soviets did not consider him a good communist. He's one of those Latin American communists. Changed his mind.
One of them was William Graham Sumner, now thought of as the founder of the School of the Discipline of Sociology, and not incidentally the inventor of the term ethnocentrism.
Placement scan
This
complete.
is a line that he wrote more than 100 years ago. Ask yourself how true this came. The great foe of democracy now and in the near future is plutocracy. Every year that passes brings out this antagonism more distinctly. It is to be the social war of the 20th century. In that war, militarism, expansionism, and
Turn
imperialism
complete.
will all
Process
favor
21.
democracy.
Quarantine
Therefore,
0.
expansionism and imperialism are a grand onslaught on democracy. Now,
Renaming
President
complete.
McKinley
21 files
square
renamed.
this difficult geopolitical circle. It was his job to explain
Album
to
art
Americans
complete.
why it
Found
was
0
right,
local artworks.
for the first time in our history, to send American soldiers to a foreign land and shoot down people who honestly believed that they were fighting for their own freedom and national independence.
New files
He came to
sorted.
Boston and made a speech
21
at
placed in
Grand
worded
Banquet.
folders.
And he used an explanation that still resonates.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Did we need their permission to perform a great act for humanity? We had it in every aspiration of their minds, in every hope of their hearts. It takes us back to this missionary view that the United States has discovered a wonderful key to the prosperous, democratic, free society, and how churlish and selfish it would be for us to keep that secret to ourselves. It's our job to
LVC
spread it around the
JSON
world.
generation complete with
And
multi-word
the people
groups.
who need it the most are the ones so backward and primitive that they don't even realize they need our help. That's the line that McKinley was predicating in that period, and it still resonates. So the Senate debate, as I said, went on for more than a month. During that month, fighting began in the Philippines. It broke out just as the vote was about to happen, leading a number of senators to suspect that this was more than just coincidence. As soon as news arrived in Washington that fighting had broken
Linux
out
voice
in the
control
Philippines,
restarted.
Naturally, some senators were more moved to vote in favor of the expansionist project. I believe that the Americans, and particularly President McKinley, truly felt that the Filipinos would welcome us. The idea that the Filipinos had been fighting against Spanish rule for years, and we're not
John
ready to
Darrell
change
Fox Jr.
one foreign
died from his
ruler for another.
injuries.
It never
The
occurred
other
to
student
them.
in critical but stable
We felt
condition.
that since the United
Fox's
States was so
family, speaking to our
completely
affiliate
different from any other, everyone would welcome us. But in fact, of
Officials
course,
now poring over security
the Filipinos, like so many other peoples, viewed us just like any other interventionist
appears to
power.
show a student being attacked. Investigators working to determine if the
So,
incident was related for the shooting.
final vote. It went down to the last day. How many senators on this side? The McKinley administration, through Lodge and Vice President Garrett, was very active in, let's say, distributing emoluments among senators. One immediately became a federal judge after the vote. Another one took over the naming of all the postmasters in his own state. So normal political means were used, among other great philosophical arguments, to affect the debate. The final vote on this crucial question, and I repeat, it wasn't just on a treaty or about one country, it was about the future direction of the United States. The Treaty of Paris was ratified with one vote.
And it'll ask for my password, which of course I have to.
Majority. Then the anti-imperialists took this case to the Supreme Court. They argued that it was unconstitutional for Americans to rule people anywhere without granting them basic constitutional rights.
Software
The Supreme
outside
Court
of the
rejected
official
that
websites
argument
of
by
the
a vote
developer.
5-4.
So, there you go. A nice list of things that Linux can do that
the
other
Chief Justice
operating
who wrote the
systems
opinion
recent
had also argued that in the Plessy versus Ferguson decision a couple of years earlier, which certified the constitutionality of segregation. It actually made sense, since if you believe that some people inside the United States have more rights than others, you could also believe that other peoples that we govern might have rights or might not. So you had a one-vote cushion in the U.S. Senate, and then a one-vote margin in the Supreme Court. It was a very narrowly decided choice. It reflects
Files
the
to processing
division
zone.
in the American soul that persists to this day. I believe that the American interventionist impulse does not, as I had thought when I began working on this book, swing back and forth like a pendulum. That was my original perception. It's kind of like a tide, if you want to use another metaphor. Sometimes we become outraged and we're angry at people who don't react. They think they should, so we overthrow their government or we invade them. And then the sorrows of empire become clear, things get bad, work, and we withdraw. Actually, both impulses exist within us at the same time. We are, as a nation, both imperialist and isolationist. We want every country to guide itself, but we also want to guide the world. Those are not compatible views. You can't hold both of them, but we do. We've never decided what John Winthrop meant back in 1630, when he famously said, we shall be as a city upon a hill when the eyes of all people are upon us. So did he mean we should go out into a sinful world and redeem it, make it godly? Or did he mean we should build a virtuous society at home and hope that others would copy it? We still want to believe both of those things, even though they're contradictory. And this is a pattern that I see all the way from Theodore Roosevelt to Barack Obama. They all begin their presidencies very excited about using military power to achieve their ends in the world. Then, as their terms proceed, they begin to see the trouble that this brings. And towards the end of their terms, they tend to be less open to intervention. So Theodore Roosevelt was a great example. Here was the greatest nation grabber in American history. When he suddenly came to power after McKinley's assassination, woe to any nation on which the U.S. had ever cast a covetous eye. There was speculation in the newspapers about where we're going next. Will we annex Guatemala or Nicaragua? Are we going to try to take over Canada? Which slices of China are we going to take? Could there be colonies in Africa open to us? But Theodore Roosevelt didn't do any of that. After his first intervention to take land for the Panama Canal, he never did it again. He moved on to other issues, principally confronting big business and working on protecting the natural environment. And later in life, he always liked to point out that he never ordered a single, he never ordered any intervention in which a single life was lost. You see that all the way up to Obama. Presidents do tend to calm down on intervention as they spend time in power, which is, I think, a positive thing, although you wish every president wouldn't have to learn the same lesson over again and take several years and several wars to do so. So for me, the great discovery of this book is that this debate ever happened. That is the episode that I'm trying to bring back. I think it also has a great message for us today. I think all of us, regardless of where we are in this debate, can take inspiration from the titans who squared off at this moment. Only once before in American history, at the founding of our nation, have so many brilliant Americans been so intensely engaged in a debate so fraught with meaning for all humanity. During the Senate debate, it was pointed out that this question was even more important than the question of slavery, because the slavery question only affected people who lived inside the United States. This decision was going to shake the whole world. Those of us in particular who are critical of some of the directions
Scan complete.
take from this debate
Everything looks good.
of realizing that we're not making this up.
So one of the
Actually,
most
we're in a
immersive
rich
things about
American tradition, which in some ways is
right
behind
before
us
the invaded
by the disappearance of this story from our history books. We're standing on the shoulders of titans. It's wonderful, I think, for us to realize that this is a debate that is deeply rooted in American history, and that our position has a very rich American tradition. So, that was the great discovery of this book. But I did make a couple of serendipitous subsidiary discoveries, which is one of the fun parts about writing books. One of them has to do with Mark Twain. So I had grown up with what I now realize is a mistaken and partial view of Mark Twain, which may have been the view that many of you grew up with. So I thought of him as a gentle old guy, beloved by all,
voice
who
controls
had
stopped.
curly white hair and rocked on his front porch, told funny jokes, and wrote lovely novels. Well, that's a piece of Mark Twain. But Mark Twain was vituperative. He was bitter. His writings were poisonous. And I came to understand that many of the quotes that I use in my book to illustrate this are not to be found in any biography of Mark Twain or in any anthology of Mark Twain's witticisms, because they're not really witty. They're too tough. And actually, Twain kept a folder of some of this
Placement
stuff that
scan
he thought was
complete.
even too tough to publish in his lifetime. So I feel now that we've bleached the image of Mark Twain. We've made him too much into a pleasant dinner guest, when actually he was not a friendly dinner guest at all, as Theodore Roosevelt came to realize. Finally, I had a wonderful
Trim
discovery.
complete. Process
learning
21,
a person
quarantine 0.
who I had never heard of before, who also was a great figure in America in his time. And that is another wonderful aspect of doing original
Renaming
research.
complete. 24
I always
files
tell my
renamed.
students that when you read a history book or an account of history, you're reading about two eras of history. One is
Album
the era
art
that the book is
complete.
about, but you're
Found
also
zero
reading about
local
the era in
artworks.
which it was written, because that's what affects the author. That's the atmosphere that surrounds the author as he or she is writing.
That's why I think some episodes disappear from history, and
New
others
files sorted.
shine forever and are taught.
24 placed in weighted folders.
So, Carl Schurz. Anybody? Just curious. Anybody know that name?
Quarantine 0 empty music
Maybe you lived
folders.
on the east side of New York, where there's Carl Schurz Park. Yeah, that's the only answer I ever get. It's the park outside of Gracie Mansion. But let me ask you: you've been in Carl Schurz Park. Did you ever? Do you know who he was? Do you know any more about him?
No, I knew he was German, and I knew he was a senator from some other state besides New York.
Well, your knowledge of him is vast, I can tell you, compared to any other American. So Carl Schurz was one of the most interesting immigrants to come to the United States in the 19th century.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-world groups.
In Germany as a teenager. After that rebellion was crushed, he had to flee. He came to America. He became an abolitionist, an admirer of Abraham Lincoln. He was a Civil War general. Then he went on to become a U.S. Senator from Missouri, first German-born U.S. Senator. He was Secretary of the Interior. And in the late 19th century, he was the preeminent American campaigner against corruption, for good government, for civic virtue. And he was certainly known to every literate American in that period. I not only have a photo of him in my
Linux
book,
voice
but,
control
I
restarted.
have a political cartoon in which he appears. And every American would have recognized him. He had a curly black beard, which made him very attractive for cartoonists like Roosevelt's buck teeth and Mark Twain's curly white locks. So Carl Schurz was a extremely thoughtful and articulate anti-imperialist. His speeches are wonderfully shaped and deeply penetrating beyond the issues of the moment to the great themes of American life. On January 2nd, 1899, Carl Schurz was the speaker at the convocation of the University of Chicago. In those days, convocations at major universities were national events. Important figures were invited and expected to pronounce themselves on grand questions. Carl Schurz delivered a stirring 11,000 economic argument, the strategic argument, the moral argument, the political argument. And he concluded with a line from which I take the title of my book.
For it to support 64-bit virtual machines, we must enable hardware virtualization.
But let me read
do
you
this,
in
we
closing
need to reboot, so we'll get on doing that like that.
I found
and when the computer
inspirational enough
restarts,
to,
we need to press the appropriate
use as
key
the,
to enter the BIOS.
the title for my
press
book, but I also
F10,
believe
but on your computer,
this is
you may
an
well have to press
admonition
Escape, Delete,
for
or
today.
T.
This is Carl Schurz
Alert.
speaking to us.
Looking backward detected.
Let us raise
which on this
high
computer we do by going across to
not as an emblem of reckless adventure, greedy conquest, broken pledges, criminal aggressions, and arbitrary rule over subject populations. But the old, the true flag, the flag of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, the flag of government of, for, and by the people, the flag of national faith held sacred and of national honor unsullied, the flag of human rights and of good example to all nations, the flag of true civilization, peace, and goodwill to all men. Thanks. Great, thank you. Great to be here. Thank you. Before I take questions, I just want to add my voice to all of those who have expressed gratitude to the Watson Institute, to Rick Locke and his successor Ed Steinfeld. Those of us who work here have a magnificent intellectual environment. It's dedicated to producing written work as well as teaching. That written work is largely scholarly and original, but the writing of non-scholarly work is also encouraged in this building as an important part of contributing to Americans' understanding of the world. And that's not true in very many institutes at which international relations are studied in this country. So I'm most grateful to be here, and without that orientation in this institution, I wouldn't be here, and this book probably wouldn't have been written also. So I'm grateful not just to Rick, but to the institution that has given me the platform from which to launch this latest missile. Thank you. We have some time. I'd be happy to pick up some more pieces if any of you have any questions.
I have a question about foreign aid. I mean, Americans have... Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hi. Great talk. This is my favorite that I've been to the Watson so far. It's just great.
Keep coming. There's a lot of good ones.
I'm taking your class next semester, that's for sure. But I wanted to talk about foreign aid because there are diseases, easily preventable diseases that people in developing nations get that we haven't seen in the West for 50 years, diseases that our pets don't even get. And so I'm all for not waging wars, but how's it going? Wars against poverty or against diseases or other types of humanitarian.
How's it going? Yeah, how's it going?
American intervention.
Yeah, my mother went that way. The English went.
With multi-word size and power, it's inevitable. So the key is not to try to prevent this, but to try to shape it in a positive way. You're absolutely right that the United States has a magnificent role to play in the world. As long as it's not confrontational, as long as it's working with other countries instead of against them.
It's not unusual to keep locations containing vital telecommunications equipment a secret. Hundreds of millions of phone calls and faxes go through 33 Thomas Street.
For the United States. They admire us. They want what we have. And they want to have a society like ours. The United States has a great story to tell in the world. We've given up, essentially, on trying to promote that aspect of our society, which I think is the essence of our society. All of our libraries and America houses and consulates are being turned into homes. Night raids, drone shacks, Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, foreign interventions. This is not who we are, but it's the face that we show so often. Our foreign policy has become heavily militarized. The military is the institution that we reach for first. The reason that is what makes us bad imperialists. We're not prepared to be imperialists. We became an empire by accident. We didn't set out to do it. The Spaniards. And we never created any equivalent of the British colonial service. People who understand other countries, learn their cultures and languages. The reason we didn't do that is because if you have a colonial service, it must mean that you have colonies. And we were trying to pretend that we didn't. So when we want to project power, the only instrument we have is the military, which is the wrong
because it's a fund.
It's like
just like
using
when
a
we
meat
appoint
cleaver
to
for brain surgery. This is not what a
the
military is made for, and it shouldn't be.
They're responsible
because militaries that spend their time taking little children to vote and digging wells lose their tough edge that you need when war comes.
Of powers
So they're not
good
social
in some
workers,
cases,
but
bad
that's
in
the job
others.
we often put them into. I would love to see a shift from our foreign policy away
I think this is going to have to be
from
military
toward diplomatic. You know, Robert Gates, the Secretary of Defense, famously told his colleague, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, once that he said, "I have more people in my military bands than you have diplomats in the entire State Department." And it's true. That gives you a sense of how imbalanced our approach to the world is. For many years, the United States felt invulnerable. We understood that our foreign interventions created blowback, but it didn't reach our shores. In the modern world, that isolation is over. We need to be thinking more seriously about cooperating with other countries. And allies, partners, only emerge when they like you, when they admire you, when they want to help you, when they feel a sense of common interest. And if we don't project a sense of bureaucracy that people want to be able to, they won't be able to. How many countries in the world are allies?
Great talk, Stephen, as usual. Great to have you here at Watson. A couple questions. One is, could you just tell us how you chose this particular
Linux voice control stopped.
You've written books about all over the world, range of subjects, time periods. How did this one hit you? What was the spark that got you on this? And second of all, since we're at Brown, and Brown's most famous diplomat is John Hay, the John Hay Library, he coined the term "splendid little war," I believe, to describe the Spanish-American War, and in fact, my professorship is the John Hay professor. So, did he play any part in your narrative in your book?
Two great questions. So, and thank you, Peter, for being the first guy that I saw at the Watson Institute.
Placement scan complete.
Check out Watson Institute and come to work here. As for how I came up with the idea of writing this book, in a larger sense, it's what I mentioned earlier, that I'm looking for untold stories. But how did I find this one? Well, I read a lot about the Spanish-American War. I know a lot about it, and I teach about it every year. And this story, to me, is a huge part of the Spanish-American War
Process
story.
21, quarantine 0.
This piece never appeared. And it's somewhere in a book I saw a mention that somebody made a speech at something called the Anti-Imperialist League.
Remaining complete.
Then I started reading
24 files renamed.
The scope of this institution. And then what were the forces that gave birth to the Anti-Imperialist League?
Found 0 local artworks.
And this led me to realize how close the debate was. Then I began plunging myself into the original sources and realized that this was an enormous episode that shook a nation and shook the world. People were watching the Senate
New files
all
sorted.
over the world. Diplomats
24 placed in worded folders.
Reports every day. So I came to realize that there was a big piece of this story missing. And
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
It's pretty hidden, but not hidden well enough for somebody at the Watson Institute. As for John Hay, he did play a role in this. So he was Secretary of State under both McKinley and Roosevelt, as Roosevelt kept him on after McKinley's assassination. Hay, to me, is a fascinating figure. I always talk about him. I devote at least a half a class to him every year, because I think if we're not going to teach
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
As a matter of fact, I have to tell you the story that when I joined the Watson Institute, as you'll remember, there was a portrait of John Hay out in the corridor as soon as you came in. And one day it disappeared. And I find out it's in a locked conference room. And I protested. And the explanation that came back was, it's not that we didn't want John Hay, it's that the picture is dark, old-fashioned, kind of lugubrious, and it doesn't convey the excitement and the color that we want to think of the Watson Institute as representing. But I still take people into that room to see the picture, bow down a little bit. So John Hay, of course,
Linux voice control
the
restarted.
entire second half of the 19th century. He had gone from being private secretary to Abraham Lincoln to being Secretary of State 50 years later under McKinley. You know, at Brown he was known as Hashish Johnny. I'm not going any further into that one. But he had some interesting aspects to his life. I'll tell you another one. While he was working with Henry Cabot Lodge to push the Treaty of Paris through the Senate, he was having an affair with Lodge's wife. I think that Hay was one of the more reluctant imperialists. He did support, naturally, the project. He was the Secretary of State. But I think he also did understand some of the problems that this might cause. I think Hay was a calming influence on both McKinley and Roosevelt. He was also a great writer and a great phrase maker. That's why he came up with this wonderful phrase for the Spanish-American War, a splendid little war.
102
and
28
I just finished by telling you this. You may not realize it, but two Brown graduates came very close to become President of the United States. So one was Charles Evans Hughes, who ran against Woodrow Wilson for president in 1912, and with just the moving of a few hundred votes in a couple of states, he would have become president.
He's the only person that
a little bit
resigned
more
from the
scrutiny,
Supreme Court
particularly when it comes to the social media of it all. But right now, the proposed rule change is just that, and so there are a few details on how this exactly takes place.
Roosevelt, when there was no vice president,
for the tech or
because there had
social
been an
platform
assassination.
companies?
Yeah,
At that
not
time,
publicly, but they
Secretary of
are
State was
among the
number
rest
2
of
in
us who
line
have
for
an
the
opportunity
presidency.
to chime in over the next 60 days, and it
Theodore
will be really
Roosevelt was on a
interesting
trip
to
to
see
Pittsfield,
where we
Massachusetts.
land with all of this,
Just looked
because
out
we
the
know
door.
that the major
Crash.
tech mediums have
complete
cozied up to it, not
lockdown of the
surprisingly.
street with rescue vehicles from all over the state, and knew something was clearly pretty serious.
Roosevelt would have been killed, and John
And
Hay
then
would
you
have
see
been Secretary
the
of State.
FBI out there
We would have had a brown graduate.
yeah, we
But
saw
I always say to my
teams,
students, it's
Kevlar
still a vacancy.
vests.
That's still a
You know,
title
guns
out there.
drawn.
First
It was-
president of the
it was
U.S. from
pretty-
Brown. Keep it in
pretty
mind.
serious, obviously.
But I wonder how much of the change in our foreign policy do you think it's because of the priorities of the plutocrats?
So the question was, the priorities of the plutocrats, how much do they shape American foreign policy? I think quite a bit, depending on how you define plutocrats. Certainly, what we call the defense industry is a very powerful force in shaping American policy. Every time one of these giant procurement projects for F-35 aircraft is approved by Congress, the first thing the defense contractors do is slice up the contract and give pieces of it to every district of a congressman who has an important vote in Washington. It means that the congressmen are then immobilized. They can't vote against these projects because otherwise that's wrong people in their own districts. And I can sympathize with that, but it's a fiendishly effective technique, especially when combined with the campaign contributions to favored senators. In addition, the economic moment has always been an important part of the American tradition. It's too simple to say that we fight all our foreign wars for but there's always been an answer. Debate over this argument comes very strongly to the fore. The resources of the were a great topic in the Senate debate. In fact, Senator Al Collins, the only senator came back and gave a list of all the products that the Philippines produced and talked about how rich the land was. And he actually held up a gold nugget that he said he had picked out of the river in the Philippines. You couldn't have had a more graphic image of what American foreign policy is all about.
This guy as if he's a murderer, one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen in the American media.
One of the things that comes very clear as you read through the newspapers and magazines of that era, as I did, is that an obsession in that period was what was called glut. So American farmers and manufacturers were producing more than Americans could consume. And this was causing problems in the United States. That was the root of labor upheaval. We had strikes. We had Pinkertons shooting down labor leaders on the streets in many cities. There were worries about instability in the U.S. And the theme of these articles always at the end is, we need foreign markets. And you can't trade with Europe because Europe has tariff walls. You can't trade with European colonies because that was the whole point of taking colonies. You trade with them and no one else can. So we need colonies of our own. The Philippine market was seen as a great lure, but the big one was the China market. You hear about this all the time in these articles. It's a great fata morgana out there that the Philippines could be our springboard into the China market. And there are articles speculating on how many head of cattle we could sell in a year in China if we could get the Chinese to eat beef instead of rice and vegetables. Or if we could get the Chinese to wear cotton clothing. How much cotton could you export in a year? These were great, fascinating prospects for business people.
And then we have to select
in the current age,
but I'm not going to select the default here.
I think
I'm going to go for
foreign policy is aimed at protecting our security, and that's economic in part.
And this is asking
I
what
think
we
that's
want to be
actually
included in the
a
snapshot
reasonable
in the
goal
equivalent of a system
for
restore
foreign
point
policy of any
Windows,
country to protect your national economy. I like to think that the United States should define its vital interests down very narrowly, because vital interests are the ones you want to go to war for.
But protecting the sea
They lose
lanes,
control of their
on which
computer.
our economy depends,
For
is a
example,
very legitimate
Rob
vital
Braxman
interest
had his
in the
Linux
United
partition
States.
wiped
On the
without his
other hand,
consent because Windows 11 didn't like him running
we
two
sometimes
OSs on his
follow
computer.
policies
I
for
wasn't
economic
even using
purposes,
BitLocker.
and
It is
then
still
after the
signal
economic
Windows to
purposes
take
are
over
gone,
the boot
we still
sequence.
keep following.
This is not a
One
bug.
of the
This is
great
by
weaknesses
design.
of American
Very
foreign
devious
policy is
Privacy erosion is also a big part of this shift. Windows has always collected some information in the background, but over the years, that quiet data collection grew into something that people could no longer
We
ignore.
have ships all over the Persian Gulf. I was just there over the winter break, and it's a narrow waterway just made for confrontation. We have our whole Fifth Fleet based in Bahrain. Why are we there? Well, we're there for
Video
two reasons.
complete.
One is to keep the Soviet Union out, and the other is to assure that the Saudi oil on which our economy depends can get to us safely. But neither of those applies anymore. Actually,
If the
oil
other
that goes through the Persian Gulf,
pump
that
goes
Saudi
down,
oil that we're spending
we can
billions of
we can
dollars
start
to
the other
protect,
one without having to pull the pump and make
We're paying.
yeah.
You have to working on always there.
Yeah,
It's not
we
the one
will
where you're
absolutely coordinate, and we've done a great job. It's very open. Is the city manager over with the rest of the staff just about a month ago.
Whatever the real motivation. I would always cloak it in some kind of bogus humanitarian concern or real humanitarian concern.
So this game
and then
is to
you'll get
illustrate
people.
5G air domain.
But behind that,
Okay, let us do battle.
Bringing people to a destination is all about experience, and you can do it through 5G.
Thank you for a very wonderful early afternoon and illuminating some of the issues that we've been dealing with throughout my life.
know that. Special video taken inside the building where he opened fire.
You might think about sending copies gratis.
Can I reduce it down to like 3 sentences?
No, the full so that maybe people there understand that allies are good for purposes other than just military. Then an observation. You use the term.
Linux voice control stopped.
Use the term anti-imperialist. Have we substituted another word for that term called isolationism, which has clearly I think in the minds of many people, a negative sense where anti-imperialism has a positive ring to it. Thank you again.
Robert
Thank
Mary
you.
Boyd,
Well, first of all, about sending my book to Washington. I actually did have a wonderful event there just last week, and it was in the Army and Navy Club. The guy sitting next to me on one side was the former Deputy Chief of Staff of the Army, and the guy on the other side was the former Secretary of the Navy. And that was the whole room, and they were very positive. They were surprisingly willing to accept all of this. So I sometimes think it's a mistake to feel that the real push for militarism comes from the military. You'd like to think that would make everything easier, but it's not always the way. There's all the chicken hawks in Congress that are the real militarists.
Trim complete.
Your last question truly
Process 24,
reflects
quarantine 0.
a lamentable fact, and that is that in the war of terminology, in the lexicographical world, we lost.
Renaming complete.
So
24
imperialism
files renamed.
is not really a word to be used in polite society.
Album art complete.
Isolation
Found 0 local artworks.
Very negative word. But the other side has all the good phrases. So they don't call themselves imperialists or their agenda expansionist. It's the freedom agenda. Humanitarian
sorted.
intervention.
24 placed in worded folders.
We are only trying to help people. So I think we lost that war somehow.
Quarantine 0
maybe just
empty music
narrowly.
folders.
We lost the battle for the Treaty of Paris, but you're right. Even after the end of the conflict that I write about, as the anti-imperialists were sitting around glumly for what amounted to a bit of a funeral at one of their clubs in Boston, and they were trying to dissect what went wrong. They had a variety of reasons. The timing was off, if it had taken another year, and there were various other speculations. But one of the thoughts that came up was maybe the
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Also hurt us because it sounds like we're against something. And Americans want to be for something, and we were never able to shape it in a way that seemed positive enough. You'd like to think that choosing the right terminology and coming up with the right phrases wasn't so crucial, but since it is, I became a writer. Remember that the opening line of one of our greatest books says, "In the beginning was the Word." And as masters of the word, we have to campaign to find a better phrase.
Linux voice control restarted.
I agree with you.
Thanks. Stephen, were there any antecedents to this debate in the conquest of Native American lands, moving west and south?
America's progression to empire came in phases. And I would single out two.
We got to send you Post the baby, go, FTJ.
Cleared out the Indians.
Taking the yeah, I saw these robots, they just like firing
a global empire. So, you're right that that expansionism was not anything new, as the expansion of the United States into the rest of North America also constituted expansionism. The Mexican War did arouse controversy, and Abraham Lincoln was one of the few who spoke up as a member of Congress. It's one of the reasons that he lost. You know, Abraham Lincoln served one term in Congress and then was defeated. One of the main reasons was his opposition to the Mexican War. In fact, that's what got him his first nickname. I don't know if you know about this, but during the famous debate in which the White House claimed that, President Polk claimed that Americans had been shot at on American territory, which actually wasn't true, and Lincoln suspected this, he made a speech demanding that somebody come from the State Department or the White House and show the spot exactly on a map where this took place. And he used this phrase several times. He said, "Show me the spot where it happened. Where is the spot?" And he became known as Spotty Lincoln. And that was used against him as a person who undermined an American military mission, which was the same argument that was used against people who were opposed to American intervention in the Philippines. I don't think there was much opposition to American policies toward the Indians, largely for racial reasons. Very few Americans would have thought that Indians were in a position to govern themselves or have any kind of civilized life. They were barbarians and headhunters, like Theodore Roosevelt would have called them. In fact, he had a famous line: "I don't believe that the only good Indian is a dead Indian."
First and then come back to them.
But I do think that 9 out of 10 are, and I wouldn't argue too much about the 10th.
With Delmore, if all this is proved
So
today.
that kind of attitude, I think, prevented any
The composition of the
sympathy
board
for the Indians or for the
would be
Mexicans.
larger one of the ones that we do have currently.
There was a
would be at 15 members, 7.
It was I wouldn't want to say a crescendo. There was a
5
peep. There were a few
to
peeps of
Delmar,
progress.
that
intervention happened
chair
very
would
quickly.
be
In
the
fact,
city,
Polk didn't
and
even
the
run for
chair
the
would
election. So I think the real debate over expansionism did not begin until we began to expand overseas. Don't forget that manifest destiny, that phrase was coined to mean it's our manifest destiny to fill up North America. Everybody in America believed that, with the exception of the poor victims. But it was when we decided to push beyond our geographical boundaries that we set off a national debate.
The Congress seemed to be an important place for this debate that you've talked about, and it seems like we're ripe for another debate. But what is your sense that Congress can serve as that forum, and if not Congress, how does this,
your trainee's walking outside.
our next
He's the one
challenge
you opened the
shape
door
up?
for.
I do think that Trump represents the same
I
soul
we said it's
that
going
talked about. He represents it maybe in a less sophisticated way than many others, but he too has made wonderful anti-interventionist statements, but he's also said exactly the opposite. So it just depends on what tweet you want to believe. I believe his administration is also torn. I've heard him say that. I've heard those guys say, we don't want to be escalating in the Middle East. We don't want to provoke foreign wars, but we're going to have free, safe zones in Syria. We're going to crack down. Where are we going? Willing to criticize that. I must say, every time I go to Washington, which is as seldom as possible, I'm impressed with how narrow is the spectrum of acceptable opinions on foreign policy. Our foreign policy runs the gamut of opinions from A to B. Anything that's outside the consensus is treated as the beginnings of a frightful disease that has to be stamped out before it can affect the whole foreign policy process. And this is a closed box that is inhabited by Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, nearly every think tank in Washington. And you understand why. If you don't join the consensus, you don't eat lunch in that town. You don't get invited anywhere. Your calls don't get returned. The worst aspect of this to me is that the press is such an eager participant. I understand the motive of politicians and people who want to make their way in the Washington world, but the press is supposed to be outside this game. And I see the press falling exactly into the syndrome that we were in before the over-the-top demonization of Putin, this portrayal of Russia as a predatory enemy about to crush us, the immediate full embrace of the official paradigm on Syria has led some newspapers, like the New York Times, to become even more militant than the Pentagon. So, I hope there will be some rebellion against what's going to happen in Washington, but before that can happen, we have to figure out what is.
Okay, so my understanding is
the waitress in the diner Marlon Brando. So what are you rebelling against?
Killed 20 animals last year for space, correct?
I'd like to see a little more of that.
Humanely euthanized 20 dogs, yes, in fiscal year 2025.
And ease of use issues are areas that need attention. The reaction, yet again, wasn't very kind.
Guilty. Guilty as charged.
Could you in the end, this story is less about Windows changing and more about Microsoft's priorities.
Today, with the press, I mean, you touched upon that a little bit. I think things are worse, better, the same.
As these crowds remember Renee Nicole Good, a mother of
Maggie Vesco joins us once again from the scene.
In fact, it was a factor in my decision to leave the New York Times. At that time, it looked like we might be bombing Iran. That was going to be next. As a New York Times reporter, I wasn't able to say anything about what I really thought about the Iraq preparations and what nonsense it was that we were printing in our newspaper. But I thought if I weren't at the New York Times, I would be allowed to say that. So that was a factor in leading me to want to liberate myself. And who knew I would wind up in the Watson Institute at the end of that string. I feel that the great change in coverage of foreign news since I was a foreign correspondent is that so much foreign news reporting that you see in the American press now is written from Washington. I always like to look at the dateline. So if I'm getting the analysis of what's really happening in Mali and it's dateline
Linux voice control stopped.
Because I know how those reporters operate. You got a story to write. So you call the State Department. Then you call the Defense Department. You might call someone you know in the White House. You might call a couple of embassies, and then you call the think tank expert. Then you say, well, I've covered every base. I got a full story now. That's not correct. You're talking to all people who are in the same echo chamber. And that is very pernicious. So the days are gone when it was possible to do what I used to do, for example. I can remember from Istanbul calling my boss in New York and saying, I think I'd like to go to Uzbekistan for 2 weeks.
Placement scan complete.
And the question came back, so what's happening in Uzbekistan? I said, I don't know. Got to find out, but I'll get you some great stories. And he said, fine, take a photographer. That doesn't happen anymore. Unless there's some hard news happening, nobody gets sent. And this is why I hate news. I can admit this now after so many years as a newsman. Because news is a big distraction. News is what's happening today, right now.
Trim complete.
But that's not what's
Processed 24.
Two other
Quarantine
things are more
0.
important than what's happening today. One is, what happened yesterday? How did we get here? Why is this happening? And the other is, what's going to happen tomorrow?
Move 24 files to processing zone.
So I'm
Remaining
dedicated
complete.
more into looking at the
24
causes and
files
effects
renamed.
rather than the actual episode. When you're so obsessed with the daily news cycle, you never ask those questions, and that's the whole point.
Album art complete.
So
Found
I
0
try
local
to,
artworks.
break out of that syndrome. You know, I'm not going to write a memoir, but I have a title. Usually it works the other way. Sometimes you write a book, and then you have to come up with the title. So
New files sorted.
some of you might know that
24
old movie called
placed in
Arsenic
worded
and Old
folders.
Place. The story is that Cary Grant visits his elderly aunts and discovers that the rooming house
Quarantine
where
0
runs
empty
actually
music
where they
folders.
poison the guests. That's the whole. It's a kind of a screwball comedy. And there's a great moment when one of the aunts says to Cary Grant, "Oh, the gentleman died because he drank wine that had poison in it." And the horrified Cary Grant looks up and says, "But how did the poison get in the wine?" And that's the question I always want to ask. That's going to be the title of my memoir. How did the poison get in the wine?
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word
like
groups.
We talked about manifest destiny. You know, this country was founded on that concept. If you look at it, I mean, here these people left England because of religious oppression, came here and created theocracies in every state except for this one. So it's pretty much ingrained in the system, in the psyche of probably all people to some extent. And I guess the idea is, it's probably comes down to an individual, assessing that and finding out how we participate in that. Basically,
I think you're right, but I would just take exception to one
Linux
thing.
voice control
That is,
restarted.
It's the same for all peoples. I think there's something special about Americans. Who are the people that would have wanted to come over here? I read Jim Webb's great book about the Scotch Irish. That's his people. These were fighters. They were fighters in Scotland. They were fighters in Ireland. They came over here. Andrew Jackson and all these people came out of that same fighting tradition. Americans have a desire to win, to command, to dominate. Not everybody actually in the world feels that way. Americans are brought up with Calvinist ideals. One is the world is divided between good and evil. Many people in many cultures don't learn that. They're taught that we're all somewhat good and somewhat evil. And these qualities come out in different proportions according to different circumstances. We don't believe that. Calvinists also believe that it's not enough to sit home and hope that bad things stop happening and good things begin happening. You have to go out in the world and do God's work. We have a real
Like the
missionary
metal detector that's set
so I do
up
think there's something
so that as
in
people
our
are coming
American
through there,
psyche,
you know, because a lot of them
that
have their own little
contributes to our,
personal goods and things of that
desire to
nature,
wanna
and
shape the
there
world.
could be some things in there that
let
we
me
just don't
close
want to
with
have
this,
in a public space.
observation.
For sure,
And this is the way
there's
I
some
close
things,
my
there's
book.
laws that provide people with,
goes back to
their
George
rights to carry
Washington's
certain things.
farewell
We have
So
CCPD
this
will
speech is
obviously be there for the
sometimes,
main
dismissed
level of
as quaint
security and
old-fashioned
keeping
and applying
organization
to
with
an
it,
era that
but we'll
followed
also
on. But I don't see it that way. To me, it's full of great wisdom for America. So he listed in his farewell address in 1796 the traps that America should
Two
avoid
restaurants last week, and
if it
I
wants
saw
to avoid being dragged down.
Each time doing an
other great
inspection.
nations have been.
Is there a reason why we have two people doing one inspection?
Frequent collisions, obstinate and
turnovers. So the new person is always following an experienced person.
Excessive
partiality,
right? But how long will it take for them to understand the process?
The illusion of an imaginary
what are they, whoever they are, sharing on the backside we don't know about. So that also was a huge unknown, and that's something I continue to play, mentally today, right? Kind of mentally play through. Because we saw Canada arrested the Huawei executive on our behalf, right?
Americans are not going to pay attention to
never even clear customs.
I dare not hope they will make the strong and lasting impression I would wish. Nonetheless, he insists on proclaiming the one principle that he says will prevent our nation from running the course which has hitherto marked the destiny.
And he did that. He was the one
Give to me.
Well,
there are two radio tech trainers.
Vistaprint for business cards. Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Or do you want a
eligible license in another state? Negative 29. Not eligible.
Talk about pricing. I mean, Twitter, at the time. This is all happening in public right now. Everyone can kind of whistle and throw their hat into the ring. And not everyone is going to restrain themselves when they're doing it.
I started being more and more convinced that 572 was actually the right thing to do. I was the BDFL.
White male, driver from Texas,
Location, Sir 10-20.
Five 742170 457421.
Linux voice control stopped.
Three grades listening.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New file sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. MVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Route 2 PNA from the yard.
Linux voice
Thank you for that
control
warm
restarted.
welcome for our distinguished speaker tonight. Good evening and welcome to the Ford Presidential Museum. My name is Elaine Didier and it's my privilege to serve as the director of the museum here in Grand Rapids and the library in Ann Arbor. On behalf of the Archivist of the United States, welcome tonight. Tonight's program is made to you with support from our parent organization, the National Archives, as well as the Gerald Ford Presidential Foundation and the Hauenstein Center of Grand Valley State University. We always appreciate the opportunity to co-host programs with the Hauenstein Center, and I have to say that despite our multiple partnerships on both sides of the state, Hauenstein and Grand Valley are our closest partner, and it's always a pleasure. Tonight's program is being videotaped by C-SPAN for later broadcast, so I would ask your cooperation to turn off all cell phones and other electronic devices. Thank you. Also, following the presentation, our speaker will be taking your questions from the stage. As you know, Bill Brands is a master teacher, and tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are all students in his class. He will ask that you repeat, ask your question from the seats, and Bill will repeat them so that they can be included on the tape. Following the program, we invite you to a reception in the lobby, and also you'll have the opportunity to meet our very distinguished speaker. Before beginning the program, I want to take this opportunity to alert you to some upcoming programs at the museum. On March 13th, Garrett Graff will be here discussing a very provocative book titled Raven Rock, the story of the U.S. government's secret plan to save itself while the rest of us die. If that doesn't get your attention, I don't know what to say. A very challenging book. Looking beyond that to more happy things, April 8th is Betty Ford's 100th birthday, and you are invited to free admission at the museum all day. And the next, that week on April 10th, the Tuesday, there will be a ribbon cutting and grand opening for our new Betty Ford Centennial exhibit, which is titled In Step with Betty Ford, and of course starts with her early background in dance, as you might appreciate. So our curatorial staff is very busy working right now on the final stages of design and writing. So the ribbon cutting, your cordial welcome is on April 10th. And then the next day, April 11th, the Ford Foundation is sponsoring a luncheon at Meyer Gardens featuring Susan Ford Bales, along with special speakers, among them former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, First Daughter Linda Johnson Robb, and moderator Andrea Mitchell. Tickets are limited and have been going fast, and I would ask that you contact the Ford Presidential Foundation for further information. And finally, this spring, scheduled now, May 15th, Scott Kaufman will be here. He has written a new biography on President Ford entitled Ambition, Pragmatism, and Party. So as you can see, we have a very full roster, and in the lobby are flyers, voila. So please pick up and mark your calendars. The flyer also includes programs to be offered at the library as well, so you're not limited to coming to programs at the museum. You can come over to Ann Arbor and see other good programs. Now tonight, as I said, we're partnering with the Hauenstein Center, and as you know, they have a very distinguished record for bringing in diverse and intellectually challenging and informative speakers. Tonight's program is no exception, and if you haven't heard Bill Brands before, I think that you'll be delighted, and if you have come as in the past, as I know many of you have, you're in for another treat. So please join me in welcoming my colleague, Gleaves Whitney, who is director of the Hauenstein Center, to introduce our speaker.
Well, thank you very much, Elaine, for that warm introduction, praise of the Hauenstein Center. We really treasure our partnership with the Ford. It's always a treat. And we will continue to bring you excellent programs that stimulate the mind and the heart for public service and love of our history. Happy Washington's birthday to our C-SPAN audience and also to the audience here at the Ford. It's really neat to be here recognizing Washington's birthday. This is one of the reasons we wanted Bill to be here on this special day. It's always a pleasure to host Bill Brands. We've had him back to West Michigan so many times I've lost count. But it's been enough that he should be awarded a lifetime tenure award at Grand Valley State University. Now, I've probably personally introduced you, Bill, more than a dozen times, and each time I go back and check his biography, I learn something new. And I want to share some of those new things with you tonight. You've probably heard me say that Bill's formal name is H.W. Brands, but did you know that the H.W. stands for History Whiz Kid? You've heard me say that Bill earned his master's and PhD in history, but did you know that he also had a master's degree in mathematics.
Take all of that.
He knows something that no historians know, and that's that if you multiply two negative numbers, like a -3 and a -4, you end up with a positive. So he understands things like that. You've heard me say that Bill is the author of more than 2 dozen books. But did you know that they've been translated into French, German, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and haiku? Maybe he'll explain. You've heard me say that a third of Bill's books are devoted to the presidents. Go back and look at Jackson, Grant, T.R. Wilson, FDR, Ike, and Reagan. But did you know that he's also dined with the presidents in the White House? You've heard me say that Bill met long-lived Ralph Hallenstein for the first time at one of our events back in 2004. And they got along famously, swimmingly. But did you know that Ralph urged Bill to replace his studies of Ben Franklin and Andrew Jackson, since Ralph made both of them when he was a child? And speaking of childhood, you've heard me say that Bill has 3 children. But did you know that one of them, Hal, is a historian in his own right who teaches at Johns Hopkins? Finally, you've heard me say that Bill has an enthusiastic fan base around the United States. Indeed, I would say around the world because of all the translations.
Like no other
It's no surprise because many of his books end up being Pulitzer Prize finalists. But did you know that his most diehard fans are right here in West Michigan? Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Brands.
Coalition forces did not take Syrian warnings about the possibility of a breach by the organisation seriously. Since the group was defeated, around 46,000 people remain in prison. MPs Richard Engel visited the detention centre earlier this year.
You mentioned my son Hal, who is a historian, and some of you in the audience nothing more gratifying for a man who goes into the field to, well, initially, Hal got a little bit of boost from sometimes being confused with me because he was going to the field. Now I get a boost from being confused with him. And I'll get questions from reporters saying, oh, I think you've got me confused with my son. He's the expert on that topic. Anyway, it's a delight to be back. And I see many friends from previous years. I'm thrilled that you liked it enough last time or the time before something to come back. And I especially like the fact that this is an audience where I can try out ideas, where I can tell you about new stuff. Now, to some extent, you're detected on network because Cleves makes a point of anticipating everybody else. He doesn't just wait until the book is out. And I've already been giving the talk for a while.
Linux voice control stopped. Remaining and preparation complete.
I wish, actually, though, Cleves, that you had asked me to give this particular talk maybe a few months ago, because I just finished proofreading the galleys, so the book has already been set in type.
About the mental state of Nick Reiner, now
it's
charged
reached
with
the point where I really can't make any changes in it. And so one of the reasons that I like to teach history, I teach history to 500 freshmen every semester. And it requires me, it encourages me, it allows me to think in terms of the big questions of American history. And very often I find that my teaching is a real boost to my
Placement scan complete.
Because when you try to explain something to someone who doesn't really know anything about it, and a lot of my students, I certainly don't mean to disrespect the students that come from high schools in Texas. I'm not saying that they don't know any American history. Actually, they don't know enough, but they know some. But I have a whole lot of international students who've never taken any American history at all.
Trim complete.
So I have to explain the Civil
Process
War
21,
in 40 minutes.
quarantine 0.
And you really have to zero in on what the big questions are. But so I like the chance to sort of
Renaming
work
complete.
through these projects
24 files
and explaining them to people who aren't specialists in the subject. This is one of the reasons I insist on teaching.
Album art
One of the
complete.
reasons that I insist on
Found
teaching
0 local
introductory
artworks.
students. And I like speaking to groups like you because most of you are not professional historians. And so if I can make something understandable to you, then maybe I can make it understandable to my readers. But I've reached the stage with this particular book because
New
it's
files
basically
sorted.
locked into type. I can't make
24
any changes.
placed in
so
worded
if,
folders.
while speaking to you tonight, I come up with a brilliant insight that I could have used in the book, you will see a grimace pass across my face.
Quarantine 0 empty music
Because I think,
folders.
oh, dang, I could have used that. So I will try not to be insightful tonight. And it's entirely out of my own self-preservation. But I am going to tell you about this project that I've been working on. And as Greaves pointed out, I've written on presidents. And it is kind of ironic that here I am on the birthday of the first president, speaking for one of the first times on a subject other than a president. Because this book that's going to be published
LVCJ Soul Generation complete with multi-word groups.
Makes a wonderful holiday gift for all your friends who are interested in history, and even the ones who don't know they're interested in history yet. Bulk discounts are available. I'm just kidding. But it is a book about 3 members of Congress, 3 senators. And these are 3 senators who were the rock stars of their era. It was at a time, I could ask this question to you. Greaves doesn't count because he's a specialist in presidents. But why is it that of all the presidents in the 19th century, nearly all of them are quite
Linux
forgettable?
voice control restarted.
Okay, some people will remember Jefferson. Yeah, I mean, but Jefferson's really remembered not so much for his presidency, because he wrote the Declaration of Independence. And then you jump forward to Andrew Jackson. All right, he's a controversial figure, but he's, okay, we'll remember him. And of course, Lincoln. And then who else in the 19th century? And the answer is, I'm a specialist in this, and I have to think carefully about, now wait a minute, when was Franklin Pierce president? Millard Fillmore, and, and Zachary Taylor. Wait, was it Zachary Taylor or Winfield Scott? And there's a reason for this. And the reason is that the American Constitution was not written with the presidency at the center of American politics. If you pull out your pocket constitutions, and I assume you all have them, you'll be reminded that the presidency is described only once you get to Article 2. Article 1, the most substantive, the longest part, is about Congress. And the framers of the Constitution assumed and intended that American politics, the American Republic, eventually American democracy, was going to be driven by the representatives, the members of the House of Representatives and the Senate. And the president was a chief executive. His job was to execute the will of members of Congress. Presidents were not expected to take the initiative. They were not expected to drive policy. They were not expected to be the centerpiece of American politics. That's what was fully expected. That's what was intended. And so the fact that it's hard to remember presidents from the 19th century is exactly what James Madison and Alexander Hamilton and George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, all the framers of the Constitution, would have said, that's what we were aiming for. We want these people to be unmemorable. The stars of the show are going to be members of Congress. And so I decided to look in on the 3 most noted members of Congress during the first half of the 19th century. And this was part of, I will admit, my continuing recovery from writing biographies. Some of you who've been here more than once will know that for a while I had this long-term project of writing the history of the United States through biography. And I eventually wrote 6 volumes in this collection. And the 6 volumes began with Benjamin Franklin, and then went to Andrew Jackson, Ulysses Grant, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan. And if you read those biographies, they link together to form a history of the United States from the 18th century to the 21st century. And when I started off, I thought this was going to be a great idea. And I still think it's a pretty good idea. In fact, I recommend it to all of you. Every house should have a cassette. But one of the things that I concluded by the time I got to the end of this was that there are certain things that are hard to tell. There are certain stories that are really hard to tell if you can find yourself in biography. And some of it has to do with the fact that if you're writing about presidents, and I didn't intend to write primarily about presidents, but I eventually did because if you're trying to tell the story of the United States, the president is a very convenient character to hang in there. But there's a lot going on that presidents don't, if the president's your focus, then you can't really get at. And some of it has to do with sort of the give and take, the thrust and parry of what goes on at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. The other thing was that when you write about a president, when you write a biography of any kind, you cannot help but give the impression that the world revolves around one person. And the world doesn't revolve around any one person. So I thought, let's draw the things out. Now, when I was here last week, some of you heard me speak about my first foray in this direction. But instead of writing about one person, I wrote about two people. The book is called General versus Overlord. About Harry Truman and Douglas MacArthur, the fight they got in. This time, I decided to expand it even more. Because one of the nice things about writing about two people is you can give sort of two sides of the argument. And you don't have to focus on one side and then just bring the other one in by indirection. So I could focus on MacArthur and Truman. And they had this titanic battle. And by allowing myself both characters and bringing both characters up, I can tell this story and I think do justice to both sides. So this time I decided if 2 is better than 1, then 3 is even better than 2. But there's another reason for this, and that is that these 3 men during their lifetime were often called the great triumphs of American politics. And the term was not always intended complimentary, because you remember that the various triumvirs were in Rome when members of the triumvirs are trying to subvert the Republic. So, in fact, this was the intention of some of the people who called these guys the Great Triumvirate. But also because, well, if you remember your days from junior high school, you might remember that a relationship between 2 people, whether it's sort of friends or a romantic relationship, if there are 2 people involved, that's one kind of relationship, but it gets a whole lot more interesting when you add the 3rd. Because there are all sorts of complications that ensue, and who's up and who's down, and who's aligning with whom. And that's exactly what I was looking for. And in fact, that's exactly the way it turned out in these guys' lives. Now, from the standpoint of me as the author, they were very thoughtful in the timing of their lives. So I'll tell you a little bit about them because I realized that my 3 characters, although household names during their lifetimes, more famous than most of the presidents of their lifetimes, they're not exactly household characters these days. So the 3 men are Henry Clay, John Calhoun, and Daniel Webster.
Quarantine 3 empty folders in home Johnny I generated
Henry
music
Clay
database.
Accomplished the feat never accomplished before and never repeated. He became Speaker of the House, the most powerful individual in the House of Representatives, on his very first day in the House of Representatives. He was that impressive. And he essentially created the role of Speaker of the House, a role that's very important to this day. Henry Clay was from Kentucky. He was born in Virginia, but as a young, aspiring lawyer, after getting his training in Virginia, he decided that he would have better prospects as a lawyer by moving west to Kentucky, which originally had been the western province of Virginia. And he set up shop in Lexington, and he went into politics at a fairly young age. This also was what ambitious young men did. And there was an attraction of doing it in a place like Kentucky because Kentucky was a new state. It was writing a new constitution. It was electing new members to Congress, electing new senators. One of the main reasons that people went was the professions they were interested in. It was hard to break into politics in Boston or in New York. You go out to Kentucky, and everybody else is new, so you can get a start as well. So this is Henry Clay. John Calhoun was from South Carolina. John Calhoun, like Clay, was a lawyer. He was born in South Carolina. He was educated at Yale. He went to law school, but he returned to South Carolina. South Carolinians did that in those days. In the early 1800s and the 1790s and early 1800s, it wasn't out of the question. It wasn't that unusual for a Southerner to go north for education. but they rarely stayed in the North. Usually they came back home. And South Carolinians are very proud of their South Carolina culture, and Calhoun was one. Calhoun liked play. Began by being a lawyer, but being a lawyer often involves people. It certainly did involve people in matters of public concern. So the connection between law and politics was well established in those days. And Calhoun decided to go into politics. He married well, usually meant he married somebody with some money. And so he didn't really need to make much of an income.
Linux voice control
He
stopped.
could indulge his political interests. And he, like Henry Clay, was elected to the House of Representatives. This is pretty much where everybody started. And he was distinguished from early on by his very incisive mind, his ability to make forceful arguments. He was a strong partisan. He was a member of Thomas Jefferson's party, the Republicans. These days they're often called the Democratic Republicans to distinguish them from the Republicans of the 1850s that we have until today. But in those days they simply called themselves Republicans. So Henry Clay was a Republican.
Placement scan complete.
John Calhoun was a Republican. The third member of my trio is Daniel Webster. Daniel Webster was born in New Hampshire. He became a lawyer. And he was probably the most gifted of the three. Daniel Webster is probably the greatest orator in American political history. One of the things that drew me to these three guys, all three of them, were very powerful speakers, very persuasive speakers. And one of the things that drew me to write about them was that I'm kind of a
Renaming
sucker
complete.
for
24 files
for people who
renamed.
know how to use the language. Now, I'm a writer, so I mean, that makes me interested in that stuff. But also, one of the things that I
Album
constantly
art
tell
complete.
my writing students is
Found 0 local
there
artworks.
are sort of styles of language. There are ways of writing, depending on who you're writing for, what your audience is, what you're trying to accomplish. And when I chose to write about the three guys, I knew that I was going to be transported
New
back to a
files
time
sorted.
when
24
political
placed in
rhetoric
worded folders.
was really important. Now, this because, well, to put it very bluntly, there wasn't a lot else
Quarantine
going
0
on
empty music
at the
folders.
time. And so, when Daniel Webster was going to give a speech, this was high entertainment. This is why, for example, some of you will know or know of the Lincoln-Douglas debates of 1858. This was the big deal in American political life in the summer of 1858. Now, how many of you have read any of the Lincoln-Douglas debates? Okay, a few. And those of you who've read will know that, boy, it's a tough slog. Because they would get up and speak.
LVC JSON generation complete with
one of them, depending
multi-row
who went
groups.
first. If Douglas went first, he'd speak for an hour. Then Lincoln would respond for an hour and a half. And Douglas would get 30 minutes to finish up. And so it would take all afternoon. And it was like going to a double feature of the movies. Well, you know, back in the 1930s when people went to double features, nothing else to do, so you might as well spend all afternoon in the movie theater. Same thing was true with political debate. But although those Lincoln-Douglas debates, after a while, they get kind of tedious. They get kind of tedious, you read all 7 of them. You know why they get tedious? Because they repeated themselves from one debate to the next. Why did they repeat themselves? Because they weren't
Linux voice
recorded.
control
The audience
restarted.
hadn't heard it before, so it was new, which meant that by the time you got to the 7th debate, you could really have this thing down. But the other thing was, and this is one of the reasons that I was so intrigued by my 3 characters, this was a time when political speech mattered. I don't know if any of you are, well, we're on C-SPAN, so I should say that you're all fans of C-SPAN, and I'm sure you're glued to the C-SPAN cameras when C-SPAN is covering Congress. And you will know that you can turn on C-SPAN most of the time during the week, and you can see people giving speeches in Congress. Now, I'm probably not giving away any state secrets to tell you that if they pan the camera, you would realize there's nobody in there. Nobody's listening. They're speaking simply to the camera. Because we live at a time when American political institutions have sufficiently matured. One could say they've grown so rigid, but they have evolved in a way so that political decisions are not made on the basis of speeches given in the Senate or in the House of Representatives. Political decisions are made for other reasons, sometimes having to do with party coordination, sometimes because of the effect of lobbyists. but the decisions are not made there in the House and in the Senate on the basis of who said what. We live in a very mature, maybe ossified system. But in the days of Henry Clay and John Calhoun and Daniel Webster, this was not so. We had very immature institutions. And when institutions are immature, then the role of an individual is much greater. And when Henry Clay gave a speech, he really did change minds. When Henry Clay would debate John Calhoun, and then Daniel Webster would rebut the both of them, people listened, and they listened carefully. As a sideline, these speakers would write out their remarks after they had given them and put them into print and sell them as pamphlets. And they had a side income in doing this. So this was a time when, if you listen to Henry Clay talk about the need for a protective tariff, he was pro-tariff. He thought American industry needed to be protected from foreign manufacturers. And then you listen to Daniel Webster oppose this. One of the striking things to me is how sophisticated these arguments were. In fact, I probably give more time to these speeches, to these arguments, than maybe I should have, simply because I was very impressed by the details, by the insight of the arguments, and how modern they sound. So if you listen to Henry Clay argue in favor of protective tariffs, it's essentially the same argument, although I will say, with no disrespect to the president incumbent of the White House, a whole lot more sophisticated than the argument that Donald Trump makes for protective tariffs. And when you hear Daniel Webster say, this is a terrible idea, his arguments could have been used, and have been used, by advocates of free trade, which has been America's general policy since 1945. So, I'm going to digress a little bit to say that one of the reasons I study history, and one of the things that I try to get across to my students, and why anybody should study history, is to be reminded that we are not the first generation ever to walk. You know, it's really tempting to think that what happened before doesn't matter, that our problems are going to be solved by us. Well, you know, everybody wants a time machine. Now, most people want a time machine to go to the future to find out what the future is going to be. That doesn't work. We don't have these. And even if we had such a thing, they're a kind of contradiction in terms, because if you could go into the future, you could see what the future was, and you come back and change this moment, and that would screw up that future. But we do have a time machine, and it goes back to the past. And we can see how previous generations have dealt with difficult issues. Now, the tariff was a minor issue for most of this time, but it also became a very acute issue at a particular moment. So I've introduced my characters: Clay, Calhoun, Webster. Now, notice that Calhoun is from the South, South Carolina, so the most southern of the southern states. And from the standpoint of those looking ahead, and knowing that there is tension between North and South, it's South Carolina where the tension always starts. And South Carolina, of course, is the first to secede in 1861. Daniel Webster is from the North. He was originally from New Hampshire, but when he was trying to expand his law practice, he moved to Boston. And so he is a member of Congress, a senator, who is claimed by both New Hampshire and Massachusetts. But he is the spokesman of New England, which is sort of the most northern part of the North. So we've got the most southern part of the South, the most northern part of the North. And Henry Clay is from Kentucky. Kentucky's a border state. Kentucky was considered the West at the time. So we've got this regional arrangement among the three. And because, as I've said, these threesomes are kind of unstable, one of the striking parts of the story is the alliances, the shifting alliances among the three, because at any given time, two are lined up against the other. And which two it is depends on the time, depends on the issue. At the same time, each one is ambitious. Each one would love to be the president. Now, this is kind of an interesting aspect of the story because, as I've said, these guys, the three of them, were more influential than all but a couple or three presidents of the United States. But there is something about ambition that says it's great to be one of, well, so there, by 1850 there were 60 senators. Okay, so it's great to be one of 60. But to be one of one, to be president of the United States, even if the presidency wasn't as big a deal as it would become, nonetheless it was tempting. And all three of them are trying to figure out, how can I become president? So part of it is personal ambition, part of it is representation of their particular section. So John Calhoun eventually becomes the spokesman among all spokesmen of the South. And Daniel Webster becomes the spokesman for New England. And Henry Clay is the one who's trying to bridge the gap between the two. So these are my dramatis personae. These are my characters. My story unfolds between the War of 1812, which is how I begin the story, and the Compromise of 1850. The War of 1812, believe it or not, begins in 1812. And so two of my figures are in favor of the war. They're called war hawks. This was a relatively new term in American politics. And Henry Clay and John Calhoun are beating the drums for war. The United States is going to confirm its independence of Britain by going to war against Britain. Because Britain has been preying on American commerce and kidnapping American sailors and doing various things that annoy people like Henry Clay and John Calhoun. And they believe that it is necessary for American pride, American sense of self-worth, to take on the British and Daniel Webster is very skeptical of this project. Webster believes that Henry Clay just wants to conquer Canada to get more land in the West, and John Calhoun is part of this conspiracy to boost the fortunes of his political party, the Republican Party. Daniel Webster is a spokesman of New England, but also of the Whig Party. Well, originally, of the Federalist Party at first. And the Federalist Party is the party that, well, this is where things get complicated. That's one thing that Cleves and I talk about, is that one of the things that attracts me to history, the study of history, is the fact that history is like an onion. And you peel it, and you think you see what the situation is. You peel it, and there's more inside. You peel it again, there's more inside. It's always more complicated than you think. But anyway, so Webster is a spokesman of New England, which has close commercial ties with Britain. And New England is very dubious about the project of war with Britain, to the point where, and this is where the story gets complicated and interesting and important for the future. Daniel Webster becomes a spokesman for, potentially, the secession of New England from the Union. Now, we think of secession as something that the South did in 1861 that brought on the Civil War. But one of the major currents of my story is that this idea of what does the Union consist of? What are the obligations of the states to the rest of the country? This was something that was in flux from the beginning. Now, the fundamental question that gives rise to the Civil War, one thing I should say is that when I'm writing my story, I try to forget that I know what's coming. And I'm quite serious about this, because the only way you can understand history is to abandon hindsight. Because if we know how it's going to turn out, then we don't pay attention to what it was like to live through it, to not know what's going to happen. Now, I know that by the end of my story, the Union is doomed, that the Civil War is going to come, and that it's going to have to be fought over to be maintained. So I know this is coming, but I have to resist that knowledge, because my characters didn't know that.
Found zero
and they were doing,
objects.
well, two of them were doing their best to prevent the wreck that they saw potentially ahead. The third, John Calhoun, was doing his best to make the wreck happen. But that's a part of the story. Anyhow, so
new files sorted.
When
24 placed in worded folders.
On the 19th century, we talk about secession, we think of the South leaving the Union. And if most of you, perhaps, I'm guessing most of you are from the
empty
Union,
music folders.
do we have, just out of curiosity, do you have any Southerners in the audience? Okay, we got a couple. So I won't expect unanimous vote on this, but it's probably fair to say that most people in the North today think that secession was a really bad idea. I mean, I've been living in Texas for 35 years, and most Texans, even today, acknowledge that secession maybe wasn't such a good idea. I might overstate this. Graves, I don't want to speak for you, having grown up in Texas. But the fact of the matter is, we
LVC
associate this
JSON
with
generation
something that
complete with multi-word
Texas and the
groups.
South did. But the first part of the country to seriously talk about secession was New England. And it wasn't over slavery, it was about war policy. And the fact that the war against Britain was destroying New England's trade. New England lived by trade. You can't farm very well in New England. You can fish and you can engage in trade. And New England traded a lot with Britain. And the vote in favor of the War of 1812 didn't include New England's votes. And New England states, especially when the war was going badly,
Linux voice
during
control
all but its
restarted.
last 2 weeks, said this was a lousy idea to go to war, and you know what? Maybe the Union was a lousy idea. And so Daniel Webster, who had a very keen legal mind, started making the argument for secession, New England secession. Now, after Andrew Jackson miraculously won the Battle of New Orleans, Webster would rethink and start to backpedal really quickly. But one of my broader themes is that this question of, is secession legitimate? Can the states interfere with the enforcement of federal law? Again, this is going to be pinned on the South in the 1860s, and this is the justification for Abraham Lincoln and the Union fighting against Southern secession. But it came up first, for my guys, in the early 1812. It came up a second time in the early 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to leave the Union, not over slavery, not over war policy, but over a tariff. And you might think, people can get that worked up over a tariff? The answer is yes, because let me ask you, if you had to summarize the causes of the American Revolution in a slogan of 4 words, what was the slogan? Actually, that's not a bad one, but no taxation without representation. The American Revolution was all about taxes. People took taxes seriously in those days. And South Carolina was all set to leave the Union because they didn't like a tax bill that Congress had passed. And this because, well, people like John Calhoun had this well-articulated theory of how the Union had been created by the states. And Calhoun laid the groundwork for secession based on this theory of states' rights. And the question, the underlying question here is, and it's a question that is still with us, although thankfully not in such an acute form. The question is, in our federal system, we have a central government and we have state governments. And I don't know about which level of government is supreme. When push comes to shove, do the states get their way, or does the national government get its way? Well, the Constitution is rather vague on this. And at the extreme end, can states leave the Union? Can states constitutionally leave the Union? The Constitution is silent on this. Why is the Constitution silent on this? You know why the Constitution is silent? Everybody at the Constitution Convention knew this could be a difficult issue. This could be a complete issue. But they remain silent. You know why they remain silent? Why do politicians remain silent? Politicians are not a silent group. Why do they remain silent?
So in order for this volume,
because they needed to get it done. They knew if they wrote in that, you know what, there's an escape clause here. Well, that would ruin the whole project, because the whole project was to create a stronger government. But if they said you can't leave, well, the states, half the states wouldn't assign. So they deliberately fudged this, and they kicked the can down the road. They left it to my 3 guys. And their the title of my book is going to be Heirs of the Founders, the people who inherited this project. So one fundamental problem with the Constitution that they had to deal with is, what is the nature of the relationship between the central government and the states? The second issue, which is going to be the one that dominates discussion starting in about 1830, is the other fundamental flaw in the Constitution. Now, a lot of people like to revere the Constitution, and it's a big step forward from the Articles of Confederation. But the framers of the Constitution knew that there were two huge fudges, or basic, what shall I say, pregnant silences in the Constitution. One is this question of when a conflict arises between the states and the feds, who wins? And they deliberately left that silent because they knew whatever they said, it would screw up their project. And the second one was, how does slavery exist in a republic? A republic is based on the will of the people. And political power is supposed to emanate from the people. The government is supposed to represent the people. But how can this coexist with a system of labor mobilization that says that 4 million people by the time of the Civil War are not even people at all? They're not citizens. They're not represented. And the framers knew that this was a fundamental problem. Why didn't they deal with it? Why didn't they say, let's get rid of it? Again, because they wouldn't have gotten their Constitution in 1789 if they had answered this. So what did they do? Well, they basically took the position that Benjamin Franklin articulated when he came out of the Constitutional Convention. And he said, this is not a perfect Constitution, but it's the best we can do under the circumstances, and we will leave it to our heirs to fix the problems. And, they'd come a long way since 1776 to get to 1787. But they knew that they hadn't finished it, and there was work to be done. So the work was done by my guys. And
that allows me to decode
I will tell you
things like
that
this, where I show the number of
I would say they did their best, maybe, to the extent that people who are ambitious, people who have strong opinions, people who are torn by the kinds of personal tugs on professional accomplishment do. These are strong. And my story progresses through the War of 1812, through the crisis of 1833, to it culminates, my story culminates with the Compromise of 1850. The Compromise of 1850 is called the Compromise because, well, people on both sides, North and South, had to compromise their issues to come to some kind of agreement that wouldn't blow up the Union in 1850. And this gets at what I'll call the underlying moral question of this whole story. And one of the reasons that this story, I think, continues to have resonance, leaving aside sort of the political aspects of it. But the question is this. It's a question that's most clearly personified by Henry Clay.
You've also
Henry Clay is
Corina Machado
somebody who, in our way of thinking, is
and then you've got Mundo Gonzalez, who the United States thinks actually
an emancipationist slave
military leadership. Then there's
he owns slaves and he does not believe in the institution of slavery.
That would love to step in.
Now, again, how does that work? Henry Clay inherited slaves, and Henry Clay lived in a society, he lived in Kentucky, which was a slave state, where this was the way work got done. But he believed that slavery was bad for slaves, no surprise there. He believed that slavery was bad for slaveholders. He believed that slavery demeaned manual labor and that it was going to be a problem. It was going to be worse than a problem. It was going to be a continued peril to the Union. And he tried again and again to get Kentucky to end slavery. But he didn't win. He didn't win the argument. Yet he continued to work against slavery, even as he worked to hold the Union together. Henry Clay had to make this decision, and it's a fundamental question for anybody who lives in a democratic political system. It's really a question of anybody who lives in a community. What do you do when you believe that your community, your country, your state is doing something fundamentally wrong? It might be simply misguided. It could be downright evil. What do you do? Do you sort of throw up your hands and say, I have no responsibility for this, and chart your own individual path? Well, not if you are someone who believes that there is a role for statesmen. Because Henry Clay believed that slavery must disappear from the Union. It would. But he also was one who fundamentally disagreed with abolitionists who said that slavery has to end now. Because Clay understood that if the abolitionists had their way, if slavery if Congress could somehow vote to abolish slavery right now, then 30 seconds after that, a war would break out between North and South. And Henry Clay believed that as bad as slavery was, and as demeaning as slavery was to the meaning of republicanism, it wasn't as dangerous to personal liberty and to sort of the welfare of humanity as the destruction of the Union. For Henry Clay, almost any compromise was acceptable in order to hold the Union together, because he looked at the Union that he and his other contemporaries had inherited from the likes of George Washington.
New files sorted.
We need to preserve the Union.
24 placed in loaded folders.
The surest guarantor of personal liberty. And if we have to compromise with the slaveholders for a while longer,
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
I maybe not going to give much away when I say that Henry Clay was the model of what Abraham Lincoln wanted to become. Abraham Lincoln was one who also believed we have to hold the Union together. If we hold the Union together, we can eventually get rid of slavery. We can preserve American freedom. If the Union falls apart, then all bets are off. The story ends for me with the Compromise of 1850.
LVC JSON generation complete with Motorola groups.
To solve all the problems confronting the country. It was this big package deal. And all sorts of issues were tied up, and Henry Clay believed that it was the great accomplishment of his career. He had held the Union together. In fact, the Union didn't hold together very much longer. My guys, they die. And of course, the three of them, they died within about 18 months, between 1850 and 1852. I'm not going to say that if they had lived, things had been different. But in fact, Henry Clay's hope for the Union was dashed on the rocks of the election of Abraham Lincoln and the secession of the South.
Linux voice control restarted.
And so, well, I'll stop there. In part because, you want to know what? I told Gleaves this. I haven't told anybody else that. But I'm working on a sequel, which is going to carry it up to the Civil War. So I'm going to leave you all hanging at the end of the book. And what's going to happen next? Hey, guess what? Anyway, I want time for questions. So you're going to ask a question, and I will repeat the question so that everybody in the audience can hear and everybody in the television audience can hear. So right here, sir.
You're leaving out the third branch of government, John Marshall. What's the relationship?
I'm glad you asked the question. The question is, what about the third branch of government? You mentioned John Marshall. Other people call it the judicial branch. But in fact, in this period, John Marshall is the judicial branch. In fact, this is a very important part of my story, because I devote a chapter to Daniel Webster and John Marshall. John Marshall was Chief Justice of the United States from 1801 to 1835. He essentially created the modern Supreme Court, and especially he created the idea that the Supreme Court should stand in review of the actions of the legislative branch and the executive branch. The Supreme Court, the judicial branch, is the one that gets to say, no, yes, constitutional, unconstitutional. The Supreme Court we have today. I'm not going to say but it would have shocked and surprised the framers of the Constitution. That what? The courts get to tell Congress what Congress can't do? It's not written in the Constitution. John Marshall has to work between the lines to come up with that. And his principal collaborator, one could almost say his co-conspirator, was Daniel Webster. Daniel Webster was the most celebrated and the most amply compensated constitutional lawyer of his day. And in fact, Webster, on some days, in the morning, he would go and argue a case before the Supreme Court, and in the afternoon, he would go give a speech in the Senate. And so the story of Webster and Marshall and the creation of what you could call sort of modern judicial nationalism, the idea that the Constitution really is as strong as it's going to become, owes to John Marshall and it owes to Daniel Webster. And it also demonstrates Webster at his oratorical finest. So I have Webster arguing he argued a whole bunch of important cases, but one was the Dartmouth College versus Woodward case, in which Webster was an alum of Dartmouth College. And he was brought in. Webster was basically a hired gun who would be brought in to argue before the Supreme Court because he was such a powerful speaker. And he would follow the case fairly casually. And then he'd jot down. In this case, I enabled password authentication over SSH, which is something that you probably should never do, but I wanted to show you as an example. Sometimes freeze the justices. And in the case of Dartmouth College, his speech was so poignant that there was a Yale law professor who went to watch because he knew that Webster was this very powerful speaker, but he also knew that John Marshall was and he heard Webster sometimes try to play on the emotions of his audiences. And he thought, boy, this isn't going to work with John Marshall. So he goes down and he watches. And he's mesmerized, and he sees that the members of the court are mesmerized as well. And when it finally comes to the end, when Webster says, this is small talk, that there are those who love it. Speaking of Dartmouth College, which he argues is being beaten up, taken advantage of by the state of New Hampshire. And at the end, when Webster has concluded, this skeptical Yale law professor looks, and he sees to his amazement that John Marshall that Daniel Webster had that effect. So it is an important, it's a large part of my story. Somebody else had a question. Yes, sir.
A recent colonel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that. That's all for this full look at.
The country was, with the development of Eli Lilly and the cotton gel was changing and becoming more industrialized, and you have the Industrial Revolution, the cotton gel actually would ease the picking of cotton.
For this story, we're going to go back to August 2016. Jake was working for Rendition Security then, and his client had a specific security issue that was so big they needed Jake to go on site to help. This was an incident response. The client was hit with something serious. So Jake and his team went to the client location and took over a conference room to begin.
Yes, in fact, I think would be farther along than we are today, and I'll give you my reason. Obviously, I can't prove this, but I'm going to argue a counterfactual. And this is something that Henry Clay was hoping for and was counting on. Henry Clay, again, being from a border state, Kentucky, being a slaveholder who didn't believe in slavery, hoped that slavery would go away, observed slavery in his lifetime go away in the North. When he was born, slavery was allowed in every American colony and in every American state upon independence. But gradually, the North ended slavery. Often, it was phased in emancipation. So New York ended slavery, but there were still slaves in New York as late as the 1830s. So it was a phased kind of emancipation, which is what Henry Clay was arguing for. Immediate emancipation would be unfair to all sorts of people, starting with the slaveholders, but including some of the slaves themselves. If you're a 65-year-old slave and all of a sudden you're emancipated, you get thrown out of your house, you get thrown out, what can you do? So anyway, but Henry Clay, the North had emancipated its slaves not out of any fit of philanthropy, but because the Northern economy no longer found slavery profitable. Or to put it another way, every one of the framers' generation, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all the slaveholders in the 1780s believed that slavery was a necessary evil. They believed it was an evil, but they couldn't figure out how to run the Southern economy without it. And many Northerners took the same view, except they figured out how they could run the Northern economy without it, and so they could focus on the evil part of it. But Washington, Jefferson, and Henry Clay all hoped that slavery would become anachronistic in time. And this was what Henry Clay said after the Compromise of 1850. He had been the author of the Compromise of 1820, the so-called Missouri Compromise. It resolved the issue of slavery in the Western Territories and then held for over 30 years. And he said, if this compromise holds for 30 years, then we will have resolved the problem. Because he saw the Industrial Revolution coming. And the Industrial Revolution really was what ended slavery. More precisely, it ended slavery in other countries. Think about it for a minute. In 1800, nearly every country in the world allowed slavery to exist legally.
And we are going to find out.
And most countries thought no big deal. That's just the kind of way the world works. In 1900, essentially no countries in the world allowed legal slavery. So between 1800 and 1900, slavery disappeared. It was only in the United States that the ending of slavery required, or seemed to require, this horrible war that killed over 600,000 people. So you have to start thinking that maybe there was a way you could end slavery without a civil war. And Clay thought there was. If we could simply keep the Union together for another 20 or 30 years, then Southerners would have come to the same conclusion that Northerners had already come to. We don't need this institution anymore. And if you indulge me for a moment further, if the South had ended slavery without it being imposed by the North, without the need for a 13th Amendment, it didn't require a 13th Amendment for Massachusetts to free its slaves or for Pennsylvania, and so it wouldn't have had for South Carolina or any other country, any other state. And if Southerners had freed the slaves on their own, then opposition to things like education for the former slaves wouldn't have been seen as a badge of Southern honor. Anything that gets imposed from the outside, by those Northern aggressors, is something that patriotic Southerners will be able to resist. And as you know, until the 1960s, Southerners didn't like the idea of not being told what to do on racism. But if Southerners had been allowed the time to conclude on their own that slavery was a bad deal, then they would have had an incentive to invest, for example, in the education of the former slaves. So I'm not trying to guarantee that that would happen, but there is an alternative scenario. And this is exactly what Henry Clay was aiming for. And I should say that by the 1850s, it's exactly what, by 1850, he died in 1850, this is exactly what John Calhoun was hoping would not happen. Because by 1850, John Calhoun had already concluded that South Carolina and the South must
Placement scan complete.
And he was simply hoping for an excuse to do it. And the excuse came with the election of Abraham Lincoln. More on the book that I'm going to write about Abraham Lincoln and John Brown. So it's going to be a twosome instead of a threesome. In the back, sir.
I'm wondering if you would comment on the stated intent of the current administration at Yale to move the name
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0.
Okay, so, and I'll broaden that. So the question is, what about the campaign at Yale University
Renaming complete.
to eliminate John Calhoun's name from one of the buildings, or it's a college or something like that? And I don't remember how far along that road they are.
Album art complete.
Okay, but anyway, Calhoun
found 0 local
attended
artworks.
Yale, and so he was, at one time, he was considered a distinguished alumnus of Yale College. And these days, of course, John Calhoun is seen as the arch apologist for slavery.
New
I'll
files
just tell you
sorted.
that my general
24
view
placed in worded
of
folders.
erasing names from buildings, taking down statues, is to be very skeptical of this. And I'll tell you why.
0 empty music folders.
And I teach at the University of Texas. And at the University of Texas, there were erected in the 1920s a series of statues honoring heroes of the Confederacy. And following the shootings at Charlottesville, was it the year before last? The administration at the University of Texas decided the time has come to take down these statues honoring the Confederate heroes. And my first thought was, I do not like the idea of erasing history.
AVCJ song generation
no
complete with multi-word groups.
And I predicted that if it's today, sort of Confederate heroes, tomorrow it's going to be Thomas Jefferson. And then there'll be George Washington, and how's that going to work if the capital of the United States is named for a slaveholder? If we try to go back and impose the standards of the present on the past, then there is no end. And very often, I'm going to say, in the thinking of those people who are most in favor of this, there is an incipient perfectionism that if these people are bad on this score, then there's somebody else who's bad on another score, and then I would despair of putting up statues
Linux
to anybody
voice control
for
restarted.
anything. Because however much a model citizen they might be today, I can guarantee you people who honor John Calhoun is still one of South Carolina's 2 statues in Statuary Hall in the Capitol. And they're not really trying to put a finger in the eye of anybody else, and they're not a bunch of white racists, you're saying, but John Calhoun was an important figure in the history of the United States. But I had this modest proposal that I actually proposed to the president of my university. I said, don't take down the statues, just make a very modest change to each statue. And go around to each statue and put a small plaque, maybe about this big, that simply has the year in which the statue was erected. And I thought, do this, and all of a sudden, I've got this outdoor history lesson. And so people can walk around and they can see that the statue that was put up to Jefferson Davis on the UT campus was erected in 1929. What does that tell us? Jefferson Davis was not a Texan, but Texans in the 1920s were trying to make a political point by recognizing Jefferson Davis. But that does two things. One, it tells us when this went up, and it gives us an idea of the mindset of the people who put it up. But it also absolves the present of the responsibility for these things that went up 100 years ago. And sort of this is the justification for taking down all this stuff, for changing these names. We don't want this generation to be seen as honoring these people whose values we don't share. And that's fair enough if you're putting up something new today. Okay, Yale or the University of Texas wouldn't erect a statue to Jefferson Davis or name a college for John Calhoun today, but to somehow pretend that it never did, I think that does, well, it does a disservice to my history. If only because, so on the campus of the University of Texas, there used to be these Confederate statues. Well, since the Confederate statues went up, there are statues to Martin Luther King. There's a statue to Barbara Jordan, a black congresswoman from Houston. There's a statue to Cesar Chavez. And if these statues were all still there with the date, then you could walk around and you could see what the administration of the University of Texas valued at different times in history. But now you go around and I like to think I'm teaching history to my students, and they might think they do. But we learn a lot about history from our environment. And if the environment says there never was a Civil War, slavery never existed, the fact that you could see Jefferson Davis honored in the 1920s, and then Barbara Jordan, the great-granddaughter of slaves, honored in the 1990s, that says something about the history of the state of Texas. So that's my long-winded answer to a short question. Other questions? Yes?
What is your response to this idea that these statues, you mentioned 29, this is the time of heavy Jim Crow, and they were put in public stations to make the statement to the black population, we're in charge. And
Alert.
those statues
Remote attack vector detected.
from the public
Alert.
domain into the museum.
Low Rahak RF jammer detected. Alert.
Okay, so Jefferson Davis, in fact,
European is
there's a separate argument as to the artistic merit of these statues. And these particular statues included some that were by a very distinguished sculptor who did a lot of stuff in Texas. And so it would have been an artistic shame, almost an artistic crime if the statue simply had melted down. So Jefferson Davis was moved into a museum on campus, and there is something to be said for that. There are two things to be said against it. One is that my students, I'm not going to say, I'm going to say, they avoid museums like the plague. They will never see that statue. Otherwise, they have to walk past Jefferson Davis every day. The second thing is, this is maybe minor, but statues are designed, the statues that go up on pedestals, they're designed to be seen on pedestals. I'll give you one example. So, my older son, Cal, who now is a distinguished professor, but he used to be a little kid. When he was a little kid, there was a moment when Texas, I live in Austin, and the state of Texas is refurbishing the Capitol. And on top of the Capitol is this sort of, it's not quite winged imagery, it's the goddess of liberty. And this white statue that's 14 feet tall or something like that. And it's designed to be viewed from, the top of the Capitol. But it was the day when they were going to take that statue down, and they were going to get one of those big, heavy-duty, double-rotored helicopters. And so it was a big deal. They announced this, they're going to lift it off. And so Hal was about 4 years old, and I took him in the stroller, and off we went. And we watched as the helicopter went, wah, 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 and they put the cables over the statue, and they're tugging away, and the rotor was going, the statue's stuck. And so they have to go, and everybody's down below. Is this actually going to happen or not? So finally they yank it free, and they bring it along. They fly it around a little bit, doing very dramatic, and then they lower it down onto the grass of the Capitol grounds. And so I was able to make use of my little kid. He said, little kid here, he wants to get in the front so we can see it. He says, he's short. So he works our way to the front. And Hal takes one look at this statue and bursts into tears. Because
my needs, it's way more than
I don't know. Are there any Lyle Lovett fans in the house? So Lyle Lovett has this song. I think the song is called "She's Hot to Go" or something like this. And he sees this woman from behind, and so he says, "Boy, she's hot to go. She's ready," and so on. And he goes on and on like this. But then at the end of the song, he comes around, and this probably wouldn't pass muster in this day and age. But he comes around and he says, "But she was ugly from the front." Actually, though, and then there's this female voice that comes in and turns him, "Well, you ugly too." and Lyle Lovett hardly want to, cast stones. But anyway, but the point was that when Hal saw this statue, it was ugly. Now, why was it ugly? Because it was designed to be seen from 400 feet away at an angle of declination of 45 degrees. It's like stage makeup if you ever go up close. It's supposed to be seen from the last row of the theater. And so for these statues, I've been to see Jefferson Davis up close in the museum, and he's ugly from the front. So, but the larger reason is that you take them sort of out of their native environment, and it sort of solves the problem, but not really. Because you said very aptly, and this is quite true, that it was created to say, we're in favor of segregation of the races. But I want my students to know that there was a time when the university they attended was run by people in their section of the country that was in favor of segregation. Because if you believe in progress, you have to know where you're progressing from. And there's no historical memory against which to judge. Otherwise, the fact that Martin Luther King has a statue on the UT campus, well, big deal. It is a big deal. Because that statue would not have been placed there 60 years before. And that's why my little suggestion, just putting the timestamp, it was rejected and the statutes went down. Yeah.
26 got
oh, actually, I'm sorry, I need to get some
next year. You have a new base.
Cedar, William 61. William Zebra X.
Yeah.
When John C. Calhoun became vice president, did that affect their relationship when he was vice president and then they got back in the Senate?
Oh, it did. In fact, so you're up on their story. So each one eventually went into the executive branch. And John Calhoun was one who was kind of the sneakiest one in the sense of succeeding, where Henry Clay was the one who came closest to being president. Here we are in an event in a presidential library sponsored by a presidential studies center. Trivia? No, it's not trivia, because it's an important question for you. There have been two people in American history who are three-time losers for their party, as nominees of their party in races for president. And one was Henry Clay, who lost in 1824, and 1832, and 1844.
Linux voice control stopped.
Who is the only other three-time loser in American history? And I don't get to count Harold Stassen, who was a 16-time loser. Yes. William Jennings Bryan, there you go. And there's something actually important in this. This is no longer the case, but if there are any baseball fans in the audience, there was at one time a phenomenon of, this actually did happen. Being a 20-game winner used to be the standard of excellence. But what was really strange was, occasionally there were 20-game losers. Now you might think, how do you get to be a 20-game loser? Well, you have to be good enough to be in the regular rotation.
Scan complete.
And you have to be bad enough to lose 20 games, or at least play for a lousy team. And so that sort of accounts for Clay's three-time losses. But John Calhoun managed to be vice president of the United States. He was one of 5 people running for president in 1824. 5 people running? Yeah, because the first party system of Federalists and Whigs had broken down.
Trim
And the
complete.
second party system of
Process
Democrats,
21, quarantine
sorry,
0.
of Federalists and Republicans broken down. And the second party system of Democrats and Whigs hadn't emerged. And so people and groups could nominate whoever they wanted. So there were 5 people running.
Renaming
John Calhoun
complete.
realized he wasn't going to make
24 files renamed.
So he dropped out, but let it be known that he would be delighted for number 2 slot. And so
Album
he
art
managed
complete.
to leverage that into the
Found
support
0 local
of
artworks.
both. He got the support of Andrew Jackson and John Quincy Adams. And they all agreed that he was going to be vice president. And so he became vice president under John Quincy Adams. He wanted to run again in
New files
1828.
sorted.
1824 is when
24 placed in worded
Jackson
folders.
was the plurality winner of the electoral vote and the popular vote, but didn't win in the race into the House of Representatives.
Quarantine
But
0
Calhoun is
empty
thinking,
music
okay, I'm
folders.
number 2, and you never know, the president might die, or this might be a launching pad to something. So he manages to finagle his way onto the ticket of both John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson when there's a rerun in 1828. So it's the only case in American history where a vice president under a president of one party becomes vice president immediately of the president of the other party. But it gets complicated because meanwhile, behind the scenes,
LVC
Calhoun
JSON
is
generation complete with multi-row groups.
conspiring in the undermining of federal authority. And so as vice president, Calhoun is secretly urging those South Carolinians who want to secede from the Union. And Jackson is doing everything he can to keep South Carolina from seceding from the Union. And the climax of the tension occurs when it's on a Jefferson Day dinner event. In April, the Jeffersonians, Republicans, then they're about to be called Democrats, they met every year. I think maybe they gave it up a while back because eventually they became Jefferson and Jackson Day dinners. And both Jefferson and especially Jackson
Linux
become
voice
at least
control
mildly
restarted.
toxic to most Democrats. So I don't think they do it. Do they do it anymore, Jefferson Jackson Day dinners?
Called the legacy dinner.
Okay, like President's Day instead of Washington's birthday. Okay, anyway, so at the Jefferson's Day dinner in 1830, excuse me, when the crisis over South Carolina is developing, the Democrats, we'll call them the Democrats, they all get together and they toast Thomas Jefferson and the principles on which the Union is based. And these toasts indicate their position on various events of the day. So those people who support South Carolina, they endorse Jefferson's Kentucky Resolves. Now, we're getting in a little bit into the weeds, it's in the book, where Jefferson in 1798 argues in favor of the rights of states to determine the constitutionality of federal laws. It was in response to the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798, which were an egregious violation of the First Amendment. But the Supreme Court hadn't yet declared the principle that we get to determine constitutionality. So Jefferson and James Madison, who did the same thing for Virginia, they say states get to be the ones to do this. And that's exactly what Calhoun was claiming for South Carolina. The right for South Carolina to declare on the constitutionality of a law. In this case, the Tariff of 1828. So some of the toasts are in favor of the Kentucky resolution. And this is sort of an indirect support for Calhoun. But the climax of the night comes when the President of the United States, Andrew Jackson, is going to speak. Because there are these scheduled toasts, and then there are the unscheduled toasts. And the President didn't always attend this debate, but Jackson did on that night. And he was very clear that he was not going to let the Union be broken up. And so when Jackson stands up as President, he's the first one in the unscheduled toast. So everybody looks at Jackson, what's he going to say? And Jackson, by this end, is showing his anger, and he's not in good health. He never was a public speaker. And so he didn't speak loud, he didn't speak loud, he was no match for but he stands up, and the audience is bigger than this, it's in a hotel in Washington, and everybody is absolutely silent to see what Andrew Jackson is going to say. And Jackson holds up his glass and says, while staring exactly at John Calhoun, he says, "Our federal union, it must be preserved." So Calhoun is up next. And he's the vice president, and he's got to answer Jackson. he sort of has to answer to Jackson as well. And so Calhoun is trying to think on the fly, because Jackson hadn't said what he was going to say. And he had a chance to prepare in advance. But Calhoun has to figure it out on the spot. And everybody's looking at him. He really is on the spot. So he's thinking about it,
At least I'm looking confused.
and he says, raises his glass and he says, the Union. And for a moment, everybody thinks, my gosh, he's capitulated. Andrew Jackson has carried the day. He says, the Union, next to our liberty, most dear. Well, that's quite a qualification. It's at that point that Jackson decides that Calhoun is complicated by a story that is almost absurd when I relate it, even to you. But basically, the wives of the members of Jackson's cabinet could not get along.
They're currently working with the communication
This
department
because
to promote
one
and
woman,
increase the number of volunteers that we have engaging. But yes, we do see an increase in volunteers, but
I
as
don't know
with
how
all
to
things,
say
it
this
does
without
take
sounding
time
kind of catty,
to build and make a
but
substantive program.
she was prettier than the other members of the other wives of the cabinet. She also grew up in an inn. And she didn't have a mother, so her father ran the inn, the hotel. And she grew up there, and she was kind of flirtatious. She got better tips if she flirted. And so she was seen as this woman of loose morals. And because she had loose morals, and then she subsequently married a guy who became a member of Jackson's cabinet, then the other wives of the cabinet members refused to attend her dinners, refused to be at receptions with her, and the ringleader of this opposition to Peggy was Florida Calhoun, John Calhoun's wife. And this was the start of why Andrew Jackson never forgave John Calhoun. You might think it was a matter of high politics, and eventually it was. But it started because, well, as Jackson saw it, that Calhoun could not control his wife, and his wife, and therefore through his wife Calhoun himself, was casting aspersions on Peg Eaton. Now, this requires me to tell a little bit about Jackson's personal story with women. His mother died rescuing him from a prisoner of war camp in the Revolutionary War. And Jackson believed that his mother was a saint. And then his wife died because she had been slandered during the
Defense
campaign of
protocols
1828.
synchronized.
And under the
Monitoring
strain
for password
of
attacks
all of
and-
this criticism, she had a physical breakdown that ended in her death. So as a result of this, Jackson could not stand the idea that defenseless women would be defamed. And if Jackson had been alive today, he would have said, I believe the women. And this was Jackson's view. And when Peg Eaton said she was blameless, and John Eaton, who was Jackson's personal friend, said my wife is blameless, Jackson said, I believe you. And all these people who are saying that she's not, they can't be part of my administration. But Jackson wasn't a czar, and so he couldn't fire his whole cabinet. Eventually he did. He couldn't fire everybody at once. And the cabinet was paralyzed. And you might think, oh gosh, the business of the United States can't go forward because there is this fight among the women. It was called the Petticoat War. But so this is part of the story. But I'll just conclude. I should probably draw to conclusion here. But I'll just say that Andrew Jackson is one of the major subsidiary characters, and Jackson's attitude. He didn't have much in particular against Daniel Webster. But Jackson was asked on his deathbed, he was dying in 1845, he was asked what he would do differently. Could he live again? He said, if I could live again, I would hang John Calhoun and shoot Henry Clay. So, we'll leave it at that. Well, I have one more thing to mention. You're about to hear from a group that is going to honor Ralph.
Public post.
And I just want to say a word about Ralph Hauenstein and what he has meant to me,
NBC reporter
and mostly through the Hauenstein Center.
Witnessed some of the
And I was privileged, as we mentioned, to be able to meet Ralph. This was now,
Yes, well, you're very loud.
and I really didn't know I'm not a politician, but I came to learn about his fascinating and important career. And I was particularly interested in what Ralph had to say about his commander during World War II, about Dwight Eisenhower. Because my first book was about Dwight Eisenhower. And I spent a lot of time studying Eisenhower, the Eisenhower life, reading everything I could read about Dwight Eisenhower, and trying to sort of recreate the man from the paper trail. And at the time I was writing, there weren't very many people left who had known Eisenhower. So I didn't get a chance to talk to people who knew him. And for the historian, that can be absolutely crucial. There are times when it's utterly impossible. When I wrote about Benjamin Franklin, nobody was alive who knew Benjamin Franklin, so you do what you can. But when I met Ralph Hauenstein, and he could tell me what kind of commander Eisenhower was. I heard other people talk about it, but to hear somebody that I could actually ask questions of, and who could tell me about, basically to fill in the personal human detail that often falls between the cracks of the paper record, was immensely valuable to me. Actually, it's a little bit too late. I wish I'd known him when I was writing the book about Eisenhower. But he was wonderful to talk to. He was very approachable. And you'll hear more, I think, about his career. But I would just say that for all the good work that he did while he was alive, his good work continues in the endowment that funds the Hauenstein Center. And so I had a chance to know him during the last years of his life. But I can say that I have been a great beneficiary of the great work that he has done for Michigan, for Grand Valley State, for the Hauenstein Center, and indirectly through anybody who's interested in World War II and anything related to Dwight Eisenhower. So you're going to hear more about that, but that's just my 2 cents on the subject. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0.
I enjoyed that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight.
Renaming complete.
Bill, what a wonderful job. It's always great to have you join us here in Grand Rapids, and certainly the wonderful relationship we have with the Gerald R. Ford Museum, the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Foundation, and the Hauenstein Center at Grand Valley. We just couldn't do the things we do without this great relationship. I'm Joe Calvarusa, Executive Director of the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Foundation. But tonight I'm here as President of the Michigan Historical Commission, appointed by the Governor, legislature leaders, and the Commission. For over a century, been key to the preservation and recognition of Michigan's wonderful history. Those of us on the commission receive no financial compensation. Simply put, we receive one of the greatest rewards possible, the privilege of serving the people of Michigan by helping to promote our precious Michigan history. Joining us in the audience tonight is Vice President Brian James Egan, Laura Ashley, Commissioner, Tom Trescott, Commissioner, and Sandra Clark, representing the state of Michigan, Michigan Historical Center,
LVC, JSON, Generation Resources, multi-word groups.
This day focuses on an extraordinary Michigander, Colonel Ralph Hauenstein, who cherished our history, our country, and the world we lived in. The Colonel was an iconic symbol of patriotism, entrepreneurship, and community supporter. Ralph lived an extraordinary life, living to the age of 103, and by his own admission, he never retired. In particular, he was an advocate and benefactor for his community, his country, and the world. Ralph has been internationally awarded the Order of the British Empire by the British government, as well as the French Legion of Honors by the French government. 1 year after Ralph's birth, Michigan leaders showed imagination and foresight by establishing a historical commission that would enshrine our irreplaceable stories. During its 2013 centennial, the commission launched a signature award for visionary public service to the cause of Michigan history, hoping to inspire others to a lofty standard. We call it the MAK Award, the MAC Award. It evokes a glorious achievement that links our two peninsulas and has become to symbolize our state, the mighty MAC Bridge. This MAC Award is named after three of our greatest public servants here in Michigan. Our revered senior statesman, Governor William G. Milliken. Our own 9-term former commissioner with 54 years of public service, Elizabeth Sparks Adams. And our state's former chief lawyer, Attorney General Frank J. Kelly, with 37 years of public service, who's sometimes been nicknamed the Eternal General. Like these three public servants after which the award is named, the contribution of Colonel Ralph Hallenstein to Michigan history and to our country is marked by grace, devotion, and determination that those three individuals had. Colonel Hallenstein became a city editor of the Grand Rapids Herald at the young age of 27, supervising 16 seasoned reporters. In Ralph's book, Intelligent Was My Life, co-written by Donald Mackley, it says he unwittingly learned the art of developing, quote, all-source intelligence, end of quote. And little did he know what role that would play in his life. Ralph joined the military for the second time a year prior to the attack of Pearl Harbor. As Chief of the Intelligence Branch of the Army's European Theater of Operations, he worked under General Dwight Eisenhower. In 1944 and 45, he traveled to the European continent. He was among the first Americans into liberated Paris, war-torn Germany, and Nazi concentration camps. Ralph helped to write history as an integral part of breaking the German code, which is an invaluable part of the Allied forces winning World War II. Ralph also helped to preserve history in World War II by assuring the European antiquities were safely held from destruction. Reflecting on his wartime experiences, the highly decorated colonel said, and I quote, "In the 20th century, I saw with my own eyes the worst that leaders are capable of. In the 21st century, I want to encourage the best possible leadership so that the world would be a better place for my children's children." Colonel Hallenstein's entrepreneurship and business career brought to us Goldfish crackers, Andy's mints, and windmill cookies. He was part of a history as a member of the team supervising the first free elections in Russia. Joining him were notable individuals, and to name just a couple, Alexander Haig, James Woolsey, and his dear friend from Grand Rapids, Peter Cook. He supported the Grand Rapids Public Museum as well as the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Museum. With his time, talent, and philanthropy, creating the Hallenstein Center for Presidential Studies at Grand Valley University brought together his belief of preserving history and making the world a better place for his children's children.
Comments and update on
Their mission to inspire new generations of leaders devoted to public service. One of the initial initiatives that the Hallenstein Center did was to preserve history in one room. All the books written by the U.S. presidents, recognized by the Library of Congress as a unique, valuable asset in here in Grand Valley. Thank you. Governor Rick Snyder sent me a letter yesterday. He wanted me to pass it along to the family tonight. And I'd like to share a couple sentences with you. And I quote the governor, "I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the family of Colonel Ralph W. Hallenstein and being awarded the Milliken Adams Kelly Award by the Michigan Historical Commission. This outstanding accomplishment required great preparation, hard work, and was rewarded with our state's sincere respect and admiration." End of quote. For his years of making and being part of history, educational efforts for future generations, volunteer services, and extraordinary support to preserving history, the Commission has unanimously bestowed on Colonel Ralph W. Hallenstein the 2017 William G. Milliken, Elizabeth S. Adams, Frank J. Kelly Award. Joining me on stage will be my fellow commissioners, representative from the state of Michigan, as well as accepting this on behalf of the Hallenstein family, Mr. Brian Hallenstein. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I do have a few words here I would like to share. I'm truly delighted to be able to receive this well-deserved and honorable award on behalf of my grandfather posthumously, and in the presence of many family members that are here today. It's true that over the last century, he has helped shape our history as a community, as a nation, and globally in ways that we can scarcely imagine. A myriad of his stories have been shared through his book and with his friends, but there's a mysterious side of Ralph, Grandpa. Much of those stories will remain untold, perhaps indefinitely. What I can share with you today is that he was as much a leader at home with his own family as he was in his public life. Several of us here today, including my siblings, my cousins, my parents, we all remember the many gatherings that he worked so hard to create for our family. Every assembly was special, but we all distinctly remember the many St. Patrick's Day parties that he held at his place on Woodcliff. Weekends when he pulled together such creations as green popcorn and all sorts of edible green things. As we walked in the house, we would wonder, what's next? What's Grandpa going to pull together? There was one time I remember distinctly, he had taken a chicken egg and poked a hole in the top and the bottom and blew out the yolk and the whites, and then painstakingly entered green Jell-O into the mold of this egg, and he waited for us all to arrive in the house and see this great creation as we peeled away this green Jell-O. I don't think any of us ate that, though. At our annual pig roast parties, you never knew what Papa was going to do next. We all called him Papa, as the grandchildren endearingly termed him. It was at one of these events that he taught us how to catch and clean and prepare frog legs. My summers will never be the same since that day.
Placement scan complete.
It's my pleasure to share this evening for the first time to announce to the public that in partnership with the Van Andel Public Museum, we will be launching a temporary exhibit of Ralph Hallenstein in his life of leadership. Opening July 21st of this year, the exhibit will cover his amazing journey from the Grand Rapids Herald City editor to his philanthropic efforts later in his life. We all hope that you can make your way there later this year to enjoy in his life story with us. Thank you and have a great evening.
Renaming complete. 21 files remain.
Thank you, Brian, and the Hallenstein family for sharing this evening with you, because Ralph was an amazing individual, and it was an honor and privilege to be part of this program tonight. Please join us in the lobby. Bill Brands is going to continue answering questions. Join in with the Hallenstein family. A little housekeeping, if you left your coat on the second floor, you will now find it on the first floor by the restroom. So thank you so much for coming. Please enjoy the reception.
Folders.
Six 13 4 2.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Here's the deal.
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
$12.41. Easy as 2011.
And it's currently running into a small window on the screen, as you can see.
Okay, about 36.
And full screen. Virtual box time intelligence. Get back to a window at any time by pressing OT.
Radio check.
Anyways, hey, I was a victim of a terrorist attack where they used a pipe bomb on catamaran. You want to investigate that after 4 years of persecution, manipulation? It's a federal crime. I ain't inside. What you gonna do? Hey, I ain't inside, man. I came out. I ain't inside. What you gonna do? I came out. Hey, she went this way. Don't listen to those morons. She went this way. Hey, she went this way. Don't listen to those morons. She went this way. I got video proof of it. Don't listen to that fucking moron. Yeah, he even said he handled
Meter 1A is 10-8 en route.
Hey, I'll be UTO with those dogs. Call advise 8:30 when here. So. 10-8.
Yeah. Go ahead.
21 Kilo, left to the previous location, somewhere in the
44 countries, the professors found that both men are far more likely to engage in
I'm Jenny from New York. Time 5, clearing the deal up to Rosa West. Route 6 to 8, Casey 911, dispatch, can you show us a rep to 4922 Andover Drive? No.
Scale I'm taking.
Unit 270 out there.
Git first. So here let's install Git. Okay, that's perfect. Now let's run this.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. LP25 trunking scanner engaged. Greetings, Johnny. Monitoring P25 communications with audio output to pulse audio.
Passengers on board.
Some stuff is not animated as all of that stuff that they don't have as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing.
Linux voice control stopped.
Hi, Air Pilot.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
$6:20, 10:41. 28, 10:41.
Linux voice control restarted. Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Tonight, 14 years and counting, our main American Christmas opening doors, shaking hands,
I want to install Windows 11. I want to install Windows 11. Make sure
I'm already proceeding with my other passengers. Keep that head in line.
Take your chance. I eat breakfast.
That now it's twice as fast in terms of speed.
There's a 14.
Absolutely. I mean, I think
4014 marking.
They're going to signal anywhere that they can make a custom chip, or that they need to make a custom chip because it improves the experience, which I think is really the example you see with their modem.
That was 4014
That new Apple modem, C1X, is in the air. Its first iPhone modem, C1, came out in February in the 16K.
Over the last 6 months, we've really driven a significant performance boost
and 1042, and 509 is 1041. Twelve 1142. 510 12 11 24.
612, so
12.
1041.
On its second batch. The first batch has been sold out. Information about that is on braxtech.net. Thanks also to those who donate to us on Patreon and YouTube membership.
So I place the spool inside, set the temperature to 100 Celsius, and let it dry overnight.
Yeah, 2 weeks of crash, you're not sure where we're at, but it's spinning on 361. Maybe in front of
that you can download from the product and import.
Some of them converted into a shell plant. So the 2 equals, black passenger car and a blue photo. No injuries.
615, 42. 614 traffic.
What are you kids going to do with that plate? Depends.
Great question. Here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said this was in the investigation. There's a non-prosecution agreement out of that plea, and when the case was reopened, and this is where it comes from, when the case was reopened in 2018 to 2019,
minutes a day is enough to get your body heal and look better, especially when you haven't exercised in years. I started walking, and my husband was shocked by results, even before I knew anything. So I tell him to start doing it too.
411.
Well, before I so rudely interrupted while I was working on new computer.
Alert 3. Alert 3.
They had a big, what's known as a capacity auction last year. Last year's capacity auction broke all records.
And what happened last summer in the auction is the prices went up by 800%, a massive increase in cost.
David Lapp represents ratepayers in Maryland, another PJM state. He explained to me that when utilities have to pay a higher capacity price, they pass it on to consumers in the form of supply charge.
Car 26 radio check, 10-8 from yard.
I'm going to tell you right now, she is a goddamn hero. You might have thought these things would happen.
Can you go to the shop and ask them to go jumpstart 3026? Unit 3026, you can jumpstart.
Really broke. Like 80 years old.
4703 1246. It's 4703 1246.
640, 228 flowers, 446, out of Colorado. Shows a Pontiac Grand Am 2004, red in color, negative 29. 27 echoes, not clear, negative
Linux voice
29.
controls stopped.
6501, 10 from South Station.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Check 1 will be 10-7, working operation.
Yes.
Linux voice control restarted.
64210.
Transit, radio check.
Six of them didn't work in that dumpsters check.
Warning. Large JSON file detected. File placement database
Forty-three. Gonna be 1038-4, tractor trailer 77 and 1945.
Linux voice control stopped.
32 对空军。
Hello. Yeah, guys, it was.
660, 10-4.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
I'm going to read today.
643,
a previous crime, that perhaps we can prosecute that, because I know that wasn't the case of the Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the street from people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the street by the
6501 to dispatch individual, please.
And here we are running the Caden Live video editor in Zorin S, which proves the principle of installing Linux applications from the software store. But you cry, what about Windows applications? What if you need to run something that's only available for Windows? And Zorin OS 16 is as well equipped as any Linux.
Placement scan complete.
Route 28, radio check please, and 10-8 from the yard.
Normalization complete. Normalization 12 files processing 0. Move 12 files processing 0. Normalization Please finish the entire audio. Please finish the
So I'll be back tonight. You're allowed to check the camera. Call that in.
p25 with me, I'm right in front of you.
Check the area of 361 by Morgan Lane. 361 by Morgan Lane. I'm getting the iPhone crash detection. Unable to call back. It's a disconnected phone.
Now,
it'll be the area of 361 in Morgan Lane.
Requirements for Windows 11, but we can fix this by going backwards.
43, I'm at your 20. 7 minutes to get there.
Calls of a crash. Just not anything.
$647. 1041, I'm en route over to Range Pass PD for 95 pickup. I'll swing by Morgan in 361.
10-4.
Get Efficient installed, I can right click and go to Display.
Traffic. 500 block of West 4th on Texas Lake, Tom King Lane.
Down like that, and when I launch time shift, we've got a little message again telling us about it. There it is. We saw that just before we rebooted. We could launch time shift from here, but if you haven't got this coming up, you can also launch it from the menu. We can go to administration, and down the bottom here is time shift. Let's launch it that way, and again authenticate. And here we are running the time shift first run wizard. So we'll just go through and select the defaults.
I need and watch you sail away my ship. I expect to leave you standing on some beach with absolutely no name at all, watching me sail away on my ship, and then I'll shout the name. Savvy? That still is the problem of me standing on some beach with not a name and your word. It's
bottom of the magnetron tube. These electrons begin to spiral around.
Linux voice control stopped.
Are accelerated. What happens is they produce an electromagnetic radiation at right angles to their acceleration. Inside the tube that contains that sort of spiraling electron donut, there are little fins that are mounted on the outer wall. They look almost like the inside of a gear, like an internal gear.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Check that area. Unable to locate any crash.
710-4. Office control. Where you're shooting to be completed. On camera now. Office control. Where you're shooting to be completed. On camera now.
Should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on the cosmic
Placement scan complete.
It's not the same. Iran was a country that was feared by everybody. Now it's a country that's been very much down to the I'm sure they'll try to come back. And they're feared by everybody. Now it's a country that's been very much down to I'm sure they'll try to come back. They can try. It's going to take them a long time to come back. But if they do want to come back, and they want to come back without a deal, then we're going to obliterate that one too. We can knock out their missiles.
Route 13, doing a 1070, all clear.
We've also got Windows listed.
And you know why? Because people actually like it. It's not a chore. It's intuitive. You don't have to force anything. You can really see that nobody care about the user of this game. You can create workflows yourself. You want to change admins. Once you realize there's no robots, and then you can just put that on the side. We have people creating workflows.
two-way-based units stay on this route.
Hey, this is what I want to use the property for, and then create a special permit that would allow for that particular use. But if we just grant this as a, very non-specific commercial use, you could go sell the property, or you could leave it to your heirs, and somebody could sell that property down the road, and who knows what gets built there.
What's wrong with that?
Vehicle information.
Holly?
.647 as it rains is past PD. Go.
Noise disturbance 501 by again on Willie Queen. Bell in a
Our experts and design help our bikes powerful.
Private on 30.
Woke Epstein told him was in the safe. What he showed the author was in this safe. So let's please play that clip now.
Elected. And I was sitting talking to Epstein, and he said, "Wait a minute, I got to show you something." And then he went into his safe, and he came out with photographs. They were Polaroids, I think, and he kind of they were he kind of.
Refreshed software store. There it is for installing applications. Let's just install an application. Let's go, oh look, Solitaire is recommended, but we've got to install it then, or probably we'll be breaking another law. So let's speed on through. And there we are, it's finished. We set out to use a terminal to install things in Linux, and just to show you there are many other things here we can actually install as well. All very exciting. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. In the menu, I think the first thing you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of very good options. Not only do we have the normal
Linux voice control stopped.
And we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight
Placement scan complete.
Starting my engine at 4712.
424, 424.
Trim complete.
951.
Process 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders.
41, out of the office.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
We stop, so everybody driver's caution.
Six 1041. 649, 10-4.
Can I know the license worker?
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
10-4, thank you. Starting for unit 4798.
Linux voice control restarted.
43126, repeating 43126.
One for you, patrol. Does anybody need to grab a 40?
How much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
Everything. So he understood. Everything was cool. 129.
10-4, copy that. Did they tell you about the break-in out there? 36, and you
Hello? Yes, sir.
that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively
Yo, one.
Huh?
Yo, one.
Road 41078, Texas for golf.
So we're doing that. One of the things you should be looking at is the palm court. Because that's
Fire EMS 3, fire EMS 3, gentlemen.
And make better the White House. And that's really what's happened and getting tremendous reviews, and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing early yesterday morning from the Middle East, where we celebrated a historic end years of suffering and conflict.
1020 Ocean Breeze.
Around in this suspicious vehicle. 70. 124. Show me how to wait. Suspicious vehicle in 70. 10-1.
124, 10.
320. I'll take the minor on Weber and Hawley. I'm in the area. Charlie 250, Route Charlie 220, Charlie 220, put you on that minor.
In a sort of vaguer way are sometimes harder to put in.
Say, in the medical diagnosis area, at the beginning of the program, we had a simple example of medical diagnosis.
This year, we don't have that capability in-house.
DJ was fantastic.
What they're doing is preventive maintenance on generators. In addition to that.
125, I'm back in the city. Help you setting.
Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response now? These protesters versus interrupters. I imagine that's delicate balance, right?
Some of the protesters were killed with so many of them. And God, I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination.
157, copy 7 miles for 4762.
Resting the 10-line radio background.
157, copy starting miles for 4762.
Yes.
60290, 60290.
Flight copy, I was off at 5.
Go for it.
And I don't want Fox News to have any free pictures of this because I've got little to no respect for what you guys do. Well, even as a local affiliate, you guys broadcast syndicated runs from the cable news network, and I don't appreciate that. I mean, you got talking heads like Sean Hannity, Laura Ingram, Brian Kilmeda. Well, you brought
Media Solution Communications, this is Elliot.
For emergency message, clear frequency for emergency message. To commercial, alert to commercial. Alert to general aviation, alert to general aviation. Alert 3, alert 3, alert 3.
This completes the EVS system communications and flying of access and checkpoint.
Flex 1, flex 1, flex 1. 2, flex 2, flex 2. 3, flex 3, flex 3.
This completes the access and checkpoint to flying the code move from parking.
Rock 30, 10 days from yours. Dispatch.
Code blue, code blue, code blue.
That person with a bicycle.
Please complete our 15 cameras.
ccpd 2, parking control.
145 traffic. Well, 45. Buddy Ganem and Oakbrook. 28 is going to be Fanboy Paul.
Linux voice control stopped.
Fanboy Paul. 8562. Buddy Ganem and Oakbrook.
Placement scan complete.
base 10-8 from the train.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0.
$145, copy, name and date of birth.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
145.
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Yeah. May 12, 2000. May 12, 2000.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
29, that is clear.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Traffic. We're going to be sitting with Texas, David King George 0184. David King George 0184. Early 482 club, copy, Paul Lincoln 02.
Continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical supplies, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy. A deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly
you can
to the east with minimal communication.
To put everything else up top. You have the exact same configuration options
for the dock itself. You can decide to not have one, you can auto hide it, you can change the position on screen, you can also decide
Everyone.
Wait up.
should be able to run that.
At the time, no, I do that. So 10-20.
Open calculator.
Do we have a entry code?
It's going to be 7777 pounds for the gate and for the building as well. I'll put it on the Wall 45 today. Stop.
We're going to look at Zorin OS. This is an excellent Linux distro, particularly for those who want to migrate from Windows. So, let's go and take a closer look. Right, here we are on the Zorin OS website, where as we can see Zorin OS 17 has newly arrived. Just like the distro itself, the website is very clear.
Run a Wildcat. King's Place on Wildcat. TV11. So much on your activation. Right motion. No people bear out.
10-4.
And then 14. Engine on and then 14. Rainfall with injuries. 933 Buffalo. And 933 Buffalo. EZ 1102. Question of Dorothy Park.
You can 10-22, I appreciate it.
And complete.
Back.
617, are you clear?
Yeah.
Service number. Six 28.
Row 696488 06696488. No need to that over the radio. Beginning mileage when ready.
Yeah, with knowledge.
50837.
Time for.
Twelve down 10. 12 temple. 637. 37 41 works in the courthouse. 10. Insurance.
$10. It's on its way right now to the United States.
Part of the package
This is basically
The other is
157.
Call X-ray Henry 5601.
Corner right there. He's a massive 3 hits on the first target, 4 hits on the second. 1 hit is all he needs, folks, to qualify for the final. And he's a massive point, so he goes to target 4. 1 hit is all he needs, folks, to qualify for the final.
Center mass, first shot, 1990, If it was me, I'd be shooting right away. Center mass, first shot, 1990. If I would have hit center mass, I'd be just if it was me, I'd be shooting right away.
Before the wind can change.
Absolutely. If I would have hit center mass, I'd be just following up.
Standby for fire page, fire page. Station 2, Christopher, hazmat 330.
Linux-based controls stopped.
181 Chipotle. Here be the Victory Wash chemical spill, corrosive. 3048 US Highway 181 Chipotle.
643.
643.
Yeah, we're in check.
643, Tampa.
12 in check. 1210.
Placement scan complete.
With Texas, Robert Young, Paul 8556. Robert Young, Paul 8556. Hello.
Adult daycare.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
$28, 5502, radio signal suite, scan.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
31A10 from your
Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
660. Big clear as it was. Headed back to the town. 60 criminal.
Linux voice control restarted.
Six 43. 43. Send school zones.
One's right out, have you called it?
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There's a 10-year-old boy in Louisiana jumping from a moving
1570 at Jacksonville, Ulster.
Can I take contact with the vehicle just waiting for the SUV to open?
Got it, 1727.
Well, road mode.
Placement scan complete.
Okay, you sure you're clear.
I'm 10841, Stephen F. Austin Elementary, SORD.
2-1. 636. Good. I'll be the man. Hello. Mike Cordell. 667.
This is an important point because in out-of-the-box Ubuntu, let alone in Windows, you can't easily change the interface font. But let's assume we don't want to do that and we want Linux Mint 22 to use the same interface font as previous versions of Linux Mint. The way we do it is as follows. In fact, there's various ways you can do it. I'm going to do it without going wrong. And first of all, we will go to the shooter manager.
If you're a gun owner who wants to shoot better, then you're going to need to new advanced laser sight training system into this console. Not only does using this make you a better shot, it's going to save you time and money. And it's super easy to use and fun. All you do is you take our laser bullet, drop it in your gun, and then aim it at this digital steel target, and you're off.
Good. I'll be tuning for the day.
Aye.
Board members Barrera?
Aye.
Campos?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
No. Cantu?
Anyone,
Garza?
would anyone like to make public comment on item number 5?
And then you asked for public comment, right, at the timing of consent. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Leslie?
So we're moving on to the vote.
Sedgwick? And Vaughn.
We did. So at the beginning, I asked for any public comment.
Thank you.
Over every, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Meeting's adjourned.
You explain that. So
Out of reach, price-wise, this is very much in the same category. Wide bandwidth, fast sample rates, FPGA-based processing, but aimed at making that level of SDR more accessible. Now before we get into performance, software support and where it actually moves up to price, let's start with the specifications, because they already tell us a lot about what this thing is capable of. Now the frequency range runs from 70 megahertz all the way up to
discuss all the trucking industry is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, now.
645 to do.
645, 10-4.
Linux voice control stopped.
638, 10-4.
41, guys, middle school. $644. 644. Yeah, the school.
Placement scan complete.
645. 10-4.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Two 777.
277.
Good morning, Cameron. You're on the source. I'll be on the hour.
Good morning.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Corpus 642, I didn't advise when I'm in the English side school zone.
Hello.
In 10 minutes ETA.
-5 in progress.
That had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed really as the top person, the chief law enforcement. And I think that but I have a very good looked at very serious about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as Ryan. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well when I became president.
At the time,
$625 tonight.
625.
$645. You carry on, Mr. Cortez.
25 tonight.
I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above, and I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience, right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television.
Very well.
Bluetooth offers features like download users switch to natural gaslighting. Bluetooth offers features like global
system inside the host of the main operating system. Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 Runner. This is a test copy of Windows 7 and
a program that turns this into graphics called Graph, and I'm going to run that through a special program that turns the graphic language into
a network to use.
Yeah, the 4800 block of Carroll Lane, 4800 Carroll Lane. Any residents of fire hydrants that would be hit during a traffic accident closing.
Six 60124.
That sound don't mean you're still on the audio. It seems like everybody's got a little micro government faction they make with little mind control programs to try to
out of service.
Fucking hot air, fucking drones around the radio.
Try to show them.
Fantastic source draft of the desktop.
6.9, this is all clear. Frank 02. 774. Address is 1021 Claire. That's 1021 Claire. And it's a signal on the commuter. Just calling by James with the survey.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. I want to install Windows 11. So, I also want to make fix this by going backwards.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
I have a meeting at 8 o'clock. I got the generator on. Bobby told me to turn them on.
LVCJ song generation complete with multi-word groups.
No, 6 on 10-8, I'll be on the highway.
Linux voice control restarted.
Six oh two tonight. 602 tonight. 280 to Q radio check.
504, vehicle went straight through the light. Caller's advising that he will stop in the middle of the roadway and then suddenly accelerate.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Was someone who woman who died back? Was conspiracy part of that? Conspiracy that is professional.
Dog even brags that you can search multiple geofence areas so that there's never any doubt you can
Can you show me his arrival at 4842 Gabrielle Street?
For the time being, and as president of the Juan Gabriel Cabrera will be in charge of whatever project.
Delivery from Finley from Swap.
Coalition forces did not take Syrian warnings about the possibility of a breach by the organisation seriously. Since the group was defeated, around 46,000 people remain in prisons. NBC's Richard Engel visited a detention centre earlier this year.
It is full of ISIS fighters.
Unable to send most of them home, officials this year began releasing thousands of lower-level...
This trailer. Yeah, they just went to the rental, so she's going to swing by here.
Given frequency range out of the muck. And that, in fact, is a diagram that he's doing on the board also of his regeneration feedback circuit. Basically, you're taking a little bit of the output of an amplifier and you're feeding it back to the input. And if you keep doing that, the amplification keeps going over and over, and you can get, you know, an amplification factor of 1,000,000 rather than
4520.
Fulton traffic.
One take, sir. Yes, sir. 24. $6.45. The jet was $1.95. Yeah, it's recorded. 45,
29
Staff member, Michigan's athletic director said in a statement
the 24-25, right back all around.
Different, but now with the conditions installed, I can right click and go to display.
Location, Circum-20.
Last we have the wind in zone number 6. There's one
individual on
We've now spent some time
I can't even imagine that the American people will have any appetite for yet another forever war. In fact, one of the reasons why President Trump was elected was he was espousing it. He also was against any further incursions from the American people into other people's countries. And so this seems to be counter to everything that he ran on. And I can tell you that he hasn't done anything to explain to the American people why this is so important.
Flight 4, the advice has turn 1 and 10 close to the 95, which is accepted for first estimate.
Should we take it from it?
$6.47.
Linux voice control stopped.
And then you go around windows as well, so use that same track. So across the top of the window, the bottom track, so to speak, and across the bottom of the window, you use the top track. And then you can snap in vertical studs above or below. That's especially handy when you got really wide windows. One thing about steel studs is that the spray foam, as it cures, can actually push them out and then you mow them a little bit.
Line clear.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete.
17 to
Process 24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Did you want us to continue, or what do you want to do? Oh, so we can put over somewhere out of the way, because all these cars are coming around us.
Linux voice control restarted.
Six
620 to 10-4.
Halting traffic. On 476.
There is a crossroad on the
Smith. Base.
Motor pool radio check. Don't turn down Weber. The lights are blinking and the lines are backed up all the way towards.
It is a fantastic
shield and scanners on the time.
It is still a first rate. The applications are available, the settings are very durable, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's OBS, but as I said, it also happens inside of the machines, so there might be something there, but it is a functional one.
Workable. One thing to keep in mind with your hour-and-a-half limit, and that limits how many people that can do it. I've come up here for
like 600
always given the 1 minute.
San Jose, California. 600 kennels. We have what? We have 100 kennels. That's just one city. We can get 1,000 people load their animals here in Corpus Christi. No, the point is we need more kennels. Is the point. So we need more kennels. Nobody's denying that. But then that comes, you need more staff.
Definitely
take care of the animals. So that's why we have to show you that.
And would from me personally, and I am definitely at their mercy for what it is that they choose to release or not release. I've said repeatedly, and I stand by this. So far, we haven't seen any U.S. hackers indicted, nation-state hackers indicted, but I am not a betting man.
That's our guy.
49818919, repeating 49818919.
And 4.
Would they rename this Mike Markle Vantage Combulator? Anyways. Yeah, he claims to get fucked.
It says open with install Windows. And
attention